that Americans were a people linked only by a shared belief in the Constitution. From Democrats,
America's an idea.
The United States of America is the greatest idea.
to Republicans.
America's the only nation founded on an idea.
Anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American.
Yup. Even the ontologically evil Ronald Reagan understood this.
We draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world.
But now there's a new generation of conservatives with a different definition of America. These individuals travel under different names: National Conservatives, American Traditionalists, Christian Nationalists, and they're probably radicalizing your local white boy. They argue that America isn't an idea. America is a people, a particular group of people with a shared heritage.
But America is not just an idea. America is a nation. It is a group of people with a common history and a common future. And yes, thank you.
Huh. Wait, which group? What heritage?
It's our heritage, our destiny. We Americans are the sons and daughters of the Christian pilgrims that poured out from Europe's shores to baptize a new world in their ancient faith.
Oh, okay, sure. This isn't gonna end well. Should we be concerned that these people run the government now? Well, yeah. A good chunk of these national conservatives didn't start believing these ideas until recently. One of those people was Charlie Kirk. This was Charlie Kirk in 2019.
America's just a placeholder for timeless ideas. And if you fall too in love with, the specific place and all this, that's not what it is.
And this is what he said less than a month before he died.
America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. We have 55 million foreigners in this country, but we got to take a step back and say, guys, that you're no longer a nation. You're something else. You're a colony.
Hey, did anyone notice that 55 million number includes any foreign-born person in the United States, whether they be citizens, legal residents, or undocumented? And do you think it ends there? Do you think it ends with targeting immigrants? Today, the target is foreign-born individuals, but maybe tomorrow it's anyone with foreign-born parents. Maybe it won't have anything to do with national origins. Maybe the target will be a certain racial group, sexualities, Democratic voters. How did we get here, and where are we going? If we can understand how someone like Charlie Kirk went from believing in America the idea to America the people, then we'll be able to understand kind of everything. So let's talk about Charlie Kirk.
If you're seeing this, I'm probably dead.
Kind of everything. So let's talk about Charlie Kirk.
If you're seeing this, I'm probably dead.
Charlie was raised in an upper-middle-class Republican household in the suburbs of 1990 Chicago. As a Republican kid surrounded by a Democratic voting community, Charlie was destined to be an outcast.
I was a bit of a contrarian right from the beginning. My first vivid memory of issue-oriented discussion was debating a teacher in 6th grade about climate change.
As Charlie tells it, he was the only one willing to stand up to liberal indoctrination.
High school teachers and college professors are incredibly tolerant of other people's views as long as you share their own.
The journalist Kyle Spencer tracked down Charlie's classmates and asked them to recall what Charlie was actually like.
As they remember it, Charlie was often told to pipe down, not so much because of his views, but because he was rude, making the atmosphere inside the classroom unsettling. Despite his later assertions that liberals are dead set on their ideas and intolerant of dissent, classmates said that Charlie had a superiority complex and did not tolerate disagreement.
When Charlie graduated from high school, he didn't immediately start a career in political activism. He wanted to take over the world. In fact, his classmates literally named him most likely to take over the world. No, Charlie wanted greatness. Charlie dreamed of attending West Point Military Academy. Getting into West Point is hard. Charlie did everything he could to become perfect. And even after leading the high school's sports teams, rising the ranks of Boy Scouts, and testing well, West Point told him that it wasn't enough. They rejected him. And what did Charlie have to say about that?
Unfortunately, I was waitlisted and I eventually lost my spot out to what I felt was a far less qualified applicant in my district that was of a different gender and a different persuasion. You could take it any way you want, but I knew the test scores, I knew the qualifications. I was kind of got the short end of the stick.
Oh, so it was actually affirmative action's fault. Damn you, woke point. Or maybe it wasn't. Classmates recall that Charlie once told his chemistry teacher that he didn't believe in homework. Now, tell me, does it make sense that such a committed anti-homework rebel should feel entitled to a spot at the most selective military academy in the country? Yet, this is the mythology that Kirk fashioned for himself in his early years. An origin story as a misunderstood libertarian debate prodigy, marginalized for his own genius.
Constantly getting in debates, or as I like to call enlightened conversations with my teachers. And I spent a lot of time out in the hall in high school, especially in economics class, because that's what the left does. They're the most intolerant group of people that you've ever met their entire life.
But the truth is, frankly, a little sad.
I was a minority in my high school, which was really interesting, growing up in kind of that kind of environment.
Here we have a tragic political pathology, an insecure teen isolated from the majority of his peers for being rude and confrontational. It was probably really easy to bully the weird Republican kid who doesn't know how to act around people of color. I mean, wouldn't you?
And I learned so much about different cultures, and honestly, that's really where I got my kind of focus on politics, because I was always naturally conservative, loved America, loved the values that our country stood for, and I never understood why you'd want to deviate from that. And then I found myself trying to convince these ideas to people that had never heard or never met a Republican conservative in their entire life. And I knew people that were in this country illegally. I went to high school with them. Right? So for me, it was a really personal connection.
People like Charlie Kirk often think they're entitled to status and recognition. And when the reality hits them that not everyone is going to cater to that entitlement, that his underpaid teachers and annoyed classmates didn't want to argue about libertarianism during class time, Charlie grew bitter and resentful. But since in the real world, Charlie was a part of a majority in a way his minority classmates never would be, Charlie knew he could find that status and recognition elsewhere. He channeled his resentment into politics in a way that would define his career forever. Freshly rejected from West Point, Kirk decides to take a gap year to get involved in local politics. Libertarianism, with its low-tax, free market, and small government stance, calls to the young Charlie for some reason. Does it make sense that a 17-year-old with no assets, business, or income wants to cut taxes and regulation? In spite of this, the young Charlie joined his local Tea Party. A tea party? Aw, Charlie, is that like a fun little afternoon with your little boyfriends? No, it's more like a nightmarish afternoon with a bunch of divorced uncles. The Tea Party was a fiscally conservative movement funded by oil billionaires masquerading as a popular patriotic uprising. Tea Partiers wanted lower taxes, less government spending, and little to no treading on me. Charlie started as a Tea Party guy through and through. As a teen, he spoke at local gatherings, networked with supporters in the Chicago business community, hoping to get something off the ground.
So here I am on June 5th of 2012, lacking the two things that you really need to succeed in politics: money and connections.
In May of 2012, while delivering a speech at Benedictine University, Charlie found a way in. His speech caught the eye of Bill Montgomery, a retired businessman with a passion for mentoring local conservative youth. Billiam gave Charles a piece of advice.
A really amazing mentor by the name of Bill Montgomery, may he rest in peace, he said, "Charlie, you shouldn't go to college."
Montgomery encouraged Kirk to put his talents to use by starting something of his own. Perhaps a conservative organization that would reach Charlie's generation better than the grand old poopers ever could. Montgomery had the business and marketing experience. Charlie had the young face and energy. They called their project Turning Point USA. Kirk's disciples like to claim that TPUSA started with Charlie pulling up to college campuses and debating his way into stardom.
He started with nothing more than an idea and a folding table.
12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words: big government sucks.
But no, he didn't. He started with the help of a millionaire who had powerful friends. That's not to say that Charlie didn't work hard, but a lot of people work hard. Not everyone has a millionaire mentor. Over the next few months, Charlie and Bill hit the road, traveling to Tea Party gatherings across the Midwest, networking, building connections, and importantly, trying to fund someone to fully finance their message. Soon enough, they found themselves entangled in the Republican Party political machine. Do you ever get the feeling that the Republican Party might just be evil? Oh, I'm sorry, am I being divisive?
I hate my opponent. And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
We have to understand that there's a difference between the diverse group of voters who, for whatever reason, vote Republican, and the Republican establishment, the machine. Study its history, and you'll find that modern American conservatism, yes, including Charlie Kirk's conservatism, is largely the product of a small, insular group of elitists. To understand Charlie Kirk, we have to understand how that happened.
This is Fred C. Koch. He started his career as a chemical engineer for the American oil industry in the 1920s and 30s. After accumulating fabulous wealth, in 1940 he founded an oil firm that would soon be known as Koch Industries. How did Fred do it? Well, sometimes you're just at the right place at the right time. And because of that, sometimes you find yourself in business with the Third Reich and Stalinist Russia. But Fred wasn't a bad guy. In fact, Fred wasn't really a fan. Of Stalinism, that is. He thought the Nazis were actually pretty chill and praised their work ethic. But communism, well, Fred, a patriotic believer in the American free market, saw communism as the biggest threat to the American way of life. Again, the Nazis were fine though. In 1958, he co-founded the John Birch Society, an anti-communism, anti-big government, and anti-civil rights activist group, because of course he was racist. When Fred passed away in 1967, his sons, Charles and David, inherited not only his vast fortune, but their father's political spirit. But Charlie and Dave weren't satisfied with just quietly funding candidates. They wanted to change American society itself. Soon enough, they would get their wish, but it wasn't going to be easy. What we call fiscal conservatism today, like cutting government spending, cutting welfare, low taxes, for the most part, these ideas have never really been broadly popular in the United States, at least up until recently. While it is true that Americans hate paying taxes, Americans also like the social services that they benefit from. For example, the two largest government programs, Medicare and Social Security, have enjoyed consistent public support since their inception. Bitches love post-war liberal welfare states. Even though Americans generally like government programs, they don't always like the government. In 1964, when Americans were asked if they trusted the federal government to do what is right at least most of the time, 77% said yes. But in the next decade or so, that trust fell dramatically. With the failure of Vietnam, civil unrest in the 60s, and finally the Watergate scandal in the early 70s, public trust in government fell to its lowest point, 36%, and it has never truly recovered. With American trust in government so low in the 1970s, libertarians and fiscal conservatives saw an opportunity, which brings us back to the Koch brothers. Throughout the 1970s, the brothers poured billions of dollars into funding, if not founding, institutions that promoted anti-government libertarianism. And the Koch brothers weren't the only ones doing this. Ultra-wealthy conservatives like Richard Scaife, John Olin, the Bradley brothers, most of whom made their fortune in the oil industry, spent billions to transform libertarianism from a fringe idea into an institutionally backed political project. Think tanks, university research centers, conferences, packaged with obscure names like the Cato Institute, the Institute for Humane Studies, the Manhattan Institute, all to hide the fact that they were fronts for the political agenda of a few billionaires. Since most of these were established as nonprofits, they were under no legal obligation to disclose their donors. Money could flow from anywhere, from anyone. This is what's known as dark money.
In the 80s and 90s, these free market, limited government ideas found their way into policy agendas, a trend today known as neoliberalism. Neoliberalism infected all of American politics, but its most extreme and dangerous form found a home in the Republican Party. By the late 2000s and 2010s, right around the time a young Charlie Kirk became politically active, dark money was bigger than ever before, and most of it was going to conservatives. Two important things happened around this time. Possibly three. life was slower back then. First, in September of 2008, the American financial market collapsed, leaving millions of Americans economically destitute and increasingly skeptical of corporate influence. The second important thing happened a month later, when Americans elected Barack Obama, the Democratic presidential candidate who promised to rein in Wall Street excesses and restore faith in the government. According to my sources, that did not happen.
People were angry. Dark money seized the moment. The Koch-backed Americans for Prosperity hosted rallies trashing Obama-era stimulus, building email lists, training organizers, and quietly workshopping a way to rebrand people's populist anger into something more billionaire-friendly. They called it the Tea Party. The AFP worked behind the scenes to turn the Tea Party into a real movement. They offered talking points, websites, hype, transportation, merch. Sure, there were true believers in the movement, everyday self-described patriots who truly, really believed in the cause. But the AFP's friends in right-wing media made the movement look like a completely spontaneous uprising of fed-up taxpayers, when it was anything but. Among that crowd of patriots, somewhere in the Midwest around 2012, stood a young Charlie Kirk, networking with fellow Tea Partiers to help build Turning Point USA. Charlie was a true believer, yet he knew that politics was about more than belief. When Charlie was finally ready, his mentor, Bill Montgomery, showed him the other side of politics. That year, Bill introduced Charlie to Mike Miller, a local jeweler whose luxury products attracted hundreds of elite contacts. This was Charlie's way in. One contact led to more contacts, more conversations. Conversations led to invitations, which led to deals and eventually, donors. Soon enough, Charlie was being flown across the country, soliciting donations from Christian oil barons and the whitest of Anglo-Saxon Protestants. A few handshakes later, and Charlie had hustled his way onto Fox News, presenting himself as the face of a new growing generation of libertarian youth. Or at least, that's the story Charlie needed to sell. As he wrote in his first autobiography, "We are going to show you what can happen when the principles of individual liberty and free markets are messaged properly to the right audiences, and then delivered through comprehensive machinery and infrastructure that takes those principles and splices them into every American's intellectual and spiritual DNA."
Like so many of the conservative organizations before it, TPUSA soon found itself in a network of right-wing dark money. Don't get me wrong, Charlie was talented. He knew how to talk. He knew what words would scare old rich white people into opening their pocketbooks, which, frankly, is one of the most lucrative skills one could have. But what exactly did he say to them? To the many paranoid Christian billionaires he schmoozed, Charlie spun tales of predatory political conspiracy. He told them that universities were cesspools of Marxist communism, liberal professors are indoctrinating your children, gayifying your grandchildren, silencing any opposition, convincing them that civil rights are good, and leading America down a path toward a limp-wristed, multicultural, globalist New World Order. Luckily, there's a way to save your grandchildren's souls. There's an organization of young visionaries called Turning Point USA, and they're willing to fight in the trenches, spread the free market gospel, and change college culture from the inside. But here's the thing. Charlie only attended college part-time for less than one semester. Frankly, it doesn't seem like enough time to draw a conclusive narrative about what life in American universities are actually like. He literally did not even give it the good old college try. Yet he positioned himself as an expert on higher education. He dubbed college a scam.
When you're in high school, your counselors and your teachers are telling you have to go to college to be successful. You have to get a 4-year degree. And unfortunately, that's not the reality.
I mean, yeah, sure, you don't technically need a college education to be successful, especially if you're a rich kid like Charlie who fell into the lap of elite conservative sugar daddies fresh out of high school. But for the overwhelming majority of low and middle-income people, college education, even in a useless degree like sociology, is one of the most effective methods of achieving class mobility by far. There's a lot to criticize about universities as institutions that perpetuate liberal elitism and maintain class divides, whatever. But the solution to that is to expand access to college education, not destroy it. There's a reason why the same conservatives who say college is a scam also went to some of the most elite private universities in the country. Conservative elites resent the fact that universities offer the middle class an opportunity to challenge their elite status. That's why Donald Trump, graduate of an Ivy League university who sent all of his children to expensive private universities, says shit like this.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Republicans know that college exposes potential voters to new ideas, people, and research that challenges traditional conservative values. Climate research, social research, medical research, being around a diverse community of people, all of that tends to shatter the Republican narrative. That's why they need young people like Charlie to lie on their behalf. Charlie wasn't very good at it at first. In 2012 and 2013, Turning Point USA struggled to gain momentum, probably because their message stunk. Let me demonstrate.
It's 2012. You're about to graduate college, the financial crisis is fresh in your memory, boomers have destroyed the economy, and the job market is a steaming pile of garbage. All you've got is about 100 credits in your sociology degree, and, well, your immediate employment prospects aren't looking great. But whatever. You're home for the holidays, and you just want to forget all of it. You're hanging out in the living room with your grandpa, and since he's a boomer, Fox News is in the background. You mostly ignore it until suddenly you hear this.
New study says college students are more entitled. They feel themselves more entitled than ever.
Did this guy just fly in from Stupid Town? How am I entitled after working my ass off for the past 4 years, working part-time to pay for school, getting ghosted from hundreds of job applications?
Charlie Kirk is from Turning Point USA.
Oh, well, maybe this young guy gets it.
And the problem is they think so highly of themselves, and in return, they want something as far as, I want a free education because I'm good in school, or I want a free job that is even more higher paying than my parents.
Now, that's entitlement.
Of course.
A free job? A free job? It's a job. They're supposed to pay you.
And we're teaching young people that the society of free markets and capitalism is going to bring more opportunity for you rather than a government handout.
Old boomer donors ate this shit up. But TPUSA was supposed to be for young people. Instead, they were talking down to young people. Even the kids in TPUSA's first ads seem to have the enthusiasm of a turnip.
Our generation is in trouble.
It's time for action. Time to take a stand.
Politicians have bankrupted us,
both fiscally and morally.
If we don't stand for what we believe in,
we will lose our basic freedoms and liberties.
Wow. To a college student in 2012, TPUSA represented the worst thing you can possibly be. An elitist, stuffy, smug mouthpiece for the establishment. The man. With a younger face. The man is still the man, even if he looks like a boy. Does this face represent the voice of a generation? Do I really need to know about baseline budgeting? White guy, bow tie, white guy. No one wants to be talked down to. It's a lesson that Charlie should have learned after feeling persecuted by his liberal teachers. Why didn't he capitalize on that feeling? To be fair, Charlie kind of had his hands tied at this point. In a pre-Trump world, elite conservatives
in the 1920s and 30s. After accumulating fabulous wealth, in 1940 he founded an oil firm that would soon be known as Koch Industries. How did Fred do it? Well, sometimes you're just at the right place at the right time. And because of that, sometimes you find yourself in business with the Third Reich and Stalinist Russia. But Fred wasn't a bad guy. In fact, Fred wasn't really a fan. Of Stalinism, that is. He thought the Nazis were actually pretty chill and praised their work ethic. But communism? Well, Fred, a patriotic believer in the American free market, saw communism as the biggest threat to the American way of life. Again, the Nazis were fine though. In 1958, he co-founded the John Birch Society, an anti-communism, anti-big government, and anti-civil rights activist group, because of course he was racist. When Fred passed away in 1967, his sons, Charles and David, inherited not only his vast fortune, but their father's political spirit. But Charlie and Dave weren't satisfied with just quietly funding candidates. They wanted to change American society itself. Soon enough, they would get their wish, but it wasn't going to be easy. What we call fiscal conservatism today, like cutting government spending, cutting welfare, low taxes, for the most part, these ideas have never really been broadly popular in the United States, at least up until recently. While it is true that Americans hate paying taxes, Americans also like the social services that they benefit from. For example, the two largest government programs, Medicare and Social Security, have enjoyed consistent public support since their inception. Bitches love post-war liberal welfare states. Even though Americans generally like government programs, they don't always like the government. In 1964, when Americans were asked if they trusted the federal government to do what is right at least most of the time, 77% said yes. But in the next decade or so, that trust fell dramatically. With the failure of Vietnam, civil unrest in the 60s, and finally the Watergate scandal in the early 70s, public trust in government fell to its lowest point, 36%, and it has never truly recovered. With American trust in government so low in the 1970s, libertarians and fiscal conservatives saw an opportunity, which brings us back to the Koch brothers. Throughout the 1970s, the brothers poured billions of dollars into funding, if not founding, institutions that promoted anti-government libertarianism. And the Koch brothers weren't the only ones doing this. Ultra-wealthy conservatives like Richard Scaife, John Olin, the Bradley brothers, most of whom made their fortune in the oil industry, spent billions to transform libertarianism from a fringe idea into an institutionally backed political project. Think tanks, university research centers, conferences, packaged with obscure names like the Cato Institute, the Institute for Humane Studies, the Manhattan Institute, all to hide the fact that they were fronts for the political agenda of a few billionaires. Since most of these were established as nonprofits, they were under no legal obligation to disclose their donors. Money could flow from anywhere, from anyone. This is what's known as dark money.
In the 80s and 90s, these free market, limited government ideas found their way into policy agendas, a trend today known as neoliberalism. Neoliberalism infected all of American politics, but its most extreme and dangerous form found a home in the Republican Party. By the late 2000s and 2010s, right around the time a young Charlie Kirk became politically active, dark money was bigger than ever before, and most of it was going to conservatives. Two important things happened around this time. Possibly three. Life was slower back then. First, in September of 2008, the American financial market collapsed, leaving millions of Americans economically destitute and increasingly skeptical of corporate influence. The second important thing happened a month later, when Americans elected Barack Obama, the Democratic presidential candidate who promised to rein in Wall Street excesses and restore faith in the government. According to my sources, that did not happen.
People were angry. Dark money seized the moment. The Koch-backed Americans for Prosperity hosted rallies trashing Obama-era stimulus, building email lists, training organizers, and quietly workshopping a way to rebrand people's populist anger into something more billionaire-friendly. They called it the Tea Party. The AFP worked behind the scenes to turn the Tea Party into a real movement. They offered talking points, websites, hype, transportation, merch. Sure, there were true believers in the movement, everyday self-described patriots who truly, really believed in the cause. But the AFP's friends in right-wing media made the movement look like a completely spontaneous uprising of fed-up taxpayers, when it was anything but. Among that crowd of patriots, somewhere in the Midwest around 2012, stood a young Charlie Kirk, networking with fellow Tea Partiers to help build Turning Point USA. Charlie was a true believer, yet he knew that politics was about more than belief. When Charlie was finally ready, his mentor, Bill Montgomery, showed him the other side of politics. That year, Bill introduced Charlie to Mike Miller, a local jeweler whose luxury products attracted hundreds of elite contacts. This was Charlie's way in. One contact led to more contacts, more conversations. Conversations led to invitations, which led to deals and eventually, donors. Soon enough, Charlie was being flown across the country, soliciting donations from Christian oil barons and the whitest of Anglo-Saxon Protestants. A few handshakes later, and Charlie had hustled his way onto Fox News, presenting himself as the face of a new growing generation of libertarian youth. Or at least, that's the story Charlie needed to sell. As he wrote in his first autobiography, "We are going to show you what can happen when the principles of individual liberty and free markets are messaged properly to the right audiences, and then delivered through comprehensive machinery and infrastructure that takes those principles and splices them into every American's intellectual and spiritual DNA."
Like so many of the conservative organizations before it, TPUSA soon found itself in a network of right-wing dark money. Don't get me wrong, Charlie was talented. He knew how to talk. He knew what words would scare old rich white people into opening their pocketbooks, which, frankly, is one of the most lucrative skills one could have. But what exactly did he say to them? To the many paranoid Christian billionaires he schmoozed, Charlie spun tales of predatory political conspiracy. He told them that universities were cesspools of Marxist communism. Liberal professors are indoctrinating your children, gayifying your grandchildren, silencing any opposition, convincing them that civil rights are good, and leading America down a path toward a limp-wristed, multicultural, globalist New World Order. Luckily, there's a way to save your grandchildren's souls. There's an organization of young visionaries called Turning Point USA, and they're willing to fight in the trenches, spread the free market gospel, and change college culture from the inside. But here's the thing. Charlie only attended college part-time for less than 1 semester. Frankly, it doesn't seem like enough time to draw a conclusive narrative about what life in American universities are actually like. He literally did not even give it the good old college try. Yet he positioned himself as an expert on higher education. He dubbed college a scam.
When you're in high school, your counselors and your teachers are telling you have to go to college to be successful. You have to get a 4-year degree. And unfortunately, that's not the reality.
I mean, yeah, sure, you don't technically need a college education to be successful, especially if you're a rich kid like Charlie who fell into the lap of elite conservative sugar daddies fresh out of high school. But for the overwhelming majority of low and middle income people, college education, even in a useless degree like sociology, is one of the most effective methods of achieving class mobility by far. There's a lot to criticize about universities as institutions that perpetuate liberal elitism and maintain class divides, whatever. But the solution to that is to expand access to college education, not destroy it. There's a reason why the same conservatives who say college is a scam also went to some of the most elite private universities in the country. Conservative elites resent the fact that universities offer the middle class an opportunity to challenge their elite status. That's why Donald Trump, graduate of an Ivy League university who sent all of his children to expensive private universities, says shit like this.
We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Republicans know that college exposes potential voters to new ideas, people, and research that challenges traditional conservative values. Climate research, social research, medical research, being around a diverse community of people, all of that tends to shatter the Republican narrative. That's why they need young people like Charlie to lie on their behalf. Charlie wasn't very good at it at first. In 2012 and 2013, Turning Point USA struggled to gain momentum, probably because their message stunk. Let me demonstrate.
It's 2012. You're about to graduate college, the financial crisis is fresh in your memory, boomers have destroyed the economy.
Tends to shatter the Republican narrative. That's why they need young people like Charlie to lie on their behalf. Charlie wasn't very good at it at first. In 2012 and 2013, Turning Point USA struggled to gain momentum, probably because their message stunk. Let me demonstrate.
It's 2012. You're about to graduate college, the financial crisis is fresh in your memory, boomers have destroyed the economy, and the job market is a steaming pile of garbage. All you've got is about 100 credits in your sociology degree, and, well, your immediate employment prospects aren't looking great. But whatever. You're home for the holidays, and you just want to forget all of it. You're hanging out in the living room with your grandpa, and since he's a boomer, Fox News is in the background. You mostly ignore it until suddenly you hear this.
New study says college students are more entitled. They feel themselves more entitled than ever.
Did this guy just fly in from Stupid Town? How am I entitled after working my ass off for the past 4 years, working part-time to pay for school, getting ghosted from hundreds of job applications?
Charlie Kirk is from Turning Point USA.
Oh, well, maybe this young guy gets it.
And the problem is they think so highly of themselves, and in return, they want something as far as, I want a free education because I'm good in school, or I want a free job that is even more higher paying than my parents.
Now, that's entitlement.
Of course.
A free job? A free job? It's a job. They're supposed to pay you.
And we're teaching young people that the society of free markets and capitalism is going to bring more opportunity for you rather than a government handout.
Old boomer donors ate this shit up. But TPUSA was supposed to be for young people. Instead, they were talking down to young people. Even the kids in TPUSA's first ads seem to have the enthusiasm of a turnip.
Our generation is in trouble.
It's time for action.
Time to take a stand.
Politicians have bankrupted us.
Both fiscally and morally.
If we don't stand for what we believe in,
We will lose our basic freedoms and liberties.
Wow. To a college student in 2012, TPUSA represented the worst thing you can possibly be. An elitist, stuffy, smug mouthpiece for the establishment. The man. With a younger face. The man is still the man, even if he looks like a boy. Does this face represent the voice of a generation? Do I really need to know about baseline budgeting? White guy, bow tie, white guy. No one wants to be talked down to. It's a lesson that Charlie should have learned after feeling persecuted by his liberal teachers. Why didn't he capitalize on that feeling? To be fair, Charlie kind of had his hands tied at this point. In a pre-Trump world, elite conservatives found anti-establishment sentiment too messy. I mean, what if the voters find out who they're actually supposed to be angry at? But that was soon to change. As Charlie Kirk mingled with conservative socialites, he befriended lactic power couple Lee and Allie Hanley. How to describe the Hanleys? The Hanleys were ultra-politically connected, ultra-rich petroleum tycoons who, like many of their peers, funneled their fortunes into libertarian think tanks and Christian advocacy. They weren't just rich in the sense of having a ton of money. You could win $1 billion in the lottery and still never get what the Hanleys had. Status, legacy, blood, heritage, connections, tradition. They were capital R rich, white, East Coast country club, Ivy League, white, Judeo-Christian loving, skin sagging, oil spilling, dark money, white, old school Republicans. They built their reputations behind the scenes, nurturing young political talent, including the ontologically evil Ronald Reagan. They played host to like-minded donors, connecting the rich and powerful through lavish fundraising events. One day in 2013, they came across Charlie. Whatever he said to them, it must have been either charming or scary enough to work, because soon he was their newest pet project. Suddenly, Kirk had access to a whole new world of connections. Everything was coming together. There was just one thing. Americans were getting tired of the Republican agenda. You see, back in 2014,
the Hanleys commissioned the prolific political pollster Pat Goodell.
They wanted to understand this new post-economic crisis cultural climate, so they gathered the data. Their research revealed that a new anti-establishment political wave was about to take over politics. In Goodell's words, the level of discontent in this country was beyond anything imaginable. The Hanleys shared their findings with a small group of insiders, including a 20-year-old Charlie Kirk. By all indications, it seemed that America was ripe for a new message, a fresh, young vision, a turning point, if you will. Charlie Kirk didn't start TPUSA out of a concern for the plight of young people. He, like many other Americans in the 2010s, wanted revenge. But Charlie wasn't like other Americans. He didn't want revenge against the bank for closing his house or the insurance companies for denying him life-saving treatment. He wanted revenge against the liberals in his life who made him feel small.
Is anytime I'd use these things called facts, and I'd always remind her that facts don't have feelings, I would always be kicked out into the hallway.
Charlie knew how energizing conflict could be, and he had an idea of how the right could use that themselves.
All across America, on campuses and in offices, political correctness is getting freedom-loving citizens to take off their clothes, act like a chicken, and jump out of a 12-story window. I have no intention of surrendering our language to Team Left, and I have every intention of doing what is necessary to recapture what has been lost.
While the idea of conflict made some of his elite donors uncomfortable, soon enough, they too realized that it was time for a change. The Republican Party wasn't getting any younger, as Charlie wrote.
While some of our donors were nervous at first, they came to realize that we knew how to connect with people of our own demographic.
Eventually, they let Charlie loose.
How do you get young people then revved up to vote? Well, Charlie Kirk's hoping these three words do it. Big government sucks.
If the Republicans want to engage young people, they need to do so in a manner that gets their attention in an edgy, innovative campaign.
TPUSA launched the Big Government Sucks campaign to modest success. A simple, eye-catching phrase with a small government message. It taught him an important lesson about messaging.
One of the more effective weapons, if not the most effective, that the other side has deployed is its use and control of language and speech.
Soon enough, Charlie found himself at the precipice of a new political landscape. And 2 years later, well, you know what happened.
And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We often think about politics as something that happens in certain buildings or as the thing we do every 4 years at the ballot box. But politics isn't really about these procedures or voting or debate. That's not politics, that's governance, power, participation, all of which happens after politics. Politics itself, the political, in its essence, is a social phenomenon. It is the process of a collective choosing to identify as a people, of articulating what binds that people, and of that people transforming their shared will into practical action. But for politics to be ethical, it must also be universal. Authentic social movements appeal to collective universal humanity, not to particular identities or interests. Political movements translate the diversity of struggles into a shared struggle for a new universal principle. Political movements reorganize systems by instituting new truths. While Trumpism had all the materials for the making of an authentic political movement, Trumpism didn't appeal to universal humanity. It didn't want justice. It wanted revenge.
However, there is something completely rational about the anger that Donald Trump is tapping into. And that's what I think is really wrong about the Donald Trump analysis, that somehow he's tapping into this frothing bath of people that are just irrationally angry at the system. And the number one critique I have of the pundits and the talk show hosts that go after Donald Trump is the people who are supporting him are quite frankly very rational about their anger.
Hey, America, why are you so angry? In the early and mid-20th century, Western governments, including the United States, began building robust social welfare programs to develop their middle class and temper their desire for socialism. You know, things like helping the elderly, home loan assistance, work programs, the good stuff. However, in the United States, where racism has been central to social life since the beginning of chattel slavery, white people ended up becoming the primary beneficiaries of these new programs, which actually worked out tremendously well for white people, if you haven't noticed. In the 1960s, civil rights movements sought to dismantle these systemic barriers, both the explicit legal kind and the larger structural economic kind. New social programs were created that would, in theory, help combat the economic barriers disproportionately faced by people of color. Though imperfect, I'd say that giving poor children healthcare and food was generally a step in the right direction. Then, in the 1970s, the world economy pooped itself, for complex geopolitical reasons, and the particular way in which it pooped itself was so unprecedented that people lost their minds looking for an explanation. Americans needed something or someone to blame, so Republicans dangled a little carrot in front of the white middle class. Hey, just asking questions, but wasn't it so much better when welfare programs were going to white people? Or, as the ontologically evil Ronald Reagan put it,
in 1964, the famous war on poverty was declared. Then a funny thing happened. Poverty, as measured by dependency, stopped shrinking and then actually began to grow worse. I guess you could say poverty won the war. Poverty won in part because instead of helping the poor, government programs ruptured the bonds holding poor families together.
Except that's not true. Poverty was decreasing up until the 1970s. Economic stagnation was a global phenomenon. You can't attribute it to any singular domestic policy. Ronald Wilson Reagan, 3 names, 6 letters each, 666. Are you getting it yet? But no matter. The carrot was dangled. Americans blamed their suffering on what was characterized as the undeserving poor, as the often non-white social parasites destroying American excellence. Social safety nets were cut and inequality shot up. On the surface, proponents of neoliberalism seek to maximize human freedom through free markets. So instead of using the government to organize society and the economy, neoliberals think that the economy should take care of most things. What does that look like in practice? Well, let's check up on the late 20th century. Austerity replaced public investment, unions were kneecapped, economic inequality skyrocketed. Unfettered capitalism isn't just a political or economic ideology, there's an underlying moral project here. Capitalism assumes that conflict is natural and inevitable, which, fair enough. Maybe conflict is just part of human nature, whatever that is. But is all conflict really inevitable? Is it natural and inevitable that there's an enormous wealth disparity between white and black families in the United States? Is it natural and inevitable that 30% of Americans skip medical appointments because they're too expensive? Or could it actually be that some conflicts are the products of exploitative systems and individuals, none of which are natural and inevitable, but in fact artificial and preventable? When capitalism has us by the balls, corporations have to maintain the illusion that everything is fine. They want their workers to get along and to not be racist to each other, at least on company time. So corporate entities have enlisted a class of mostly well-meaning people forced to reconcile social justice with corporate interests. This is the origin of what we call woke, the DEI, the PC, and other offshoots of neoliberal morality. This very calculated, unchallenging notion of social justice that doesn't actually seek to change anything. Charlie Kirk spent much of his career critiquing this thing that we call wokeness. Most of the time, wokeness is just the buzzword conservatives use when they're mad that there's more than one person of color in a movie, but there is some truth to the idea that neoliberal society gives rise to this joyless corporate morality of artificial inclusion.
Where is an intellectual liberal that's able to generate enthusiasm? I mean, they have professors, like, great, okay, you can go listen to nonsense from overly educated elitist academics. They have no cultural ethos at all.
There's a nugget of truth there. A pure free market ideology makes it seem as if economic conflict and its products, like inequality and exploitation, are just natural and inevitable. Meanwhile, public-facing corporate culture tells us that all social conflict must be managed by some faceless bureaucratic entity.
The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one.
We feel powerless to do anything, and we don't have a stake in society or any voice in creating culture. This is the type of frustration that people like Charlie Kirk feed upon, even as his party offers no solutions.
Like, imagine your name is Ken. Your town's been hollowed out from offshoring and deindustrialization, the factory closed, the union vanished, stable jobs were replaced by temp work. No one ever really explained why. They just told you to adapt, to be positive. Your company started putting up these posters telling you to say the right words, ignore differences, to see the company as one big happy family. But now your family is cutting your hours. Your health premiums are going up. Your coworkers, your friends, were just replaced by people who don't speak your language. You don't know how to talk to them. It doesn't feel like a family anymore. There's a man on the TV. He doesn't tell you to adapt or to use the right words. He says that actually things were going just fine until the moment they showed up. And for the first time, someone says what you were too afraid to say out loud. You start to get angry.
We're familiar with this type of anger. The story of Trump is the story about how this type of anger carried Trump to victory in the Rust Belt. But Ken isn't the only one who's angry. A lot of people are angry. But why is it that we hear so much about Ken's anger and not others? There are people like Ken who are black, whose communities have also been destroyed by deindustrialization on top of suburban flight, over-policing, mass incarceration, and Ken's new co-workers are probably more similar to Ken than he thinks. They probably share a lot of Ken's values about God and family. They're trying their best to learn Ken's language, and they at least try to say good morning, but Ken doesn't ever say it back. And just like Ken, they're overworked, underpaid, and alienated. They too are angry, because everyone is angry.
But if someone who disagrees with Ken gets angry, Well, they're violent. They're radical.
They've grown increasingly violent because they understand that they are losing. They're losing a lot of turf.
But if Ken gets angry and storms the Capitol, well, that's just what you get for being so mean.
You can only insult and poke people in the eye for so long until they're going to burst.
Popular anger is the symptom of a society ill-equipped to deal with conflict. When we're told to pretend that identity is just a free-floating surface, just a thing that you have to respect, a consumer group at which to target ads, and not a social force tied to money, power, and history, well, then inevitably that repressed conflict is going to make a return. We can feel that conflict in our bones. And when we're forced to choose between a candidate who denies the existence of conflict altogether,
Donald Trump's dark and divisive vision, he offered a lot of fear and anger. You could listen to that speech and you could think, my goodness, he believes America is in decline.
Or someone who not only acknowledges conflict, but revels in it.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. And it is the enemy from within, and they're very dangerous.
Well, I'm not surprised that millions of Americans made the choice they did. Even though Trumpism offers no solutions and actively hurts the most vulnerable Americans, if he seems to be the only one able to give your anger a name, an identity, then of course people followed him off a cliff. And all Democrats did was deny.
That the hateful language they hear from public figures on TV does not represent the true spirit of this country.
Charlie Kirk wasn't always a fan of Trump. After all, he started his career as one of those conservative neoliberals who worshipped the market. But he also understood that the anger underlying Trump's popularity couldn't simply be ignored. As Kirk wrote in his book, The MAGA Doctrine,
Republicans have been playing the part of hectoring moralists. Trump reversed that, revealing what young conservatives already knew. The future of the Democrat Party is whiners and killjoys. The future of the Republican Party is winners.
So how would Charlie Kirk find a way to win the young? Same way as Trump. Give anger a face and a name. TPUSA's initial public reach wasn't very good. Take their YouTube channel. 10 years later, these early videos still struggled to reach even 5,000 views. But the first video to truly pop off on the Turning Point USA channel was uploaded in 2017. It was titled, Charlie Kirk Destroys Democratic Socialism. It was the first of a familiar format. Kirk standing at a podium, taking a question from an audience member. Kirk responds with a fiery, confident takedown. The debate clip pops off. It gets hundreds of thousands of views. A few months later, they try the format again. Socialist admits their real agenda. Boom. Charlie smashes socialism. Top 5 takedowns of 2017. Boom. 2 million views. Slowly, TPUSA started to understand what worked. Charlie Kirk, taking a question from a college student who frankly isn't super well researched on the topic, Kirk rhetorically maneuvers his way around the question in a way that makes the leftist interlocutor look weak. Why does it work? Well, I don't know, it's cathartic. It's exactly what a young Charlie Kirk would have probably watched. It's everything he always wanted to be. To win the argument, show his power, feel special. Young conservative-minded people watching this content probably felt the same. Even special. Like they're in some cool little club. Charlie's a guy who really gets it. Charlie's smart and unique, just like me. Like a snowflake. Thus began Charlie's career in owning the libs, fanning the flames of conflict, and calling it free speech.
I'm a free speech absolutist, through and through. Aristotle said we are the speaking beings, that our capacity to communicate is who we are.
Huh, the Greeks, huh? Well, if we're gonna get gay about it, we might learn a thing or two from those Greeks, considering that, you know, they invented democracy. Although, can you really trust such an olive-heavy society? In ancient Athenian democracy, parrhesia, sometimes translated as frank or open speech, was a key force in civic life. It's analogous to free speech today, but it's not quite the same. You couldn't just say whatever you wanted or call your enemies pansies for fun. Underlying parrhesia was a set of ethical principles. Political speech is an act of speaking truth to power. For this act to be meaningful, though, the speaker has to be taking on some level of risk. If someone is willing to risk their life for a truth, then they must really believe it, right? And I mean genuine risk. Pundits whose organization is funded by billionaire elites risk very little, which isn't to say that political figures don't get, famously assassinated, but that's the type of risk that's inherent to being any type of public figure at all. The risk we're talking about here is something like getting arrested or murdered by the state. Risk isn't the only thing that's important, though. Being edgy for its own sake is empty. Parrhesia is supposed to be a helpful exercise in political truth. You're supposed to see your interlocutor as a fellow citizen, someone who you hope benefits from your words. True parrhesia appeals to universal political principles, not just to your side. Was that what Charlie was doing when he uploaded a video whose title starts with "Charlie Kirk unloads on woke lib"? Truly powerful political speech must be an earnest exercise in truth. Is it good faith and truth-seeking for Charlie to text his mentor, "Can you please send me quotes from Jefferson or the founders that were negative on Islam, please?" Yes, that's a real text. And no, it's not good faith truth-seeking. He was a person who instrumentalized rhetoric for cultural victory, which is exactly antithetical to why free speech exists in the first place. Charlie believed that speech functioned like a market. A free market.
What we need is a robust marketplace of speech where the best ideas can win.
According to him, if we just channel all of our conflicts into speech, then we can resolve all of society's problems through speech.
It's a very fragile line that we live in. And you know what keeps that line? Do you know what prevents us from going into situations like this? One thing: freedom of speech.
But that doesn't work because it ignores that speech itself is a part of social conflict. It even produces social conflict. What we perceive to be reasonable depends on who's speaking, the context, the tone of their voice, the speed at which they talk, the medium of the message, and of course, whether or not the speaker is a media-trained pundit on a goddamn podium. If you're a liberal or leftist watching this video, a person of color, a non-Christian, an immigrant, even someone who has ever voted for a Democrat, people like Charlie Kirk never wanted to debate you. They wanted you gone. How do I know this? Because I debated Charlie Kirk. In the fall of 2019, I was a freshman at Brown University. In my first semester at Brown, it was announced that Charlie Kirk, the famous conservative commentator, would be paying a visit to the university to give a talk and debate students. It would be the first time that Charlie Kirk had visited an Ivy League university, and for good reason, his last. My friends decided to make shitty protest signs for the night. Here's a picture from the Providence Journal of me and my bud in front of the building where Charlie was about to speak. So I didn't arrive. Providence Journal of me and my bud in front of the building where Charlie was about to speak. So I didn't arrive in time to make my own sign, and as a result, I'm holding literally the most confusing sign ever. It quotes Charlie Kirk in big letters where he once said, "Donald Trump is the most moral president ever," which to us was a self-evidently bad quote, but it just looks like I'm holding up a sign that says, "Donald Trump is the most moral president ever," but whatever. It comes time for the event. Me and my friends wiggle our way to the back of the auditorium. Apparently, the event wasn't being filmed. No cameras or recording devices allowed. It's kind of weird, right? But we didn't think much of it. Charlie comes out on stage. The Brown Republican Club, sitting front and center, goes wild. Charlie starts giving his speech. It wasn't anything earth-shattering, just a collection of stupid talking points. Men shouldn't be in women's sports, abortion is murder, the usual shit that's supposed to rile up college students in 2019. Then came the Q&A portion. We all ran for the opportunity to talk to him. I don't remember all of the specifics of the night, but I do remember my fellow Brown students being, for the most part, sharp, precise, intellectually good faith, put together. Charlie, on the other hand, interrupted students, tried to maneuver the conversation away from the main point, and at some point he started to get frustrated, even flustered. There were points where Charlie even conceded, because as it turns out, when he's talking to people who actually understand what they're talking about, he just flounders.
Then my turn came. I asked Charlie about healthcare. I don't remember much of the specifics, but I remember at some point just going in circles. I kept arguing that, hey, patients don't really have bargaining power in a free market healthcare system because if they don't receive treatment, then they're just going to die. And he said something to the effect of, well, I just think that capitalism promotes innovation and freedom in the medical sector. And I remember thinking, perhaps something that everyone who's been offered a mic at Charlie's events has thought, wow, I'm not really arguing with a person, am I? Is this really what this is? A machine that's supposed to go round and round in circles? An endless ideological performance? It wasn't worth any more breath, to be honest. So I said, thank you, and let the next person ask a question. According to reports from the Brown newspaper and the Providence Journal that night, Charlie's night at Brown was something of a shit show.
During the Q&A, Kirk avoided answering questions by posing another question, or by signaling his staff to move the mic to the next person, Costa said. Someone in the crowd called out, "Show us the same respect we're showing you by listening without interrupting."
And truly, really, us students wanted to hear what he had to say. Charlie's events were never genuine efforts to challenge students' beliefs or an authentic engagement with ideas. And, well, I guess that's kind of obvious. But if there was ever any doubt, this event at Brown, where Charlie finally decided to take a chance at arguing with some of the most academically gifted students in the country, told me everything I needed to know. We were just guinea pigs to him, a test to see whether or not he could actually take the heat. And in the end, he couldn't, and there was probably a part of him that knew this. That's why there weren't cameras. That's why there's barely any evidence that this night even happened. Although I did manage to sneak this shitty recording of him walking off stage. Charlie never spoke at an elite college for years until near the end of his life, when he visited Oxford and Cambridge. You'd think that 6 years later something would have improved, right? We may live in a post-truth world, in part thanks to people like Charlie, but even if truth may never be the same again, lies are always lies.
This doesn't mean that speech is useless. What speech can do is make social conflicts intelligible. Speech can help us understand each other and make ourselves understood. That's a key part of democracy. But if all you're doing is unloading on woke, then you're just laundering your group's interests through the performance of democratic deliberation. Kirk never wanted to facilitate good faith debate between diverse thinkers. Instead, he wanted to push the interests of a particular white conservative identity. My evidence? Well, for one, Turning Point USA is an organization that's full of racists. From the top to the bottom. The former TPUSA National Field Director, Crystal Clanton, once wrote in a text message to another employee stating, and I do apologize for repeating this, "I hate black people like fuck them all, I hate blacks." End of story. Well, I wonder what that could mean. What else did TPUSA do to encourage open debate on college campuses? Fix elections. According to several reports, Republican donors funneled stupid amounts of money into university elections through TPUSA, basically rigging student governments across America by aggressively outspending competition. These free speech warriors also started the Professor Watch List, where any professor critical of the conservative agenda was put on a big public list where they were then targeted for harassment. This is an organization that from its founding has represented the interests of a small minority of elites and the prejudices that benefit them. Despite this, Kirk, at least in his public life, has held firmly onto free market, idealistic American principles, at least at first.
America's just a placeholder for timeless ideas.
Even as his organization represented the interests of specific dominant groups, around this time in 2019, it still, on the surface, professed idealistic universal principles. This wasn't a contradiction unique to TPUSA. It is the contradiction at the heart of 21st century conservatism. How did they reconcile the facade of their colorblind free market principles with the reality of who these principles really benefit? This is the question that broke the right wing, and it all started with this guy. When Trump first rose to power, far-right identitarian groups felt more emboldened than ever, to the point where even self-proclaimed Nazis began showing their faces in public without shame. But when Trump actually took office in 2017 and started implementing policies, far-right extremists weren't very pleased. Why wasn't he ushering the Christian nationalist racial utopia they had been hoping for? In fact, Trump wasn't doing much of anything. His only major legislative feat was cutting taxes for the rich. Global homo was still intact. Charlie Kirk, being a generic neoliberal conservative at the time, didn't see much of a problem with Trump's actions. In fact, he was a Trump fanatic. This got Charlie in trouble with the far right. As the editor of one white nationalist publication wrote,
"We want Donald Trump to do what he said he was going to do. Kirk and all of these other shills have attached themselves to Trump to push a big money corporatist, homosexualist, Zionist, globalist agenda."
At some point, the online world spilled into real life. Fans of the far-right streamer Nick Fuentes, also known as Groypers, crashed Charlie's 2019 tour with explicitly racist questions and other edgelord bait.
How does anal sex help us win the culture war?
Charlie wasn't happy.
You're bringing some very charged language. I'm going to try to calm down the temperature in the room.
At this time, Charlie wasn't a fan of identitarianism, whether from woke identity groups or from white supremacists. That doesn't mean that his ideas didn't actively hurt minorities, but there's a reason that Charlie worked very hard to deny that fact. He believed in a world where ideas, speech, and policies could be separated from the material conflicts that create them. He, at the time, truly believed that America was just an idea, and only an idea. And ideas are for everyone, right?
I find that to be a racist question. I reject the idea behind it. The insinuation of your question is that somehow race and ideology are intertwined together.
But this is stupid because race and ideology are very obviously intertwined. What do you think racism is? Race itself is an ideology of difference and identity. It is a social, political, and symbolic way of organizing the world, otherwise known as an ideology. Charlie didn't understand this because, according to him, speech takes care of our conflicts and markets take care of our speech. At some point, though, the reality sets in. When you watch videos of Charlie dealing with the herd of racist white boys trying to challenge him, rapidly firing off their rehearsed anti-Semitic talking points, I'm reminded of the stories of Charlie as a young boy, debating his teachers. Because maybe speech isn't an effective way of dealing with social conflict. Maybe markets aren't good at picking the best ideas. Maybe the public sphere is the site of conflict. It is where conflicts thrive. It is where new ones are generated and where old ones are re-articulated. Speech makes our conflicts understandable by translating these conflicts into ideas, ideologies, identities. But the worst thing we can do is cede collective control over speech to the dynamics of a market. When those gay-ass Greeks were inventing democracy, they understood that political speech must act as a pact between the speaker and the people. The people have the right to take the right of speech away, to decide when speech is being manipulated, to decide when speech violates ethics, and to decide when speech threatens. Charlie Kirk wasn't always a fan of Trump. After all, he started his career as one of those conservative neoliberals who worshipped the market. But he also understood that the anger underlying Trump's popularity couldn't simply be ignored. As Kirk wrote in his book, The MAGA Doctrine, Republicans have been playing the part of hectoring moralists. Trump reversed that, revealing what young conservatives already knew. The future of the Democrat Party is whiners and killjoys. The future of the Republican Party is winners. So how would Charlie Kirk find a way to win the young? Same way as Trump. Give anger a face and a name. TPUSA's initial public reach wasn't very good. Take their YouTube channel. 10 years later, these early videos still struggled to reach even 5,000 views. But the first video to truly pop off on the Turning Point USA channel was uploaded in 2017. It was titled, Charlie Kirk Destroys Democratic Socialism. It was the first of a familiar format. Kirk standing at a podium, taking a question from an audience member. Kirk responds with a fiery, confident takedown. The debate clip pops off. It gets hundreds of thousands of views. A few months later, they try the format again. Socialist admits their real agenda. Boom. Charlie smashes socialism. Top 5 takedowns of 2017. Boom. 2 million views. Slowly, TPUSA started to understand what worked. Charlie Kirk, taking a question from a college student who frankly isn't super well researched on the topic, Kirk rhetorically maneuvers his way around the question in a way that makes the leftist interlocutor look weak. Why does it work? Well, I don't know, it's cathartic. It's exactly what a young Charlie Kirk would have probably watched. It's everything he always wanted to be. To win the argument, show his power, feel special. Young conservative-minded people watching this content probably felt the same. Even special, like they're in some cool little club. Charlie's a guy who really gets it. Charlie's smart and unique, just like me, like a snowflake. Thus began Charlie's career in owning the libs, fanning the flames of conflict, and calling it free speech.
I'm a free speech absolutist, through and through. Aristotle said we are the speaking beings, that our capacity to communicate is who we are.
Huh, the Greeks, huh? Well, if we're gonna get gay about it, we might learn a thing or two from those Greeks, considering that, you know, they invented democracy. Although, can you really trust such an olive-heavy society? In ancient Athenian democracy, parrhesia, sometimes translated as frank or open speech, was a key force in civic life. It's analogous to free speech today, but it's not quite the same. You couldn't just say whatever you wanted or call your enemies pansies for fun. Underlying parrhesia was a set of ethical principles. Political speech is an act of speaking truth to power. For this act to be meaningful, though, the speaker has to be taking on some level of risk. If someone is willing to risk their life for a truth, then they must really believe it, right? And I mean genuine risk. Pundits whose organization is funded by billionaire elites risk very little, which isn't to say that political figures don't get, you know, famously assassinated, but that's the type of risk that's inherent to being any type of public figure at all. The risk we're talking about here is something like getting arrested or murdered by the state. Risk isn't the only thing that's important, though. Being edgy for its own sake is empty. Parrhesia is supposed to be a helpful exercise in political truth. You're supposed to see your interlocutor as a fellow citizen, someone who you hope benefits from your words. True parrhesia appeals to universal political principles, not just to your side. Was that what Charlie was doing when he uploaded a video whose title starts with "Charlie Kirk unloads on woke lib"? Truly powerful political speech must be an earnest exercise in truth. Is it good faith and truth-seeking for Charlie to text his mentor, "Can you please send me quotes from Jefferson or the founders that were negative on Islam, please?" Yes, that's a real text. And no, it's not good faith truth-seeking. He was a person who instrumentalized rhetoric for cultural victory, which is exactly antithetical to why free speech exists in the first place. Charlie believed that speech functioned like a market. A free market.
What we need is a robust marketplace of speech where the best ideas can win.
According to him, if we just channel all of our conflicts into speech, then we can resolve all of society's problems through speech.
It's a very fragile line that we live in. And you know what keeps that line? Do you know what prevents us from going into situations like this? One thing, freedom of speech.
But that doesn't work because it ignores that speech itself is a part of social conflict. It even produces social conflict. What we perceive to be reasonable depends on who's speaking, the context, the tone of their voice, the speed at which they talk, the medium of the message, and of course, whether or not the speaker is a media-trained pundit on a goddamn podium. If you're a liberal or leftist watching this video, a person of color, a non-Christian, an immigrant, even someone who has ever voted for a Democrat, people like Charlie Kirk never wanted to debate you. They wanted you gone. How do I know this? Because I debated Charlie Kirk. In the fall of 2019, I was a freshman. His organization represented the interests of specific dominant groups. Around this time in 2019, it still, on the surface, professed idealistic universal principles. This wasn't a contradiction unique to TPUSA. It is the contradiction at the heart of 21st century conservatism. How did they reconcile the facade of their colorblind free market principles with the reality of who these principles really benefit? This is the question that broke the right wing. And it all started with this guy. When Trump first rose to power, far-right identitarian groups felt more emboldened than ever, to the point where even self-proclaimed Nazis began showing their faces in public without shame. But when Trump actually took office in 2017 and started implementing policies, far-right extremists weren't very pleased. Why wasn't he ushering the Christian nationalist racial utopia they had been hoping for? In fact, Trump wasn't doing much of anything. His only major legislative feat was cutting taxes for the rich. Globo homo was still intact. Charlie Kirk, being a generic neoliberal conservative at the time, didn't see much of a problem with Trump's actions. In fact, he was a Trump fanatic. This got Charlie in trouble with the far right. As the editor of one white nationalist publication wrote,
"We want Donald Trump to do what he said he was going to do. Kirk and all of these other shills have attached themselves to Trump to push a big money corporatist, homosexualist, Zionist, globalist agenda."
At some point, the online world spilled into real life. Fans of the far-right streamer Nick Fuentes, also known as Groypers, crashed Charlie's 2019 tour with explicitly racist questions and other edgelord bait.
How does anal sex help us win the culture war?
Charlie wasn't happy.
You're bringing some very charged language. I'm going to try to calm down the temperature in the room.
At this time, Charlie wasn't a fan of identitarianism, whether from woke identity groups or from white supremacists. That doesn't mean that his ideas didn't actively hurt minorities, but there's a reason that Charlie worked very hard to deny that fact. He believed in a world where ideas, speech, and policies could be separated from the material conflicts that create them. He, at the time, truly believed that America was just an idea, and only an idea. And ideas are for everyone, right?
I find that to be a racist question. I reject the idea behind it. The insinuation of your question is that somehow race and ideology are intertwined together.
But this is stupid because race and ideology are very obviously intertwined. What do you think racism is? Race itself is an ideology of difference and identity. It is a social, political, and symbolic way of organizing the world, otherwise known as an ideology. Charlie didn't understand this because, according to him, speech takes care of our conflicts and markets take care of our speech. At some point, though, the reality sets in. When you watch videos of Charlie dealing with the herd of racist white boys trying to challenge him, rapidly firing off their rehearsed anti-Semitic talking points, I'm reminded of the stories of Charlie as a young boy, debating his teachers. Because maybe speech isn't an effective way of dealing with social conflict. Maybe markets aren't good at picking the best ideas. Maybe the public sphere is the site of conflict. It is where conflicts thrive. It is where new ones are generated and where old ones are re-articulated. Speech makes our conflicts understandable by translating these conflicts into ideas, ideologies, identities. But the worst thing we can do is cede collective control over speech to the dynamics of a market. When those gay-ass Greeks were inventing democracy, they understood that political speech must act as a pact between the speaker and the people. The people have the right to take the right of speech away, to decide when speech is being manipulated, to decide when speech violates ethics, and to decide when speech threatens democracy. This doesn't mean that a democratic society shouldn't have speech that's challenging, subversive, radical, world-shattering. It means that speech has to be grounded in some democratic ethic. If we submit speech to the logic of a free market, then you're basically killing the possibility of ethical speech. It's the death of democratic accountability, civic life, and truth-telling itself. Markets obfuscate the reality of conflicts. They make accountability obsolete. They make ethics impossible. Charlie Kirk preached that unrestrained speech would bring about peaceful resolution to conflict and struggle as he sits in front of a giant banner that says culture war. Charlie was in the business of conflict, not solving it. And perhaps at one point he genuinely believed in America, the idea, the creed, the principles, but at some point he also realized that ideas only get you so far. There was a culture war going on, and he intended on winning.
On May 25th, 2020, Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd after responding to a report that Floyd had used a counterfeit $20 bill. Multiple bystanders filmed the killing. Nearly 9 minutes of Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck as he pleaded for air, pleaded for his mother, then went silent.
When the footage and information about the case spread online, it ignited the largest protest movement in American history. Tens of millions of Americans took to the streets during the summer of 2020 under the banner of Black Lives Matter, a movement that had existed for years but now exploded into a full-scale racial reckoning amid pandemic, economic collapse, and social unrest. A lot of people fondly or pejoratively remember this time as peak woke, and in some ways that's true. Language around race became more systemic, more historical, and it opened the door for more sophisticated policy approaches. But it was only temporary. This language was immediately absorbed by corporations and institutions, filtered through HR departments, and folded into the same liberal managerial culture that manages everything else shittily. We know the story. DEI became less about political struggle and material change, and more about the regulation of speech, behavior, and tone. But conservatives blew it all out of proportion. Out of this moment came the Republican boogeyman we're stuck with today: wokeness. Charlie Kirk and his fellow conservatives seized the opportunity to invent a new moral panic.
Here's the best way I can describe CRT to you. It's calling everything you don't like racist until you control it.
Now, obviously, this is a bad faith interpretation, but it's doing something rhetorically important. This was the groundwork for a dramatic change in conservative thought. It was at this moment in 2020, at the dawn of one of America's darkest chapters, that something in the conservative imaginary started to shift. Which brings us back to the question, what does it mean to be an American? Is America an idea or a people? Is America good? Is it worth conserving? Around this time, Charlie Kirk and other conservatives began to place these questions at the center of their thought. At first, it was indirect, just the subtext of the story they were about to tell. It began with a central conflict. America is under attack.
American tradition is now being put on the ropes by an unexpected villain.
Who is that villain? Woke.
We need to defeat this woke industrial complex forcibly and quickly, because that will destroy us all. It will destroy us from within quicker than any sort of domestic enemy ever could.
But according to Charlie, what is woke? What do they want?
How did we get to the place that we are in?
Charlie tells us a little story.
Well, put simply, post-1960s liberalism, they realized that to undermine the American nation, conflict is necessary to overflow the nation, not speech. Pitting people against each other. This is a doctrine of conflict politics.
He tells us of an insidious group from the 1960s, radicals who tainted discourse with conflict politics.
Which is rich against poor, man against woman.
And what was their target?
This idea of Western society is actually at the root of their critique.
And now he says these anti-Western radicals have taken over our institutions in a fundamental way.
No, it's the majority of people that run the colleges, that run our government, that run the tech companies.
Ah, yes, billionaires, notoriously the class of left-wing anti-racist radicals. But as silly as Charlie's story is, does he not notice the performative contradiction here? For someone who seems to think that conflict politics is at the root of all of our problems, this sure sounds like conflict politics. Are secret left-wing radicals really the ones undermining our institutions through division? Or might the problem be people like Charlie, the people actually funded by billionaire donors, literally crafting a conflict narrative before our eyes to justify their own political ends? But no, Charlie says that Democrats are the anti-American party. Which is weird because Republicans seem to be the ones who keep saying that America has fallen.
But America is now rapidly becoming an unsafe and, dare I say, more unpleasant place to live.
Meanwhile, Democrats naively preach about American goodness.
America is pretty darn great right now. America's making strides right now.
No, but Charlie is the one who's a patriot, right? Charlie is the one who truly loves America, despite the fact that he is the one arguing that every American institution is beyond saving.
Like, how do you revitalize an institution that's dominated by people who are aiming in the wrong direction?
They're irredeemable.
What is it that he wants to conserve? What is it that he wants to save? Because it's clearly not America.
That America as we know it will shatter into a million different pieces.
And that's why the America question is now central to the conservative imaginary.
The defining issue of the year of our Lord 2025, going into 2026, 2027, on the American right is one that we are totally unprepared for, which is what is in American.
Which brings us to the Great American Horseshoe. Horseshoes are a classic trope in political analysis. It's the idea that extremists on the far left and far right share more in common with each other than with the political center. But the Great American Horseshoe isn't a horseshoe that actually represents reality. It's a representation of how the contemporary right experiences reality, a window into the mind of today's conservatives. Let's break it down. The horseshoe imagines how different groups answer the question, what is America? On one end, we have the far left's answer, not necessarily what leftists would actually answer, but how conservatives perceive how leftists would answer. Are you with me? On the other end, we have the far right's answer. Since this horseshoe represents the right wing's point of view, this would be their actual position. In the middle, we have the liberal view, which can lean left or right. I'd also argue that this is generally the liberal position in reality. Let's start with the libs in the middle. They argue, like Charlie Kirk once did in 2019, that America is an idea. It's the Constitution, it's freedom, liberty, and justice for all. These days, on the right wing, this way of thinking is going out of fashion.
One of the things that you hear people say, even on our side, that you hear people say, is that America is the first creedal nation. Okay? America is an idea.
The right wing pushes back.
But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a common history and a common future.
Today's right wing argues that yeah, America is a people. America does represent the interests of a particular group. And that's good, actually. Now, how do conservatives imagine the left would answer? According to the right, the far left believes that America fundamentally represents an oppressor class, basically white Christian men.
White English-speaking Christian males were taught that they were part of a oppressor class and must atone for their racial discretion.
The insistence that what you see in Western culture is the consequence of a male-dominated, oppressive, self-serving society.
This means the system was set up for the benefit of white people.
They pretend that nobody else exists and that everything revolves around white people.
This caricature of the left is a direct mirror of the right-wing position. The left side of this horseshoe argues that America is a people, and that's bad, actually. The new right wing is in a battle over American peoplehood. They say that America is a people. They believe that the left's main goal is in destroying that people. Let's for now put aside the question of whether this is actually what leftism is about. This perceived conflict is the central conceit of American fascism today. The assertion that America is a people, a historically, culturally, and ethnically specific people, and that people is in opposition to a perceived enemy, the far left and other anti-Western forces.
It will destroy the country.
The right is fighting a defensive civilizational battle against an existential enemy. This is the right wing's 21st century rebellion against the 20th century, against globalism, neoliberalism, and pluralism.
National conservatism is a revolt against this fundamentally post-American ruling class. This revolt from the right is a revolt from the right, but also a revolt within the right. For too long, conservatives were content to serve as the right wing of the regime. They too waged foreign wars in the name of global liberalism and democracy. They too rewrote our trade policies in service of the interests of global capital.
This isn't a fringe ideology or a freaky mutation of conservative thought. This is American conservatism's natural conclusion, a reckoning with what conservatism has always acted upon even as it denied itself. The Great American Horseshoe is American conservatism regaining an awareness of the fact that it has always represented one particular side of a social struggle. This helps us make sense of conservatism's great paradoxes. Like, isn't it weird how old school conservatives wanted to ban gay marriage despite hating big government? Or how they claim to be pro-life, but also cut welfare programs that feed children? Well, it's because these people don't have principles, silly. Conservatives, at least the ones actually involved in political decision-making, have always been primarily concerned with protecting the interests of a specific social class and the hierarchies that benefit those classes. The free market is actually pretty good at maintaining social hierarchies through economic inequality. So, in the 20th century, social conservatives strategically partnered with economic conservatives so that they could both get the outcomes that they wanted. Economic conservatives offered to secure social conservatives the money and power that they wanted. And social conservatives offered economic conservatives a popular culture war narrative. As dark money conservative donor David Koch said in 2014,
I'm a conservative on economic matters, and I'm a social liberal.
But conservative candidates you support, many of them, do not have those views.
Well, that's their problem.
All he cares about is protecting the interests of a dominant group.
I'm really focused intensely on economic and fiscal issues.
Here's the thing, though. A truly free market doesn't always preserve old hierarchies. Its primary aim is growth, self-reproduction, iteration. It doesn't care about your community, your church, your hometown. It will build a McDonald's wherever it wants. While capitalist markets have historically preserved social hierarchies like racism and sexism, these capitalist markets would just as easily destroy them. If traditional ideas suddenly become incompatible with the free market, the market will make a correction. The free market does not care. Billionaire social conservative donors like the Hanleys once believed that capitalism's indifference to hierarchy could be redirected in their favor. But as diversity and non-traditional interests became more popular among consumers, the market adapted. And now that the free market has come to bite conservatism in its own ass, they're throwing a tantrum.
The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one.
Conservatives have come to re-examine themselves, and Charlie Kirk is the prime example. Once upon a time, Charlie Kirk was an unironic neoliberal shill.
Neoliberalism has lifted billions of people out of poverty in Southeast Asia, all over the world.
But later in his life, he abandoned the neoliberal framework he once worshipped.
Kind of Western government collusion that's going to keep the failed project of neoliberalism going.
We believe neoliberalism has been a failed experiment in the modern era.
Because you're bashing neoliberalism, right? Which I totally agree with.
Why? Because it's not convenient anymore. This helps explain a lot. The rise of racialized populism, right-wing authoritarianism, Christian nationalism, all of these seemingly new trends are simply manifestations of something conservatism has always been: the expression of a dominant group's social interests. Do not be fooled by today's right-wing reappropriation of the language of social struggle. These are not populists. The rise of fascism is conservatism's rediscovery of its own truth. If we want to understand why the Republican Party has changed, or I guess not changed, but become more of itself, we have to understand how Charlie changed. Around 2020, as social struggle became central to conservative politics, Kirk underwent a series of profound political changes.
2020 was peak woke, where I was starting to understand that this was a manifestation of a spiritual struggle.
Charlie was always deeply religious, but early in his career, he insisted on keeping religion and politics separate.
Christian conservatives fell for a trap that they really should have rejected, but I think where the line was crossed is in the 60s and 70s and 80s, where we tried to impose those beliefs through government policy.
He unambiguously defended the separation of church and state.
We do have a separation of church and state, and we should support that.
Which makes sense. At the time, he was a classical liberal.
We're not a theocracy. We never have been.
He believed religion and politics represented two fundamentally different spheres of life. But later in his career, Charlie made some new friends. He started hanging with folks like Rob McCoy, a prominent Christian nationalist pastor who sees the Christian church as a political force. McCoy is an advocate of the Seven Mountains Mandate, an extremist movement that believes Christians are commanded to seize control over all spheres of American society. This includes spheres like religion, obviously, but also education, family, media, arts, entertainment, business, and government. They, without exaggeration, seek to establish a Christian theocracy ruled by biblical principles.
We should always try to impact everything for God's purpose. Music, arts, entertainment, business, finance, and yes, even government and civic life.
By 2020, Charlie Kirk had fully embraced the Seven Mountains Mandate and fused it with MAGA doctrine.
If the church does not take its proper role, then the country and the republic
will be gone as we know it.
He framed Trump as a providential figure, uniquely positioned to restore Christian dominance.
Finally, we have a president that understands the 7 mountains of cultural influence.
This shift ended up being good for business. Kirk's turn towards Christian nationalism brought in tens of millions of dollars in donations to TPUSA, aligning Kirk's financial incentives with his religious activism. By then, he had completely abandoned the liberal secular principles he once professed.
Separation of church and state. First of all, that's not in the U.S. Constitution.
Come on, Charlie. It's the First Amendment of the Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Do you think that's just a suggestion? What do you think founding father John Adams meant when he wrote, "The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion"? I don't know. It's one thing to argue that Christianity is central to American culture, or that Christianity influenced the founding fathers, all of which are defensible claims. But no, Charlie argued that America is and always has been a nation for Christians by Christians.
56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. Common law is an outgrowth of the Scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, injury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles. So, and all wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is Leviticus 19, right before the most famous part of Leviticus 19.
My apologies to anyone who knows anything about philosophy or history, as you've surely lost your will to live by now. But we know it doesn't matter because this isn't about truth. He's here to sell a narrative about an America in crisis, about a country he believes will die if it loses the particularity of its people.
One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
This is an argument that feels familiar these days. It follows a classic fascist structure. It starts with naming the identity they seek to protect, whatever particular religion, ethnicity, family structure, whatever. Then they invent a mythic past that ties this identity to national origins. And finally, they frame the present as an emergency that justifies extraordinary action. These aren't Charlie's original thoughts. No, he never had much of those. Someone taught these arguments to him. They gave him these ideas. At the time he started repeating them, Charlie was making some new friends. Behind the scenes, Kirk and other prominent right-wing figures were being mentored by professional ideologues affiliated with a place called the Claremont Institute. Here in this relatively unassuming office center next to a Domino's lies the intellectual headquarters of American fascism. They taught Charlie everything he needed to know. On paper, the Claremont Institute is just another right-wing conservative think tank. But according to Charlie,
It's the intellectual home of the new right.
Claremont is much more than just a think tank. It is the philosophical core of American fascism today. Not that American fascists are intellectually serious in any way, but Claremont's job is in making fascism appear intellectually serious. They make authoritarianism feel historically grounded, morally urgent, and intellectually legitimate. They groom influential figures on the right by teaching them this tight narrative of American decline.
You know, a lot of people don't even know about the Claremont Institute. Like, they have no idea what the Claremont Institute is, and those who know, they know, right?
That's why I'm here.
Claremont has deep ties to Republican power. They've worked with Ron DeSantis, Clarence Thomas, J.D. Vance, tons of Trump administration officials, and a long list of media figures including Christopher Rufo, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, Laura Ingraham, Mark Levin. Guys, the list goes on. And yes, of course, it includes Charlie Kirk. So what's going on with these Claremonters? When Trump first became popular, people believed that he was going to be some temporary blip in world history, that things would eventually get back to normal, that soon enough neoliberalism would be back on schedule to end history. But the Claremont Institute was different. Claremont planted its flag firmly in the Trump camp. They argued that Trump was a symptom of a profound crisis, and perhaps the only cure to that crisis. That argument formally crystallized in an essay published in one of the Claremont Institute's publications. The Flight 93 Election by Michael Anton. The infamous essay frames the 2016 race as a hijacked plane on 9/11 barreling towards destruction.
If you don't try, death is certain. To compound the metaphor, a Hillary Clinton presidency is Russian roulette with a semi-auto. With Trump, at least you can spin the cylinder and take your chances.
The essay went viral, an early sign of the political future to come. And when Trump won the election, Trump rewarded the Claremont Institute for its early loyalty. Michael Anton ended up working for the first Trump administration and remains a MAGA figurehead to this day.
So I see Michael Anton back there. He's the most brilliant.
Since then, Claremont's main purpose has been in providing the Trump administration and Trump's actions with a philosophical grounding. It sounds trivial, but this type of work plays an important part in normalizing fascism. What is the Claremont Institute's overall angle? They themselves say that
the mission of the Claremont Institute is to restore the principles of the American founding to their rightful, preeminent authority in our national life. Those principles include the foundational doctrines of natural rights and natural law found in the Declaration of Independence, the ingenious political science of the Constitution, and the popular constitutionalism or reverence necessary for the maintenance of free government.
Sounds kind of vague. And that's by design. They start from a vague philosophical framework that allows them to justify any policy position they want. Now, we can spend all day showing how tons of Claremont affiliates are fascists or white supremacists, or how they endorse horrific authoritarian policies, and how they have a direct line to the Trump administration, which is all true. But that's not the story that I'm here to tell. That to me feels more like I'm running some sort of freaky carnival sideshow. Wow, look at how unapologetically evil all these people are. Let's live out together. No, let's do something a little different this time. We're here to understand how and why Charlie Kirk believed the things he believed and why his beliefs changed over time. Part of that requires trying to genuinely understand the Claremont Institute and its profound impact on Kirk's political strategy. Even though American fascism has the intellectual depth of an armpit, it's an armpit worth smelling. Do we need deodorant? Or a shower? When Charlie Kirk drove down that tree-lined suburban street, past the Yoshinoya, past the Domino's, and walked through the doors of Claremont Institute to start his Lincoln Fellowship in 2021, they were about to teach him a view of the world that would change his entire life. What Charlie learned at the Claremont Institute was the final nail in the coffin in his transformation from American idealist to American fascist. It is perhaps the most dangerous, most consequential lesson plan in the history of contemporary American politics. And I'm about to give it.
In 1979, four chuds, inspired by their professor Harry V. Jaffa, founded the Claremont Institute in the hopes of preserving his intellectual legacy. Jaffa was an influential conservative political thinker in the 1950s and 60s, known for producing an American version of his own favorite philosopher, Leo Strauss. To understand Claremont and the New Right, we have to understand Strauss. Is reading conservative philosophy a better use of time than jumping in front of a moving train? Well, let's find out. Leo Strauss was a German-American philosopher active in the middle of the 20th century. Ultimately, he was a critic of modernity. He argued that modern values offer no moral or spiritual direction, leading to a type of corrosive nihilism unsustainable in any society. And yeah, whatever. He's not the first or last person to propose the idea that modernity makes us empty and sad, but Strauss was nice enough to offer something of a solution. According to him, the answer to the crisis of modernity lies in classical philosophy, particularly Western classical philosophy. Is this about to be racist? Let's put a pin in that. According to Strauss, Western civilization is great because it is based on a fundamental conflict within itself, the struggle between two types of civilizational wisdoms, Athens and Jerusalem, between philosophical and biblical wisdom, between reason and revelation. On the one hand, the tradition of Athens, rationality, skepticism, observation. On the other hand, Jerusalem, faith, reverence, revelation. So, that's a nice story, Leo, but whether this is a historically or philosophically accurate portrayal of these respective cultures is up to debate. And it is a little weird to just brush aside the influence of Islam on Western culture and classical philosophy, which makes you wonder, is this just Western chauvinism dressed up in philosophical language? Good question. This is part of what makes Strauss so appealing. Like, wouldn't it just be easier if we could find the solution to complex problems in something old and familiar? Something known, yet far away enough to still be mysterious? Let's put a pin in that.
For now, let's think of Strauss's dichotomy here more as two different archetypes of wisdom rather than actual historical things. Rational observation and dedicated faith both have their place in the pursuit of truth. Doesn't all reason to some extent require faith in an external world, a belief in causes and effects? Doesn't all faith require a reasoned evaluation of your practices and in your object of faith? This is a tension that is elegant and interesting. As Strauss saw it, this contrast is inherent to truth and thought itself.
Philosophy and Bible are the alternatives or the antagonists in the drama of the human soul. Each of the two antagonists claims to know or to hold the truth, the decisive truth, the truth regarding the right way of life.
But we have to be careful here because Strauss is making an argument about Western greatness here, which, now I'm just in a fucking minefield, aren't I? Let's just say that we can appreciate what's uniquely valuable about Socrates and Plato and Jesus and rabbinical wisdom and Roman architecture without being weird and racist about it. Can you? But on the conversation of wisdom, Strauss believed that reason and revelation were fundamentally incompatible. You either live your life in the pursuit of knowledge of the good, or you dedicate your life to what you already believe is self-evidently good. You can't have it both ways. This incompatibility isn't necessarily bad, though. Conflict isn't always destructive. It can be generative, too. But not all conflicts can be resolved. And maybe not all conflicts should be. Harry V. Jaffa, the person whom the Claremont Institute is essentially dedicated to, was a Straussian. And even after reading all of Strauss's warnings that, no, you cannot synthesize Athens and Jerusalem. They're incompatible. It's a lost cause. Don't do it. Stop it.
The whole history of the West shows us one attempt after another to achieve a synthesis. But all these syntheses, as far as they could claim to be so, have broken down. The harmony is impossible.
After all of that, Jaffa said, nah. Sorry, Strauss. According to Dr. Jaffa, the West actually has synthesized the conflict between Athens and Jerusalem. And that synthesis is called America.
The unprecedented character of the American founding is that it provided for the coexistence of the claims of reason and of revelation in all their forms, without requiring or permitting any political decisions concerning them. It refused to make unassisted human reason the arbiter of the claims of revelation, and it refused to make revelation the judge of the claims of reason. It is the first regime in Western civilization to do this, and for that reason it is, in its principles or speech, leaving aside the question of its practice or deeds, the best regime.
Surely this time we've done it, Leo. For real this time. In essence, Jaffa packaged American exceptionalism into a new political philosophy. It turned America into a quasi-metaphysical truth, thus providing the potential justification for whatever horrific thing America has done, can do, or will do. Jaffa, his students, and other American Straussians have their fingers all over American conservative thought. They helped Bill Buckley build his National Review. They built the Claremont Institute. They helped George W. Bush kill millions of people. They helped get Trump into the White House, and they made Charlie Kirk into the person he was. What does it mean to govern like a Straussian? Well, as it turns out, Straussians are pretty suspicious of democracy and popular sovereignty. One of Strauss's problematic faves, Plato, once raised the question of whether effective political governance might require politicians to lie sometimes. Scholars have dubbed this idea the noble lie. The people don't always know what's best for them, so sometimes maybe you gotta make shit up, right?
Now, Strauss had a complicated view of noble lies, or rather, he had a complicated and sneaky justification for them. He starts with a premise that is undeniably true.
Because in a way, aren't all governments built on lies? Like, fundamentally, there really is nothing that ties citizens together other than the pure chance of being born at a certain place and a certain time. That's why countries invent national myths, to invent solidarity among citizens. But who invents these myths according to Straussians? Who should invent these myths?
These are legitimate questions, but Straussians offer an answer that leads us down a dangerous path.
According to Straussians, only the elite and wise could ever construct noble lies. Lies so noble that they overcome the inherent myth of nationhood. Strauss didn't wholesale argue that elites should get to lie with reckless abandon, but he didn't exactly say they shouldn't lie. The truly wise would know when and how to lie, and surely they'll know how to construct lies so good that they promote a flourishing society. Surely. And who are the truly wise? Oh, well, Straussians, of course. But the thing about Straussians is that they often depart so greatly from Strauss's own thought that the label Straussian starts to become less of a philosophical commitment and more of the name of an elitist club. As political scientist Ann Norton writes,
there is the story of the Straussians, which is properly two stories. The story of the philosophical lineage of Leo Strauss, and the story of a set of students taking that name, regarded by others and themselves as a chosen set of initiates into a hidden teaching.
To be a Straussian, as the individuals at the Claremont Institute are, is not to actually care about the integrity of Strauss's philosophy. American Straussianism is simply the name of a political strategy. It is the name a group of elitists have given to the idea of political elitism itself. Now, Jaffa had similar ideas to Strauss on noble lies. Neither of them thought that governments should be dominated by something as unstable as one individual person's wisdom or judgment. That easily leads to tyranny. But leaders shouldn't be too truthful either. No. Only the wise can handle the esoteric knowledge required to govern.
Actually,
only the wise would know when to make the final call. According to Jaffa,
the appeal to the right of wisdom is more likely than not to result in tyranny. The essence of the political problem is to combine the necessity for wisdom with the necessity for consent.
The wise can't just do whatever they want. They also have to genuinely convince people of their way. But don't we see a problem here? Who shall decide the wise? Who shall decide the limits on the wise? The other wise? Don't we need standards? Otherwise, the other wise might say otherwise. Will all of this just be self-evident? This Straussian tradition is alive and well in today's Republican Party. The Claremont Institute and its influential Republican associates see themselves as divinely inspired and endlessly wise elites, tasked with producing the noble lies that'll restore America back to its civilizational greatness.
The mission of the Claremont Institute is to save Western civilization.
Do you think these elites are actually wise? Or are they just rich? Because, as it turns out, the Claremont Institute is funded by the same network of dark money conservative billionaire donors we've been talking about this entire video. Coke-backed foundations, oil tycoons, tax-dodging elites. It's the same people, the same story, the same small minority of rich people with unpopular and undemocratic ideas who entrust professional pundits with selling their propaganda. And what's even worse is that they're just such losers.
This Claremont Institute podcast episode on Jaffa is the perfect representation of Claremont's civilizational wisdom. Our hosts, two dudes who have made their midlife crisis into America's problem, one of whom is Michael Anton, Mr. Flight 93 election himself, both of them gushing over their philosophy husband, which is fine. I'd let Pierre Bourdieu teach me about masculine domination any day. But the intellectual circle jerk before us,
as the kids say, based,
is obviously a pathetic attempt from a couple of insipid fascists desperately clinging on to any last bit of relevance by throwing around 4chan internet slang.
Jaffa was pretty based.
They think that they're based. You can't be based.
All to score points with basement-dwelling incels. Meanwhile, half of the comment section is anti-Semitic dog whistles rebuking Jaffa for being Jewish. Wow, it really is the intellectual home of the new right.
Claremont fashions itself as America and Western civilization's last great defense against anti-American forces. They train their right-wing proteges to repeat this narrative endlessly, which is exactly what Charlie did.
You mean Western civilization? The place where reason and revelation met into one?
Wonder where he got that from.
Well, the West is the best blend of reason and revelation. As Harry Jaffa would say, it's the blend of the ideas of Athens and Jerusalem.
Claremont taught Charlie that America is the West's greatest achievement, a sacred synthesis of reason and faith, and that now this great synthesis is under attack from an insidious leftist insurgency.
The Democratic Party has been taken over by its radical wing.
Well, if Claremont says that America is cooked, according to them, the wise elites have to rise up to save it. They seek a mythic leader, one who can gracefully deliver the noble lies that will save the republic.
Trump gives us a chance to preserve the American way of life. Biden likely will be party to its destruction.
Oh, okay. It's up to Trump and the Republicans to save America, to restore its peoplehood, its civilizational progeny. If institutions are compromised, well, I guess they have to fall.
They're irredeemable.
The people must be cleansed. Democracy must be temporarily paused.
I'm not a fan of democracy.
Everything must be burned in the ashes. The right will fashion a new regime. Here we see Christian nationalism, Straussian elitism, and Trumpism collapsing into the same project. American fascism. People like Charlie Kirk learned to stop caring about democracy and to start preparing for its replacement. But surely that's just the worst case scenario, right? Surely their plan is still just a theory, just an inkling of an idea. Surely there's still time, right? The 2020 election was not a normal election. It was not your typical battle over ideas or policy or the usual shit-slinging we've come to expect from American politics. By the time the 2020 election rolled around, MAGA conservatives were pretty much done with liberal democracy, and Charlie Kirk was one of them. Republicans were talking about existential struggle. And if we're talking about existential struggle, then who gives a shit about democratic institutions, right? Don't take my word for it. Here's how the Claremont Institute framed it.
The coming election is not about personality. It's not about policies either. What the election is about is the character of America.
According to Republicans, Democrats are the ones calling for systemic collapse.
Biden now frequently talks about systemic racism. If racism is systemic, then the system must be overturned. This conclusion seems inescapable to me.
Of course, we know Joe Biden and the Democratic Party didn't want to overturn the system. My evidence? Well, he was president and it didn't happen. The only mainstream political party in the US calling for the destruction of institutions are the Republicans.
The country we love has slipped away and we have to get it back.
But it doesn't matter. Noble lie, right? As Charlie Kirk wrote in his 2020 book, The MAGA Doctrine,
to the extent that Trump is the defender and advocate of the United States, he functions as a vessel for Western civilization, which is humanity's best hope of living better than our distant ancestors.
The Claremont Institute understood that if they could make the case that literally all of civilization is on the line, then they could justify anything, even if it meant denying democracy itself. Throughout the 2020 election cycle, Trump teased his unwillingness to concede in any circumstance, and he accused Democrats of planning to steal the election. The stage was set. Then came the election. Biden wins the 2020 election, legitimately. Almost immediately, Trump challenges the results.
This is a fraud on the American public. Frankly, we did win this election.
First, deny, deny, deny. Confuse the system, flood it with accusations, lawsuits, anything to stall the election. And Trump wasn't going into this alone. Behind him was a plan, a scheme masterminded by none other than senior board member of the Claremont Institute, John Eastman. Yep, the Claremont Institute did this too. John had a cute idea, essentially the legal equivalent of throwing shit at them. I cannot overstate how insane and illegal their plan was. Probably as illegal as the Trantifa headquarters me and my buddy are building. Let's actually pull up the diagram. To understand why Trump's plan was mind-bendingly illegal, it helps to understand a bit about American elections, which, I know, I'd also rather submerge myself in corrosive acid.
Americans have this complicated situationship with something called the Electoral College. Essentially, once the American people vote for the president, then a bunch of other people, called electors, do the actual voting on behalf of the states that they represent. Under normal circumstances, this all looks really stupid and boring. Each state certifies its election results, appoints its official slate of electors, those electors meet in December to cast their votes, those votes are sent to Congress, and then they're counted and certified. But apparently that's the myth of consensual democracy. Isn't there a boomer pedophile you forgot to ask? Donald Trump wasn't happy with the results of the election. Unfortunately, instead of killing himself, Trump decided to overturn the election. For this, he enlisted the help of the now disgraced lawyer, John Eastman. Divorced Indiana Jones came up with a fascinating legal theory based on a loophole overlooked by constitutional scholars for centuries: making shit up. In states where Biden unequivocally won, Trump's team would send fake votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. That's not my description, by the way. That's literally a quote from an email written by Trump's team. He just wrote it down. To which another lawyer responded, "Alternative votes is probably a better term than fake votes." Smiley face emoji. Good thinking, Jack. The goal wasn't actually to prove that Trump won. They knew he didn't. The goal was to create enough confusion so that Mike Pence, as vice president, could claim that there was a dispute and either refuse to count certain states' votes or throw the election back to the House of Representatives. How do I know this? Because John Eastman wrote a memo documenting exactly how Trump plans to overthrow the election. Why do they keep writing this shit down? So, by the way, in case it wasn't clear, this was all illegal. And they knew it was illegal. And they kept sending emails saying they knew it was illegal. This doesn't even warrant being called a plot. This is literally just begging people to break the law for them. Like how Trump begged the governor of Georgia to just magically find the exact number of votes he needed to win.
I just want to find 11,780 votes. I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. There's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Oh, okay. So shouldn't these people be in jail?
Yeah, Trump and Eastman were repeatedly told that their scam was unethical, undemocratic, and illegal. Do you know what Eastman's justification was?
We are talking about whether we are going to, as a nation, completely repudiate every one of our founding principles, which is what the modern left wing, which is in control of the Democrat Party, believes. This is an existential threat to the very survivability, not just of our nation, but of the example that our nation, properly understood, provides to the world. That's the stakes. And Trump seems to understand that in a way a lot of Republican establishment types in Washington don't. But at some point, the abuses have become so intolerable that it's not only their right, but their duty to alter or abolish the existing government.
Yep, that's the Claremont Institute's insane philosophy, actively informing the president's coup attempt. You might be wondering, hey, existential threats to the nation kind of imply a lot of violence, right? If we start messing with democracies, isn't that when violence starts happening? If we start implying that elections are stolen even though they aren't, doesn't that provoke violent uprisings? Yeah, I know, right? And that's exactly what White House counsel Eric Hirschman told John Eastman when they were cooking this shit up.
You're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen. And I said, they're not going to tolerate that. He said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said, words to the effect of there's been violence in the history of our country are to protect the democracy or protect the republic.
Oh. Trump, the Claremonters, and other maggots know that the inevitable outcome of their meddling with institutions and democracy would be explosive. And who was there cheering them on? Or actually not just cheering them on, but an active participant. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, once just a generic lib, but now cheering on the end of liberalism itself? Here's him doing just that with John Eastman on his podcast.
There is no escaping this. The only way is through, is defeat, is dismantling. This is an out-of-control administrative state.
Charlie was there, cheering from the sidelines, little by little turning up the temperature, teetering off a ledge, playing with fire.
But we have no choice. They have left us with no choice. They have declared, quote unquote, the Roman Civil War, right? They crossed the Rubicon. So what are we going to do? Just say, well, you know, we're better than this. Man, the system is cracking in front of our eyes.
Testing how far the rhetoric could go, all to justify his own actual coup. Until, well, imagine it's January 2021 for some reason, just for fun. Since November of 2020, the entire conservative media apparatus has been bombarding its followers with misinformation about the election. Recently, Trump had been promoting a rally on January 6th to stop the steal, or, in other words, say it with me, coup the government. Charlie Kirk's own Turning Point Action offered free bus transportation to the rally. Trump tells his followers it's going to be wild. Then the day comes. January 6th, 2021, the culmination of the election scheme. Behind the plan is a legal theory. Trump and Eastman wanted Mike Pence to question the slate of electors using Trump's false electors, with the hopes of sending the election over to Congress and eventually, finally getting to, say it with me, coup the government. But they had to pressure Pence to actually go through with the plan. They needed a show of force. So Trump gathered a crowd of thousands of his followers in front of the Capitol on January 6th and inspired them with the language of peaceful democratic resistance.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean, I don't know how that got in there. Let's play the real clip.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Sorry, my bad. Let's just skip to the part where he says there's going to be a peaceful transfer of power.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's happening.
Let's have trial by combat.
I think you get it. After feeding their supporters a narrative of existential threat for months, this is the moment that they've been waiting for. Charlie Kirk was live streaming that day. He, of course, knew what was going to happen. They all knew what was going to happen.
This week is going to determine the future of our republic.
Naturally, he had his talking points loaded up. First, denounce the violence. Obviously, can't be held liable, right?
Folks have breached the Capitol's security parameters.
Which we do not support, and we completely denounce, and we think it's reprehensible.
In fact, deny that it's your side at all.
Okay? And by the way, we don't even know if these people are conservatives or Trump supporters or what. We don't know who these people are, okay?
Avoid responsibility, but also kind of justify it?
You can only insult and poke people in the eye for so long until they're going to burst. You go after someone's country and you don't give them an explanation and it feels stolen and it feels just fraudulent. How do you think people are going to react?
Ultimately, the election wasn't overturned on January 6th. But it did accomplish one thing. In the aftermath, it became totally politically acceptable to question elections, to question our democracy, actually question democracy itself. And violence? Well,
we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
And let's not forget this. It is Republicans who triggered the violent rhetoric. It is Republicans who first wanted to destroy our institutions, and they got pretty damn close. Give me a single quote from Joe Biden or a mainstream Democrat, not some random-ass TikToker, that is in any way, shape, or form as destructive as what Republicans have been getting away with for the past decade. And this wasn't an accident. This wasn't just the unfortunate and inevitable result of algorithms destroying our minds. No! Our violent and divisive political environment is the direct result of a small minority of elites so self-interested that they have poured billions of dollars into destroying this country. It is the result of the pundits who have stoked the flames of conflict in their direction.
This is how Satan plots and plans and deceives, and he has launched a virus, the woke mind virus, to destroy the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. The demons of the woke.
This is the America that Charlie Kirk created. Conservatives are vultures who feed off American suffering. None of this was inevitable. This was the work of people like Charlie Kirk, the Claremont Institute, Donald Trump, and the billionaires behind them. And don't get me wrong, the neoliberal status quo wasn't working. Something needed to change. But the fact that it took the form of Trumpism, of Christian nationalism, right-wing populism, authoritarianism, those are the results of the deliberate efforts of a tiny group of parasites. So where do we go from here? After losing in 2020, conservative extremists began refining the big conclusion of their narrative. What does that look like? An unabashed pursuit of Christian hegemony, conservative domination, the destruction of social safety nets, and all power to the new vessel of Western civilization, Donald Trump and the new right.
When Trump won the election in 2024, Charlie Kirk was nearly brought to tears. For the past 3 years, TPUSA and other extremist groups have been refining their new vision of authoritarian governance, and this moment promised to bring it all together.
The plan was actually outlined in Project 2025, an effort on the part of dozens of conservative organizations to reimagine presidential power. The overall vision was: replace workers in government institutions with Trump loyalists. Remove as much friction as possible between the executive branch and all the constitutional checks on the president's power. Defund the administrative state, which apparently has been compromised by woke experts.
The everyday American is smarter than you give them credit for. The bad guys, the oligarchs, the Joe Biden group, they believe that the experts are smarter than we even mention, and that the everyday rank and file citizen is dumber than the experts. We believe the wisdom is in the people.
Which, of course, isn't a good faith critique of the limits of political bureaucracy. In reality, Kirk and conservatives today don't really want to decentralize power. They want to privatize power and sell it to their billionaire friends. Now, in 2025, this is exactly what the second Trump administration has done. Strategic budget cuts that weaken our democracy and threaten American lives. Selling the military and surveillance apparatus to AI companies to target Americans. Slashing public health spending and redirecting those funds to unregulated wellness billionaires. Defund and privatize public education to replace it with Christian charter schools. Cutting environmental regulations so that the American oil industry prevails. Let's pause for a moment to appreciate how comically evil this is. They've proposed $1 billion in cuts to federal disaster preparation and response, which directly puts the lives of millions of Americans at risk. As the climate crisis accelerates, these are the types of cuts that will have a lasting impact on American lives. I've actually partnered with Climate Power for this brief section of the video to help track what these cuts actually mean in real life.
Under the Trump administration, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, has lost about a quarter of its full-time staff, including important leadership roles like the head of the Storm Response Center. We've already seen delays in disaster response in places like Texas after deadly floods last year. That is, if disaster response comes at all. Trump is using FEMA aid as a political tool. He denied aid to Democratic states like Maryland and Washington without giving just cause. He threatens to withhold aid during the LA wildfires unless California gave him political concessions.
Funding to Los Angeles because of its sanctuary city policy.
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, and I want to see the water be released.
This administration does not care about American lives. If Trump labels you a political enemy, your life does not matter to him. And, of course, Trump and his elite friends have found a way to financially benefit from all of this. Insurance companies are raising rates and canceling policies in areas facing extreme weather, at the same time that Trump threatens to withhold aid from these communities. So, when disasters hit, vulnerable Americans find themselves without aid and without coverage. And why would Trump do anything to stop this when these same insurance companies have funneled millions of dollars into Trump's campaign? When, for him, disaster is a political opportunity. This country is being held hostage by billionaires and oligarchs who think American lives are just pawns in their political and financial games.
Right-wing elites are destroying all public checks on private power to secure power for themselves, the extremist billionaires that have funded their movement for decades, and anyone else who proves total loyalty. This is how fascism is built. Oh, but according to MAGA, cronyism is the only way to defeat woke or something. Anyways, here's why we need to repeal the Civil Rights Act.
Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
Oh, sorry, is this all undemocratic and technically illegal? Well, no worries. Charlie Kirk has an argument for why the United States isn't actually a democracy.
Myth number one, we are not a democracy, nor should we be. So we are a constitutional republic with a democrat mechanism.
Oh, okay. Wait, but isn't a republic a form of democracy?
A democracy inherently means the centralization of power. A constitutional republic respects the decentralization of power.
Right, exactly. We need to decentralize power. That's why Trump is sending the military into democratic cities.
Federalize Washington, D.C. Bring in the Marines. Call in the Insurrection Act. We need full military occupation of these cities until the crime desists.
How did Charlie get to this point? A man who used to believe in small government, liberty, freedom, decentralization, states' rights, all of that thrown out the window to defend a man who would send the military to coerce private citizens during peacetime? Are you serious?
Once we liberate D.C., you better believe it. Chicago, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Portland, San Francisco. We got a big military.
Are you stupid? By the second Trump administration, Kirk had clearly abandoned all of his principles and even quit his job to swallow Trump's loads full time. It seems the entire Republican Party abandoned its principles. At this point, one has to wonder what vision of America Charlie's conservatism is trying to conserve. If it isn't freedom or liberty or individual rights, then what? The answer lies in the great American horseshoe. They say America isn't an idea, but a people, and a people with enemies. Who exactly is that enemy? Well, at first it was Antifa, illegal immigrants, trans people, far-left radicals, these minority groups who are easy to target. But post-January 6th, something shifted. American voters realized that actually they don't like it when their political leaders try to end democracy. But that's not a problem for conservatives because conservatives have simply stopped caring about being popular. Instead, what if the list of non-Americans just needs to grow? And since they've already built the argument for why enemies to America need to be destroyed at all costs, well then, any action is on the table. Do you think you're safe? Glenn Elmer's Claremont Director of Research wrote in March of 2021.
Fewer are willing to take the next step and accept that most people living in the United States today, certainly more than half, are not Americans in any meaningful sense of the term, who may technically be citizens of the United States, but are no longer, if they ever were, Americans. They do not believe in, live by, or even like the principles, traditions, and ideals that until recently defined America as a nation and as a people. It is not obvious what we should call these citizen aliens, these non-American Americans, but they are something else.
According to conservatives, America is a people. But most people in America, even some citizens, even most citizens, aren't American.
That this is a distinctive moment in time with a distinctive place and a distinctive people. Our shared qualities, our heritage, our values, our manners and customs confer a special and indispensable advantage.
Who do you think conservatives refer to when they say America the people?
I think the people whose ancestors fought in the Civil War have a hell of a lot more claim over America than the people who say they don't belong.
Which side, JD? Which side? The ones who seceded?
What is in American?
Charlie answered this question in the past. He once said that America could be 90% Indian and still be America as long as the Indians were Christian.
If not isn't Indian Christian, is that still America? If it's Christian, yes.
Back in 2021, when someone asked Charlie a question about America being a white or European nation, he dismissed it as so obviously and inherently racist that he wouldn't even entertain the idea.
And so to reject your premise that, oh, how are we going to keep the white status of this? I find that to be a racist question. I reject the idea behind it. I do not think America America should become a white ethno-state as a country. In fact, I think that is a fringe perspective.
But shortly before he died, Charlie walked it all back.
America is a people with shared histories and heritage, culture and values. Most of us still are Christians of European descent.
Decent?
I love this country, and I hate to see what mass migration is doing to it. It's not a racial thing.
Oh, well, okay, as long as it's not a racial thing.
If America is just a passport, then we are just a colony for Earth, a pile of wealth to loot. And that's how Somalis treat it.
Oh, okay.
Mamdani has a U.S. passport. Omar Fatah has a U.S. passport. Ilhan Omar is a member of Congress. Do you consider that to be a fellow American? If America is just a passport, then America is dead.
You know, the people Charlie named here are American citizens, public servants who were elected by their communities. And yet, Kirk at the time didn't think they were Americans because what, Charlie? What do you think, audience? Do you think he'd be saying this about Zoran Mamdani if his name was Kyle? How do you think this is going to end? Even after the violence of January 6th, Charlie Kirk would spend months teasing his viewers with a narrative of civil war, of looming violence, of America divided by a leftist specter he knew didn't really exist. Kirk was creating a monster, fully aware of where his rhetoric was leading.
Some of the emails that I'm getting that are calling for a civil war, where there's people that have emailed me right now and said that they're getting their weapons and they're going in the streets. We are on the road currently in our country right now to, societal dissolution.
In late 2021, a conservative audience member asked Charlie the inevitable question.
At this point, we're living under corporate and medical fascism. This is tyranny. When do we get to use the guns?
Charlie knew that this was a completely predictable question. If conservatives like Charlie had been saying that institutions are irredeemable, that an internal enemy is tearing America apart, then how could Republican voters not reach the obvious conclusion?
Literally, where's the line? How many elections are they going to steal before we kill these people?
So, though Kirk had no problem dismissing and borderline justifying violence at the Capitol, though he undoubtedly understood the consequences of his party's divisive fictions, Kirk knew that disorganized violence, in reality, was a suicidal strategy. For all of Kirk's stupid, reckless lies, he knew when to be careful.
No, stop. Hold on. Now, I'm going to denounce that. I'm going to tell you why. Because you're playing into all their plans, and they're trying to make you do this. That's okay. Just hear me out. They are trying to provoke you and everyone here. They are trying to make you do something that will be violent, that will justify a takeover of your freedoms and liberties, the likes of which we have never seen. We have to be the ones that do not play into the violent aims and ambitions of the other side. They fear, let me say this very clearly, they fear us holding the line with self-control and discipline, taking over school board meetings. They're the ones that are willing to use federal force against us. And I know that people get fired up. We are living under fascism. We are living under this tyranny. But if you think for a second that they're not wanting you to all of a sudden get that next level, know that there's a deeper game at play. Understand the psychological warfare that's being played here. They're trying to animate you. They're trying to get you to do something that then justifies what they actually want to do.
The question is, are we going to take his advice? We all know how Charlie Kirk died, but a lot of people have lied about why. When I watched this clip of Charlie Kirk fighting to speak over his Republican audience, cheering on the threat of violence...
No, hold on. No, stop. Hold on.
Does it not become clear who in this country is responsible for turning up the temperature? Republicans created the moment of conflict we live in. They opened up the symbolic space that Democrats spent years trying to repress.
No matter how tough our politics gets, we need to see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. To join forces as Americans, to stop shouting, lower the temperature.
And as much as Charlie tries to paint Democrats as the real fascists, it is of the utmost irony that he predicted with razor precision the Republican reaction to his death.
My great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah.
Immediately after Kirk's passing, the right wing seized the moment to define the newly opened symbolic gap. At Charlie's memorial service, his friends and colleagues didn't offer the usual fond memories that happen at a normal memorial service. They turned the event into a political rally.
We are the storm, and our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome. The light will defeat the dark.
I'm gonna miss you, buddy. Hail victory, protect the homeland, save the West, secure a future for our white children.
You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
Of course they couldn't let the opportunity to exploit a tragedy slide. That's just show business. No, Kirk needed to become a symbol.
He's a martyr for truth and freedom.
They portrayed him as Western civilization itself.
He devoured the ideas that formed the foundation of our civilization. He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person.
Sound familiar? The great conflict of the West, reason and revelation in one person, in one civilizational subject. This memorial is a testament to the success of the Claremont Institute in establishing its narrative deeply within the Republican Party.
That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us.
You know, there have been violent attacks against Democrats. 2 Democratic Minnesota lawmakers were assassinated. Do you know how Trump responded to a question of whether he might call the Minnesota governor in response to that?
I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out.
Did you know that Paul Pelosi, husband to former Democratic Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, was attacked in his home? Huh. And let's see how Mr. Last Defense Against Western Civilization responded to that.
Crazy Nancy Pelosi who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know? And she's against building a wall at our border, even though she has a wall around her house, which obviously didn't do a very good job.
Did you know that Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro had his house set on fire while he and his wife and kids were sleeping in it? Did you know that the FBI arrested 13 men for trying to kidnap the Democratic governor of Michigan? Hey, did you know that the President of the United States incited a riot at the U.S. Capitol and then tried to overturn the election? And did you know that he pardoned all of the rioters? Like all of them, including this guy, and this guy, and this guy. Or did we forget that? Oh, no, but the violence is the radical left's fault.
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime. They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious and they're horrible.
Sure, the Democrats are the ones who need to condemn violence, despite the fact that most of them did, despite the fact that many of them eulogized, no, even praised Kirk for his political life. But it's Democrats who are tearing this country apart.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
Oh, well, I'm sure this isn't the beginning of a crackdown on political dissidents or anything. Everything's fine.
So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer.
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech.
But the right didn't stop at targeting specific commentaries on Kirk. They took the opportunity to create an entire legal framework for targeting political enemies, something that would last beyond the current moment.
We're going to go after the NGO network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence.
We are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
A week after Charlie's death, Trump designates Antifa as a terrorist organization. Now, we know that Antifa isn't an actual organization. Most leftists can barely organize their rooms. But the ambiguity of Antifa is useful. They've codified an internal enemy. Now all they need to do is make the argument. Anyone even slightly critical of Kirk or Republicans or Trump, well, perhaps there's an argument to be made that they're actually Antifa.
NPR, sir. Regarding designating them a terrorist organization, when they don't have defined leadership or membership, how do you target them?
We're going to find out. Did they have anything to do with your network?
Republicans have been waiting years for something like this. If anyone's celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, it's them. This is the perfect excuse to push that civilizational struggle narrative with full force, exactly as Charlie predicted.
They are trying to make you do something that will be violent, that will justify a takeover of your freedoms and liberties, the likes of which we have never seen.
We know these elites don't represent the country, and if we're going to do anything to fight back, then we have to confront the question behind all of this. Who is an American? What is America? I think the country deserves an answer to these questions. It isn't a question that belongs to the left or the right. It is a national question that will determine the future of whatever shape or name America takes next. Liberal capitalism only offers an answer deferred. Trumpism offers an answer so finite that only few will survive it. What answer can the left offer? The crisis didn't begin in 2016. The crisis, the great political theater that defines America, that started in 1776 when America first understood itself as a nation. The crisis is the conflict between its Universalist creed and its oppressive, destructive, and all but universalist actions. Contemporary American fascism feeds off of the crisis by providing a simple answer. It combines a historical narrative with feel-good metaphysical principles. Let's, perhaps naively, take this narrative at face value and evaluate it with facts and logic. Perhaps with a little reason, revelation even. We address 3 of contemporary American fascism's claims. Number 1, Western civilization is superior because it embodies the conflict of Greek wisdom and biblical wisdom, or some other made-up definition of Western civilization. Number 2, America is the highest synthesis of the Western tradition. Number 3, America can only be a vessel for Western greatness if we maintain the greatness and coherence of the American people. Once we've addressed these 3 claims, we'll have a better understanding of how to answer the America question. Let's start with that claim about Western civilization. The term Western civilization is kind of an ambiguous grouping of a lot of different things. Like, sure, we've got Athens and Jerusalem, but what about all those cultures that were eaten up by the Roman Empire? What about the absorption of ancient Egyptian and Levantine culture into Greek culture? That's hundreds of years of a bunch of different cultures eating each other. Charlie often claimed that Islam and wokeism were out to destroy the West.
But the spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life.
Well, there's a few problems with that.
When parts of Western Europe lost direct access to Greek philosophical texts after the fall of Rome, these works continued to circulate, evolve, and be contested elsewhere, especially in the Islamic world, where scholars translated, interpreted, and often argued with Plato and Aristotle for their own intellectual and political purposes. These Islamic philosophical traditions profoundly shaped medieval European thought. There is no Aquinas without Avicenna.
Not to mention that the Islamic world was going through an entire golden age that would deeply influence later Western science. Ever heard of numbers? You know, from math? And what about that other enemy? Marxism. Fine, sure, let's talk about Marxism. It is a video essay after all. Marxism is not going to destroy the West. Western Marxism is a direct product of the Western Enlightenment values that Kirk claims it's out to destroy. Critical theory is a product of the Western critical tradition of philosophical critique.
Comes out of critical theory, which came out of the Frankfurt School.
The Frankfurt School? Okay, well, let's read what Theodore Adorno, the Frankfurt School guy, had to say about his big critique of Western Enlightenment.
It should mean, and can only mean, that we also recognize the wounds which Enlightenment has left behind as the moment where Enlightenment itself betrays its own imperfect character and reveals that it is actually not yet enlightened enough, and it is only by pursuing the principle of enlightenment through to the end that these wounds may perhaps be healed.
Do you know what the actual argument is here? It's that the Enlightenment, you know, the whole Western philosophical movement that promoted reason and ushered in modernity, kind of a big deal. Well, that Enlightenment didn't play out according to plan, according to the Frankfurt School. Too much reason for its own sake eats itself. It leads to an extreme rationalization of human life that essentially falls into fascism, genocide, and war. I'd even go as far as to argue that this is the fundamental claim of what we call wokeism today. This is the lesson of the 20th century that the Frankfurt School and, I guess, wokeism is trying to draw out. And it's something conservatives would agree with if they weren't stupid. Reason without faith is destructive. Faith without reason is blind and unprincipled. Hey, sound familiar? There's your Western synthesis, buddy. Remember the whole Athens and Jerusalem stuff you pretend to care about? Western critique, aka wokeism, aka DEI, Marxism, is literally the culmination of Western civilization. Now let's address the second point, that the American founding is somehow the perfect synthesis of the Western tradition. So in one sense, this is partially true, like the founding fathers envisioned America as a country that would embody Western Enlightenment principles. Now, there are a lot of good Western Enlightenment principles. A lot of them are pretty inspiring. They inspired tons of revolutions like the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, a ton of social movements. Alexander Hamilton said it pretty well in Federalist No. 1.
It has been frequently remarked that it seems to have been reserved to the people of this country, by their conduct and example, to decide the important question whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force.
That was, at the time, a pretty unique and radical idea. The idea that it's possible to create a government by choice rather than by force or conquest or heritage. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that America wasn't established by force or conquest. We know it was. But just for a second, we can appreciate the underlying idea. Anyone who believes in social justice has to believe that it is possible for a people to choose and deliberately establish a just, consensual, and free society. There's a lot to love in America's founding documents. All men, oops, already fumbled. America canceled? All people are created equal, endowed with inalienable rights. That's not so bad, honestly. And that's why generations of American activists continue to quote the Declaration of Independence. Sure, we can acknowledge that America from the beginning has betrayed its founding principles. Definitely. Most of the founding fathers were well-off, property-owning white males, many of whom literally owned enslaved people. American wealth was built by enslaved labor and through the genocide of indigenous people. This is literally just the reality of history. So should we concede that the American founding is simply the project of an elite, wealthy minority and that it is thus fundamentally tainted by those interests? Is America really a people? No, because the American founding does not belong to the founders. The American founding did not happen in the moment when a bunch of white guys came together to debate and sign documents. The land we call colonial America contained a diverse population of indigenous peoples, free and enslaved black people, immigrants, a marginalized working class. The American Revolution didn't start with the Declaration of Independence. It began with scattered riots, protests, uprisings. Who do you think were the first people to riot in the name of liberty? These guys? Absolutely not. The first death of the American Revolution was that of Crispus Attucks, a man of mixed black and indigenous ancestry, a working class sailor who died throwing a piece of wood at a British soldier during the Boston Massacre. Even the writing of the Constitution was a bitter battle over class interests, not some grand civilizational document. You think the Constitution was simply birthed out of the genius minds of a few dudes in wigs? No, the writing of the Constitution happened when Shays' Rebellion scared wealthy creditors into realizing that ordinary people could shut down the government. It happened when popular assemblies voted for debt relief, causing elites to panic at the prospect of democracy. The Bill of Rights, you know, the thing with all the freedom of speech and religion and stuff, only existed because of the popular pressure at the time. America has never belonged to the elite. Nor is it some perfectly planned project perpetuating pure Enlightenment principles. Preposterous. The American founding is a story of real material social conflict. Conflict has always been at the root of this country. It has been a long and bitter struggle between actual living people. That is neither a sign of its greatness or some mortal sin. It is simply a testament to the unstoppable force of history. Which brings me to the final claim in the fascist narrative. The claim that America can only be a vessel for Western greatness if we maintain the greatness and coherence of the American people. For fascists, America isn't an idea, it's a people. Their people. But how should we respond? Do we maintain that America is simply an idea? No. If we return to pure idealism, we risk denying the centrality of social struggle in American life and repeating the mistakes of neoliberalism. To understand how we answer this question, we have to look at another key influence on American fascism today: Carl Schmitt.
Schmitt was a German conservative thinker and critic of liberalism active in the 20s and 30s. So, naturally, he was literally a Nazi. Like, yes, a member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Unsurprisingly, a lot of fascists today love Schmitt, especially associates of the Claremont Institute. How shocking. But what did Carl Schmitt actually believe, besides, literal Nazism? Schmitt argued that all politics fundamentally boils down to the friend and enemy distinction. This is in direct contrast with liberal values. Liberalism promotes a politics of universal humanity, united in the name of egalitarianism. But Schmitt says that this is an impossible ideal. In his view, all politics requires identity categories, some of which are fundamentally incompatible with each other. Any political collective is going to create some definition of what it means to be a part of the people, and also what it means to not be a part of the people. Schmitt never explicitly said that this had to be a racial or ethnic thing. He argued it was possible to build a national identity around a shared ethics or history. But considering that Schmitt was a Nazi, it's easy to see how this thinking ends up justifying fascist hierarchy in some form.
Fascists use this friend-enemy logic to justify the end of politics itself. If politics is the continuous struggle to define the terms of power, fascists seek to close that struggle. They seek to impose one singular, unchanging version of truth and peoplehood. They try to repress social conflicts with religion, racial hierarchy, nationalism. In political theory, democracy is usually defined as a form of government where political sovereignty lies in the people. But fascists argue that political sovereignty lies in some predictable totality: God, tradition, heritage, nature. Conservatism and fascism share that fundamental claim. They pretend that they somehow have access to some complete metaphysical truth, but they don't. Because, prove it. No one has access to the complete truth about God or some other universal truth. Everything humans do collectively, like government, institutions, communities, all of that is the product of human action. Sure, there are some people who think they represent God or that they represent some other totality, but ultimately, those are always human interpretations, human actions. And this is why conservatism is always a self-excluding concept. Totalities are always just people, and democracy is the only form of government that understands this. If whatever God conservatives worship, whether it be the Christian God, the fascist state, the natural order, blood and soil, if all of those things were so true and self-evident, then why do they always seem to use force to impose them? Why do they have to force schools to teach about Jesus?
We have to lead as Christians because what the left is doing is a top-down imposition of an agenda of a Marxist and anti-God and anti-family agenda.
Why are they forcing federal troops into their political opposition's cities? Well, let's hear Charlie Kirk's idiotic and insane justification.
They complain that America itself is authoritarian, so why wouldn't they also think that President Trump's takeover of Chicago is authoritarian? But you have to know what you are aiming at. This is why classical philosophy is so important important in all this. The natural law explains all of this. I have a much more of a biblical Hobbesian view of nature, that God created us good, but there was a fall, and that sin is inherent in our nature, and that we need redemption.
Wait a second, Charlie. Weren't you just criticizing Islam for this doctrine like 5 seconds ago?
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. We as Christians believe in freedom of speech. Islamists do not believe in freedom of speech. What is the ultimate value claim of Christianity? It is truth. In Islam, it is not truth. It's domination, subjugation, conquest. Islam is taking over by force.
And so what President Donald Trump is doing with this National Guard is he's exposing the wretched.
Which is it, guys? Force or truth? Like I said, self-exploding concept. But sure, Christian nationalists are the ones who are the true practitioners of freedom of speech, which is why they're targeting left-wing organizations that criticize Charlie Kirk, deporting people speaking out against the genocide of Palestinians, pressuring to pull funds from universities who don't fall in line, threatening to revoke the licenses of TV stations who say disagreeable things. Should I go on? Are we supposed to just ask for things to go back to normal? Are we going to go back to when liberals and conservatives collaborated to institute a global capitalist order that got us into this shit in the first place? Don't we remember what happened last time? Global inequality, institutional collapse, and yes, Trump himself. In the 1990s, the leftist political theorist Chantal Mouffe actually predicted this predicament. And what foresight, because these days the critique of liberal democracy is looking more relevant than ever. Does this mean that fascists like Carl Schmitt were right? Mouffe argues that maybe Schmitt was onto something. Not about the fascism. Obviously, fascism is horrendous and juvenile, but maybe politics does have an inherent friend and enemy divide, or something like it. Conflict is inherent to any complex society, and liberal democracies offer no real way of dealing with that conflict. As Mouffe wrote in the year 2000,
Schmitt's thought serves as a warning against the dangers of complacency that a triumphant liberalism entails. It should shatter the illusion of all those who believe that the blurring of frontiers between left and right and the steady moralization of political discourse constitute progress in the enlightened march of humanity towards a new world order and a cosmopolitan democracy.
She was right. Liberalism by itself offers empty moralism, directionless compromise, the false promise to end conflict, to end history, and what happened? History came back to bite it in the ass. Democracies always require the creation of an us versus them. After all, how can the state claim to represent the will of the people if we don't know who the people is or what they want? On the other hand, liberalism is a universalist philosophy. There is no particular people in liberalism, only humankind. In a liberal democracy where we combine the two ideas, we get a paradox. In a big old society, not everyone is going to agree on everything. One person might say that they express their individual freedom by roundhouse kicking babies, but the majority might argue that, hey, maybe we shouldn't roundhouse kick babies. Democracies always place limits on individual freedom in the name of maintaining the will of the majority. At the same time, preserving freedom or any other universal right always requires limits on democracy. If most people suddenly want to roundhouse kick babies, but the Constitution states that every human has the right not to be roundhouse kicked, then that sucks for most people. All liberal democracies have this inherent paradox, a fundamentally unresolvable antagonism. But Mouffe argues, well, what if this paradox isn't actually a bad thing? What if democratic conflict isn't destructive but generative? What if openness, the eternal struggle for hegemony, is actually the condition for democratic possibility? Because think about it. If some entity somehow claimed to have solved a conflict, then there wouldn't be a need for democracy anymore, would there? The proposed solution to conflict would replace the democratic process. But that's fascism. That's the imposition of some closed totality. It's easy to be seduced by the idea of a conflict-free society. That's why fascism is so irresistible for a lot of people. But don't be. It doesn't exist. This is why fascism always fails at the functional level. There is no solution to conflict. There is no totality. There will always be antagonism, and no matter how hard we try to deny it, conflict always returns. as a revolution, as a civil war, as uprising, as regime change, as alienation, and the only system capable of contending with all of that, of dealing with our fundamental antagonism, is democracy. But then how do we deal with the democratic paradox? Democracy is not what happens in the moment when consensus is reached. Democracy is not the end of conflict or the resolution of conflict. Democracy is the continuous push and pull of collective conflict, the continuous building of consensus. As Mouffe puts it,
liberal democracy is precisely the recognition of this constitutive gap between the people and its various identifications.
But how does this work exactly? What does that mean? Does that mean we just institute a free market and live and let live? No, that's what neoliberalism tried to do, and it failed horrendously.
The lie of the West, of modernity, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one.
And I agree with Charlie here to some extent. You can't have a functioning society if we're all just doing whatever we want. But Charlie's idea of political authority is extremely weak. Since Charlie's positions are extremely unpopular, his party tries to solve that by imposing itself by force. Authoritarians like him are unable to bring communities together or understand the needs and desires of a people. Democracies are strong because their legitimacy comes from the consent and participation of a politically defined community of people. It requires no imposition, or at least no total imposition. That's what Charlie and Republicans don't understand.
We had what you might consider stability in the previous century, and then it became unstable because moral absolutism was imposed.
Moral absolutism was lost. You see, modernity rose. We started to teach our kids moral relativism, and we got rid of moral absolutes.
This is a false dichotomy. Just because moral standards are not imposed from above does not mean that these standards don't exist. Mouffe argues that to have a thriving democratic society, you can't have a situation where each side considers their political enemies as fundamentally different existential threats. But that doesn't mean we have to get rid of conflict either. She proposes a politics that is agonistic. An agonistic politics is a politics between adversaries. Each side sees the other side as legitimate, as fundamentally human, as sharing the same fundamental principles. The disagreement lies in how we interpret and implement these principles.
The adversary is, in a certain sense, an enemy, but a legitimate enemy with whom there exists a common ground. Adversaries fight against each other, but they do not put into question the legitimacy of their respective positions. They share a common allegiance to the ethico-political principles of liberal democracy. However, they disagree about their meanings and their forms of implementation, and such a disagreement is not one that could be resolved through rational argument, hence the antagonistic element in the relationship.
So yeah, that means that we can't live in a society where most institutions are privatized. Democracies thrive in societies with strong public institutions, strong levels of citizen participation and practice. This only works if we create institutions that encourage citizens to actually participate in politics. Strong educational institutions, a robust civic life, spaces for agonistic public discourse, and importantly, arenas to put these conflicts into actual practice. To make this more concrete, here's a smaller scale example of an adversarial relationship in a political community. In the gay community, there was, and still kind of is, this big debate over marriage equality. Should the gay rights movement focus on the right to marry? Or, in other words, should gay people fight to be included in the institution of marriage, thus potentially expanding and strengthening what that institution has historically represented, in the hope of maybe changing its meaning for the better? Or should gay people stand firmly against the institution of marriage and argue that actually no one should be married because all the institution of marriage does is create a private individualist nuclear family that perpetuates insidious forms of gender domination? Now, you can reasonably be on either side of this argument. But do you notice how the underlying question here is, how can we best promote the flourishing of queer people? Notice how that's different from so many of the political questions today, which ask things more along the lines of, should minorities have rights? Should queer people exist? Democracy doesn't work when groups see each other as existential threats. And if you've been paying attention to this video, We know which side is the one claiming that the other is an existential threat. We know who's been turning up the temperature. We know whose goddamn fault this is. But lest this become an eternal game of Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man, let us finally answer the question initially posed at the beginning of this video. What is an American? For years, both Democrats and Republicans have tried to deny the centrality and necessity of social conflict. Neoliberal bureaucracies pretended that they could manage social conflict by promoting superficial corporate morality. Social conservatives allied with economic conservatives to hide social conflict behind the inherent inequality of the free market. We became afraid of confronting conflict directly. We became afraid of divisiveness and disagreement. Our obsession with ending political conflict threatened to end politics itself. This century has been a moment rich with political possibility. Social conflict has returned to the political imaginary. But instead, the tragedy of our time is that this political moment was seized by the Republican Party. While Democrats denied conflict, conservatives gained a chauvinistic self-awareness of their own place in social conflict. Conservatives identified themselves with the founders, with anti-democratic elitists, with Western civilization, with Judeo-Christian traditions, with what they call the original ethnic stock that they believe constitutes the American essence. Will Democrats ever gain any semblance of self-awareness? Will they find their identity in an American working class, in the democratic spirit of the civil rights movement, gay liberation, the labor movement, or Crispus Attucks? Leftists have always understood politics as the struggle between historically evolving groups. The narrative of social struggle is central to leftism, but the key differentiator between leftism and fascism is that leftism believes, and I mean true, authentic leftism believes, that it is always possible, always necessary to struggle in the name of a universal, to struggle in the name of the people, not a people, but the people, the demos, the subject of democracy itself. This is a struggle that never ends and never begins. It is a struggle that continues in spite of the fact that there will never be a final moment when we once and for all identify who the people exactly are. Democracy, politics, is the history of that definitional process. Democracy without liberalism, or in a more precise sense, without universalism, leads to an aimless, subjectless society. Without universal principles, we're lost. But universalism without democracy leads to fascism. It leads to the institution of one singular definition of human against all others. Radical democracy is this synthesis in practice. It is the material struggle over how we define universal human collectivity. There is an America that is an idea, an evolving interpretation of what it means to institute a government on the principle that humans are born free with inalienable rights. America is also a real living people who struggle for and against that idea, who struggle for and against each other. This is the openness that is poison to fascism. On July 4th, 2025, the New York mayoral candidate, Zoran Mamdani, tweeted an homage to the country he calls his own.
America is beautiful, contradictory, unfinished. I am proud of our country even as we constantly strive to make it better, to protect and deepen our democracy, to fulfill its promise for each and every person who calls it home.
It is this incompleteness, this unfinished project, that is the essence of all social justice. And that's why Zoran's post triggered gay space fascist J.D. Vance.
There is no gratitude in those words. And he dares, on our 249th anniversary, to congratulate it by paying homage to its incompleteness and to its, as he calls it, contradiction. Has he ever looked in the mirror and recognized that he might not be alive were it not for the generosity of a country he dares to insult on its most sacred day? Who the hell does he think that he is?
JD is mad because, as we discussed, fascism requires a false totality. It claims to be the heir to metaphysical wholeness. It cannot reckon with the reality of incompleteness. It denies conflict within itself and projects it onto some perceived outsider. This is how we get people like Charlie Kirk calling Zoran un-American for the crime of believing that America can be better.
The other component of the Mamdani thing is that he's a foreigner. He's obviously not an American.
Dear viewer, I wouldn't blame you for being disillusioned with America. Millions of people have been killed in its name. All I can say is that this is a nation that is not simply a name. It is over 300 million people and counting. It is a people who struggle to be a people. If you are American, then it's likely that your friends are American. Your neighbors are American. Your family is American. And even if they or you don't desire to fit whatever definition of America we could construct, you stand on a land that many people call America, under the jurisdiction of a government that calls itself American, for better or worse. Everyone on Earth, everyone exists on a planet whose very face has been shaped by a nation that calls itself America. The future of democratic politics depends on the ability of citizens to hold public institutions accountable. The moment to do that is now. This country exists. It shapes us. It shapes others. Your personal disavowal of it does not change that if you don't act on it. How is it that MAGA has been able to seize so many of the levers of power we once thought untouchable? Because they understand the most important element of politics today, social struggle. And they wield that understanding in a frightening way. They don't care about norms or ethics. They will abandon any and all beliefs for more power. These are not adversaries. They do not see you as adversaries or legitimate partners in debate. That's over. Enough about going high when they go low. Enough about bridging divides. They were offered that chance, and they have shown us that they don't want to take it. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't do the work in publicly defending our ideas through means like debate, dialogue, and public outreach. I mean, how do you think that the right built such a popular base? They understand how to articulate their interests to the public in a popular political language, even if it's in reality superficial and disingenuous. Even if we disavow the right wing, there's a lot to learn from their strategy. If we have anything to learn from them, it's that we have to care about meeting people where they are, about naming people's anger. And the wonderful thing about having principles is that the left actually offers a solution to people's problems. Affordable and available social services, participatory institutional structures, and a future where millions of people aren't in goddamn camps. In sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois' magnum opus, Black Reconstruction in America, he describes a brief period after the American Civil War where formerly enslaved Black Americans experienced an unprecedented moment of genuine democratic participation. It was real. It was true and struggled for, and it was gone too soon before it was crushed by white supremacist violence. As Du Bois writes, the slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, then moved back again towards slavery. If even after the country's darkest hour, the sun once shined on America and its citizens, however brief, is it not possible that it might shine again?
Hey guys, the video actually isn't over. It's over when I say it's over. So I'm really lucky to be able to call YouTube my full-time job, but the channel often hangs on by a thread. I'm very transparent about how much I make on Patreon, and even though I'm lucky to make anything at all, it puts me in a tough position as I have to balance using this money to pay my bills, pay rent and live, but also fund the videos and keep the main channel videos free for everyone. So if you're in a position to support the channel at all, I would really appreciate you helping make these videos possible by contributing on Patreon. The Patreon is full of exclusive content like video essays you can't find on YouTube, and my podcast, Peer Review, where I talk to other creators. I also host live discussions with my patrons, and recently did a live 2-hour lecture on accelerationism, the recording of which is available to watch right now. And just to be TBH and sincere here, the people on my Patreon tend to be some of the most thoughtful, interesting, and critical people in this whole void we call the online political sphere. So, if you've been looking for a left-wing online space that isn't a cesspool of rage, but that's still entertaining and forward-facing and based, the Patreon community and Discord community honestly give me a lot of hope. You can access the Patreon for as little as $2 a month, which is less than the price of a Taco Bell burrito. And what a shame that is, huh? The videos on my YouTube channel are free to watch, but they aren't free to produce. Well, now that the e-begging is over, I'd like to thank the people who helped with the creation of this video. Thanks to the patrons who helped read the quotes, and of course, my patrons for supporting this channel. Let's shout some of you out. _WR, Owen K, 6 Slugs, a pile of candies in a corner, a silly goose, Adrian, AE, Ahmed Harasik, Aiden Lisandro, Aluri, Alex Cox, Alex Fainstock, Alex French, Alex Moores, Alexander Smallwood, Alexis Adkins, Alnara, Amaranta, Annabelle, Andrea Maurici, Andrea Schreiber, Andrew June, Annika, Aunt Avila, AP Zelos, Arcee, Ari Lord Piru, Ari the Warrior, Armin Ritchie, Arto, Arun Donti, Ash Finn, Ataplease, Adun Elvanis, Ara Vale, Ava Orkut, Avery, B. Doots, Bartolos Flute, Bierik, Beatrice Dahl, Becca B., Benjamin Perry, Bert Spielpenning, Beilua, Big Guy Goon, Bitchy, Bobby Jane Disforges, Brandon Uzumaki, Brenda Macias, Brenna, Brett Medley, Cestmois, Candace H., Captain Mike, Casey, Kat, Kaylin S., C. Schaefer, Celeste Irwin, Chaby, Charles Harrow, Charlie Rose, Cherisher of Cats, Chloe, Chloe Phone, Chris Scalzi, Christopher D., Closeted History, Color.
Most of you are probably losing out on 20% of your stock bill income, so here's how to fix that. This is regarding the outpost operator buffs. So there's 3 different buffs, but the top one does not matter if you are already maxed out like I am. So the middle one is 20% extra bills earned when you do a trade, so down here when you do a trade. And the bottom buff is the one where the outpost itself gets 20% extra production, which is this top number up here. So what you want to do is have the outpost buff, which is the bottom expertise on the operator, up 99% of the time. So when you're like AFK, when you close the game, it's producing 20% more bills for the actual full stock that you can buy from. Then when you come in and actually want to trade in for your stock bills, you change to somebody with the trading buff. In this case, it's Saihi for the middle outpost, and you do your trade. Get the bonus value bills, then you immediately change back when you're done, back to the outpost buff. So you never, well, you will run out still, but it will run out 20% slower basically. Same with the third outpost here. You have to have Perlica. I think she's the only person here with the bottom buff on 99% of the time when you're away. When you come in to do the actual trade, for me, I only have the Pog trading buff and the Alish and the Chen trading buffs. So swap to one of these 3, do the trade, get the bonus from the trade, then you immediately swap back to Perlica, which is the only one that actually has the outpost buff. For the first outpost, if you have Levitain, she covers all 3 already, so you don't really have to change her anytime. If you don't have her, then you can use Antal. He has both the bottom buffs, which means, again, if you're already maxed out and you don't care about the outpost prosperity to level up faster, then you can just keep him on permanently for this without having to swap in and out every time you do the trade. For Wu Ling, everybody gets Wolfguard for free, I think, so, and he has the bottom 2 buffs already. So again, if you don't care about leveling up the outpost prosperity faster, then you just can leave Wolfguard here permanently without having to worry about swapping in and out.
it's already 18k limit. That's great. If it's already 18k limit. It's just stock everything here. To increase the speed just a tiny bit. Здрасте. В одном из своих прошлых видео, точнее вот в этом видео, в самом первом своем по Endfield, я рассказал о всяких фишках, о том, что я узнал, как бы пока качался до 50 левела. Сейчас поиграл еще там определенное время, левел у меня уже вот 53, к примеру, и есть еще о чем поделиться, некоторые еще моментики, разные тоже фишечки. Если вы не видели вот этот видос, смотрите его, для новичков будет очень полезно. Ну а также смотрите это видео, здесь будет тоже много очень полезных фишек, которые сейчас я использую, которые... А также смотрите вы не видели вот этот видос, смотрите его, для новичков будет очень полезно. Ну а также смотрите это видео, здесь будет тоже много очень полезных фишек, которые сейчас я использую, которые всем по-хорошему бы использовать. Начнем с улучшения снаряжения, с его доработки. Большинство кликает просто так любые шмотки сюда, однако здесь есть такая вот небольшая фича, то есть отличное сочетание у шмотки. Если у нее стата больше сейчас того, который вы сюда заливаете, вот, к примеру, у этой сабстат сила шмотки, а вот если я буду это все заливать, у нее как бы тут мейн стат сила. У нее идет вот такой вот дополнительный баф, типа отличное сочетание, значит, что больше шанс того, что она прокнет и у вас раньше заточится, соответственно, ну как бы это намного выгоднее делать с отличным сочетанием, если есть такая возможность на шмоточке. К примеру, я хочу сейчас проточить вот у этой амуниции себе вот тут ловкость, она у нас мейн статом, так что у нее стат самый высокий, но можно найти вот в этих вот шмотках себе здесь ловкость где-то, вот здесь есть ловкость, создаем несколько наборов этого кусочка, и теперь можно уже эту ловкость проточить вот этим самым куском с дополнительным бафом, отличное сочетание, и у нее тут больше будет шанс, что оно должно прокнуть по итогу. Но однако до гаранта дошло. Тоже это все так или иначе рандом, однако шансы все равно более приятные здесь. Возможно, у кого-то будет намного чаще заходить, и кому-то прям поможет сильно. Да, эту фишку вы не поиспользуете, к примеру, там на перчатках или броне, на мейн стате, однако можно это использовать также на саб стате, на различных шмотках, и, соответственно, таким образом увеличивать себе шанс того, что у вас запрокает сабстат быстрее, если вы точите какую-то шмотку таким образом, что будет, в общем-то, профитнее для вашего аккаунта, возможно, меньше рисков потратите. По поводу фарма эссенций. В прошлом ролике я показал, как сами эссенции фармить, куда надо нажимать и так далее. Сейчас хочу рассказать, как именно, то есть можно фармить эссенции сразу на несколько оружий и понимать, что вы там выбили себе какую-то эссенцию на другую пушку. К примеру, вы фармили себе на оружие на ГГ, но вам упала эссенция на клин, а вы там, к примеру, об этом не знали. Как вот узнать об этом, как не допустить того, что вы теряете эту эссенцию. Еще такой моментик, как можно как бы турели еще наставить, они будут очень быстро все это дело убивать, меньше времени тратите. Здесь, соответственно, мы можем при помощи наших разрешений на чеканку выбрать себе до 3 статов, то есть здесь нужно обязательно 3 стата выбрать и какой-то один вот здесь вот стат. Мы, соответственно, это дело можем проверить вот на вот этом вот сайте удобно, потому что в игре пока что это удобно у нас не представлено, но однако вот появился такой сайт, он уже, ему уже что-то больше недели или сколько ему, я точно не знаю, однако сейчас вот им большинство людей пользуются для того, чтобы отсеять эссенции, либо когда вы протачиваете эссенцию, не потерять какую-то нужную другую эссенцию для другой пушки. Как он работает? Вот, допустим, мне нужна пушка на ГГ в игре. У нее ловкость у нас, атака и вот поражение. Это такой баф у нас. Соответственно, мы ставим это здесь поражение, здесь ставим вот ловкость и можем еще выбрать 3 каких-то стата. Каких нам 3 стата выбрать, мы можем вот так вот покликать и посмотреть, какие нам оружия тут добавляются. Если какие-то нам нужные, интересные. Получается, что если мы сюда нажимаем на интеллект и основной показатель, у нас больше всего оружий, каких-либо полезных для нас. Получается, что вот это вот мы должны фармить. Основной показатель и интеллект. Ставим здесь, получается, там интеллект, основной показатель. Когда мы будем ходить это дело фармить, теперь нам может выпасть уже эссенция идеальная и на каннибала, допустим, и вот на сигну Арделии, для ГГ, для БПшных 2 оружий, на Левотейн и на Ивону, плюс для еще одного хорошего пистолета на Ивону. Таким образом, пока я фармил себе вот этот вот меч, я себе зафармил несколько эссенций дополнительно на клин. И я это сразу как бы узнал, их залочил, чтобы их не потерять с помощью вот этого вот сайтика. Вы также либо когда она вам сразу падает, либо при поточке ставите вот эти статы. К примеру, вот воля, физурон, поражение. Здесь вы берете себе, ставите воля, там, физурон, поражение. Это подойдет вот на вот эту вот пушку. Я ее там тоже себе залочил, не знаю зачем. Может быть, когда-нибудь поставлю на эту пушку, если она кому-нибудь нужна будет. Вот, соответственно, эта эссенция. Повторки я разобрал. Это у нас основной показатель на клин плюс криты. Здесь также ставите себе криты. И вот это поражение. Вот он. У нас клин, соответственно, появляется здесь. Вот и таким образом, когда протачиваете что-то тоже, берете, нажимаете на эту эссенцию, видите ее статы, можно ее быстро проверить, подходит ли она для чего-нибудь. Урон искусств, сумерки. Вот, к примеру, подходит вот для вот этой пушки. То есть, хорошим бы там засейвить, допустим, для этого дела, на всякий случай. Вот так вот как-то вы и рассуждаете. Дальше я хотел бы еще рассказать про вот этот вот магазинчик, магазин кредитов. Соответственно, здесь у нас есть валюта такая специальная. Мы ее обычно получаем, если кликаем вот сюда, вот там ее дают. Раз в день 300. Здесь, соответственно, там можем обновить. Там может повести, к примеру, вот повезло, да, что-то выпало. Может здесь выпасть валюта для пушки, также валюта для того, чтобы крутить баннер. Это дело вы тут кликаете, и вам что-то падает. Вот, к примеру, валюта еще для круток баннера выпала. Но мне там не хватает. Как можно еще, кроме того, как кликнуть здесь, заработать эту, соответственно, валюту? Во-первых, можно сделать вот эти вот заказы на доставку. Берете здесь что-то, либо ищете для улина, если вы хотите именно улина сделать заказы. И вот здесь получаете по 30 за каждую. Соответственно, это первый вариант. Вообще у нас много вариантов, как можно получить эту валюту. Можно ее получить еще за обмен вот, соответственно, вот этими зацепками, так называемыми, корабле. Проходите, соответственно, сюда. Здесь у нас, соответственно, вот зацепки, которые добывают наши работнички, соответственно. Можем получить, если все соберем, тут 400, плюс за каждую там по 20, которые мы лутаем. Плюс нам кто-то может тут ее подарить. Мы, соответственно, можем, если отправляем другу, также залутать плюс 40 вот этой вот валюты дополнительно. Есть еще способ, как можно получить эту валюту. Соответственно, мы заходим в свой френд-лист, нажимаем у друзей на вот эту вот кнопочку. Здесь у нас пишет, в каких отсеках там можно помочь другу. Можно этим пользоваться таким образом, если вам нужен какой-то редкий ресурс, можно искать друзей вот таким зеленым значком. Значит, ему нужна помощь в специальном отсеке, который дает редкий ресурс, и вы на него, когда кликаете, оно вам должно дать редкий ресурсик. Вот, соответственно, сюда нажимаете, и здесь можно покликать подругу, вот нажимаем ему отсек, и мне дали вот эта вот семечка, да, этого редкого ресурсика. И таким образом вот я прокликал одного друга, у меня получилось плюс 80 этих монеток. Также можем зайти к кому-нибудь еще, допустим, к следующему кому-нибудь. У вас есть определенное количество, 5 штук в день можно таким образом накликать. Берете, помогаете другу и получаете плюс 20 здесь. Также есть, друзья, вот с таким вот желтым значком. Это у нас помощь другу в обмене зацепками. За них дополнительно дают плюс 50, когда вы кликаете это дело. Можно максимум сделать также здесь 5 обменов этой валюты. И вы получаете плюс 50 за каждую. Прокликиваете таких друзей, если они у вас есть. Повезло тем, у кого есть друзья, у кого нет, соболезную. Таким образом, то есть делаем все 5 раз, поэтому и надо забивать свой френд-лист по максимуму. Вот, все, соответственно, последний был сейчас. Все у меня по нулям здесь. Больше нельзя получить в основном никак эти кредиты. Это основные такие способы, с которых можно прям лутать как бы большими вот количествами. Остальные способы это уже такие. Один из таких способов это когда у вас какие-то цены высокие в товарах с эластичным спросом и к вам приходят, начинают у вас здесь обменивать все это дело. Вам дополнительно за это тоже дается какие-то кредиты вот эти, какая-то валюта. Но в основном это работает вот таким образом. Вот если вам кто-то из друзей, там, допустим, помог, вы потом можете также нажать «Использовать помощь» сверху. и у вас что-то там, допустим, произведется, либо ускорится производство. И вот сделав такие вот как бы простые действия, у меня получилось здесь уже плюс 600, хотя мне не хватало даже 200, чтобы вот это вот дело выкупить. Теперь можно еще раз даже сюда кликнуть, за 200 уже можно не кликать, потому что уже ничего не останется. Можно в целом вот это вот оставить на завтра, либо забрать себе какие-то ресики отсюда, дешевые вот эти вот 75%. Но я оставлю вот это, потому что оно не сбрасывается, до 300 копится, можно это дело таким образом оставить. Следующая фишка у нас, которую нужно использовать, у нас связана с аванпостами, соответственно, жмякаем аванпост. Если вы качаете левел аванпоста, либо если вы обмениваетесь с ним ресурсами, или он у вас просто стоит и накапливает ресурсы, вам нужен тот или иной навык от аванпоста. Герой, который дает все вот это вот дело, он, конечно, лучше всех здесь работает, однако этот герой есть не у всех, допустим. К примеру, вот у меня на втором аванпосте инфрастанции сейчас стоит не очень хороший оперативник для того, чтобы накапливать облигации. Возможно, я вчера его забыл поменять. С этим оперативником, к примеру, Сайхи у нас сейчас баф идет на то, чтобы мы через торговлю облигаций удваивали. С ней нужно именно обменивать. Когда вы обмениваете с этим бафом, вы получаете дополнительно себе бонус. Вот у нас такой вот бонус получается. Когда вы уже с аванпостом обменялись ресурсами, и у вас он стоит, просто накапливает уже новые ресурсы, вам лучше нажать на оперативников и выбрать того, у кого есть у нас последний баф, который увеличивает заработанные аванпостом облигации. То есть у него накапливаться будут облигации быстрее за счет вот этого последнего бафа. То есть если вы куда-то уходите, там спать и так далее, можно вот этот вот баф активировать. Потом, когда будете обмениваться, берете опять, нажимаете, к примеру, вот на втором аванпосте, например, Сайхи, и обмениваете быстрым, опять ставите чень, к примеру. На третьем аванпосте у нас тут то же самое. Накапливает, к примеру, у нас больше всего сейчас здесь у нас с бафом реджиметрия искусства последние. У нас вот несколько героев имеются таких. К примеру, вот у всех есть Перлика. С Перликой мы тут накапливаем этот баф. Если мы хотим обменяться, нам нужен вот этот вот второй баф. Мы смотрим, у кого есть этот второй баф. Он есть у нас, к примеру, вот у Алиша. Также вот он есть у нас у пограничника, этот второй баф. Назначаем этого героя и уже можем обменять ресурсы с аванпостом. Вам даст бонус дополнительный. Дальше обратно ставим того, кто будет у вас накапливать больше ресурсов. И все, соответственно, таким образом по-хорошему бы обменивать ресурсами с аванпостом. Есть еще один такой достаточно неочевидный момент, возможно, для некоторых. Когда вы ходите в данж первый раз, у вас его игра предлагает проходить с первого уровня, если вы до этого не заходили. Однако, если вы уже раскачались, вам выгоднее проходить там последние уровни, которые вы можете на данный момент проходить. Для того, чтобы залутать награды с последних уровней, вам не нужно лутать награды с первых, вы просто его проходите, потом отказываетесь от наград, нажимаете «Выйти», и у вас открывается следующий уровень. Награды забирать не обязательно, и таким образом вы просто открываете все себе уровни, и потом последние вы уже лутаете. Это правило у нас работает для абсолютно разных ресурсов, и для оружия, и для оперативников, и так далее, для всех ресурсов, которые у нас есть. Еще в этом видео я уже затронул, соответственно, склад, вот эту доставку, для того, чтобы зарабатывать кредиты, облигации. Если вам, как и мне, стало уже впадло это дело все носить, то вы можете просто сейчас забирать эту доставку, и несмотря на то, что у нее там есть какой-то процент повреждения, просто можно как бы забить фиг на нее и берем просто тпшимся сюда поближе. Таким образом вы теряете всего 20%, однако там экономите себе кучу времени. Если вам особо сильно прям не нужны эти облигации, можно таким образом это все делать и уже бежите потом себе сдавать намного ближе. Не надо особо много тратить здесь времени. Ну и самое последнее и самое интересное, я считаю, это мы вот сюда вот идем в Улине. Соответственно, место это у нас находится вот здесь вот в окраине пустоши. И здесь есть вот такие вот вьюки. Соответственно, можно их потрогать, чтобы произошло чудо. Вот. Вот так вот. Очень полезно, я считаю. Не забывайте каждый день трогать здесь каждого вьюка. Это прям обязательно нужно делать. Это удобрение нам нужно для того, чтобы на ферме наши растения закидывать дополнительно. Им оно быстрее прорастало. Если вам, кстати, мало одной фермы, то в игре есть еще и вторая. Вторая, она вот находится в Улине. По поводу фермы, если что, я наполовину реально серьезно говорю. Вот эти вот цитромы можно высаживать у себя на ферме, и потом вы с них себе делаете уже расходки, вот эти вот зелененькие, которые регенят именно процентное здоровье, плюс еще дополнительно вот 100, оно регенит у нас раз в секунду, и вот это вот дело работает 6 секунд, соответственно, регенит оно достаточно неплохо, 30% здоровья оно регенит у нас, то в целом очень приятно. Это сейчас плюс-минус одна из самых лучших расходок для того, чтобы хилиться. Вот. Если, кстати, здесь что-то одно собрать, дальше можно просто АФК встать, они все сами сделают. На этом у меня пока по основным фишкам, которые я использую в этой игре, сейчас все. Если вам еще дополнительно что-то нужно, если вы не смотрели вот это видео, можете посмотреть его, там я рассказал о многих, о всяких новичковых фишках и не только. Возможно, вы что-то из них не знаете. Будет полезно, я думаю, посмотреть. Большой достаточно ролик, затронул много тем. Соответственно, вот они все. Если что-то интересного, заходите, смотрите. А на этом у меня на сегодня все. Скоро у нас будет, через 3 часа уже, баннер Гилберты. Всем удачи в крутках и пока.
So there is no reason to recraft them. Protocol stash can hold a lot of stuff. And they don't need to be powered to do that. So, protocol stash. One. Let's. Let's just go like this. Now let's go to design.
If you played Genshin recently, you'll know that the Traveler received quite a bit of love from the developers, getting a free new skin on top of several stat and mechanic buffs. In this video, I'll be going over these changes as well as other changes you might not know about with the new Traveler. As a note for anyone watching this, I am planning on doing an additional Traveler video pretty soon where I'll try to clear Abyss with every Traveler element variant. I only have a Pyro Traveler Clearer ready for this video. I didn't put all the Traveler elements in this one because I need at least more time to work on it and get some characters built. So without further ado, let's talk about the Traveler buffs. There are two parts to them: the stat increases Traveler gets after unlocking a new element, and the enhanced elemental charge attack. The stat increases are by far the most game-changing buffs that Traveler received this patch. We got 20% attack, defense, HP, ER, 60 EM, and 10% crit rate. We'll also receive 20% crit damage in the future once Crowd Traveler becomes unlockable. And yes, you receive all of these stats regardless of which element your Traveler is aligned with, though this was bugged initially. This is a lot of substat value Traveler received, and only further increases the damage it could do before, which isn't necessarily a whole lot, I understand, but Traveler DPS could clear Fearless difficulty in Stygian at some point, so yeah. As for the enhanced charge attack, it's kind of a mixed bag. First of all, the cooldown for the attack is 15 seconds for all of them, which generally doesn't match any of Traveler's cooldowns outside of AMC and GOMC burst. Every other cooldown with regards to elemental skills and the other 4 bursts that I didn't mention don't match timing wise whatsoever. Some of the activation conditions are also completely unplayable. I'm looking at you, Pyro MC. What the hell do I need to be able to activate 2 Night Soul bursts every 15 seconds to get this charge attack every rotation, when Pyro MC can't even activate Night Soul burst on their own because they haven't passed the Natlan citizenship test yet. Not like that would matter though, since the cooldown on Night Soul burst is 18 seconds with one character, and in order to get 2 per, you say, I don't know, a 20-second rotation, you need 3 Natlan characters to get the cooldown timer for Night Soul burst down to 9 seconds. Or you just get Shalonen, who is the only character that can activate 2 Night Soul bursts per rotation on her own thanks to her passive. An honorable mention for this depravity is HMC's condition. While HMC can activate the condition on their own, do you really want to stand like a dumbass while you shoot the nerf super soaker towards your enemy? No? Didn't think so. Farina is effectively needed as a result for this to really make any sense to use, and the other 4 elements enhanced charge attack conditions are a bit better. That said, I find it absolutely hilarious they put a 15-second limit on Electro MC's charge attack. Like, are you really going to be able to fire off 3 elemental bursts much faster than 15 seconds? The lowest burst cooldown is 12 seconds anyway, and the only way to get any lower is to have very specific constellations on certain 4-star and 5-star units or spec in Animo Resonance. There are some curious interactions with these enhanced charge attacks though. To clarify, the damage it deals, all increases apply twice, since Traveler's charge attack is a 2-hit attack. For example, in the case of Pyro MC, you get an extra 400% motion value with the enhanced charge attack compared to the normal version because it applies 200% extra value for each hit, and that gets multiplied by 2. Another oddity is that this enhanced charge attack triggers Mistsplitter's effect. Despite the weapon clearly stating it will only give a stack upon an elemental normal attack hitting an enemy, every version of the enhanced charge attack for Traveler will generate a stack on Mistsplitter. This doesn't work for Lo-Fi, as far as I can tell. This is a specific bug only Mistsplitter has. Is it nice? Definitely. It means that all elements can proc the full effect without needing external infusers, whereas before, only half of them were able to do so. Outside of this unintended feature, all the enhanced charge attacks also have some kind of extra effect or trait besides the Pyro one, like the Electro one generating another amulet, or the Dendro one spawning 2 Vine cores that provide additional Dendro application. Speaking of application, the enhanced charge attack has a completely separate ICD from the normal attacks, meaning that you'll likely get a reaction on the first hit of the CA and none on the second. This works a bit differently for AMC given the multiple reaction sources, but otherwise holds true for the other 5 types so far. While doing this ICD testing, I found out something pretty buggy. Pyro Lumine specifically had her ICDs changed while using the C6 conversion. In the past, Traveler had the normal and charge attacks share an ICD timer. This still holds true for Ether, as you can see here. When N2C is performed, the first normal attack and the second hit on the charge attack vaporize. That makes sense because it's following the 3-hit ICD rule, since the 2.5 second CD doesn't apply here due to how quick the attacks come out, at least for the single N2C chain. However, Lumine acts differently. With the C6 Pyro conversion, when the skill is active, instead of the second hit on the charge attack vaping, the first hit vapes instead. This shouldn't be possible if the normal attack and charge attack strings share an ICD timer, which leads me to believe that they no longer share one. I did a test on the dummy in Astra to see the timing of the vapes and got the following. Obviously, this log isn't that readable on its own without parsing through it, so I put some labels on the side here. The combo string I'm doing here is tap E into N2C and 1C spam. On Ether, this guarantees that the second charge attack vaporizes. Here though, as you can see, Lumine vaporizes the second charge attack about half the time, with it alternating every N2C and 1C string. Additionally, the N1 vapes half the time as well. It's pretty clear from this that the normal and charge attack strings have completely separate ICDs. As for what the timer is, it seems like it's every 2.5 seconds / 3 hits for both ICDs based on the log. In case you didn't know, if you meet the hit condition for the ICD, it doesn't reset the initial timer, which is why Lumine can vaporize the first hit on her CA 1.4 seconds after the vaporize on the second hit from the previous N1C string. So what does this mean? Well, it means that Pyro Lumine does even more damage now, provided you have enough Hydro application to maintain a Hydro aura. And you don't have to do this, 0.4, 0.5 second delay between each of your N2C strings. You can just straight up spam your attacks. Even though you don't vaporize the second hit on the charge attack consistently anymore, every time you don't vaporize that hit, you instead vaporize N1 and the first hit of the charge attack, which has a higher total scaling than the second charge attack hit alone. This makes it even harder to use her for melt-based teams, though I like to point out that Pyro MC, independent of which one you chose, overtakes Cryo Aura extremely quickly. This change to Pyro Lumine is also independent of whether or not you have gotten the skin. It's been changed for all accounts with her. That isn't to say Ether didn't get his own specific buffs. Ether's punch attack on his new skin is faster compared to the old skin. This is something Lumine didn't receive, and is potentially useful for Ether to utilize in plunge-based comps, since you can probably get 1 or 2 more out during a Shen Yun buff with the shortened plunge animation timing. Are these things bugs? Perhaps. Will the devs fix them anytime soon? Doubtful. After all, they only recently fixed the passive bug with EMC, so yeah. Thank you to the following individuals who helped out during these tests. I really appreciate you spending your time to test some niche stuff. This pretty much ends off all of the random things I found out with Traveler and their buffs. Even though I'm planning on uploading a Traveler video soon.
Stay alert. This hostile is a significant threat.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina Schulman. I am a political scientist and a university teacher. I currently reside in Berlin since 2022. And today I'm addressing Meta leadership, their CEO Mark Zuckerberg, their policy team and advisory board, because we have a problem. There has been a most alarming pattern that we've been witnessing during last months, when Facebook users living in Russia found their accounts, sometimes accounts of 10 years standing and more, blocked with little explanation and no possibility of appeal, and in some cases permanently deleted.
What's your step?
We believe that the reason for these measures has been certain tweaks in Meta algorithm, who suspect that the frequent use of VPNs and change of IP are the signs of bot-like activity. There's quite tragic irony here, because let me educate you a bit on the legal situation in Russia at the moment. Facebook and Instagram have been blocked by the Russian authorities since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, since spring 2022. In a bit later, Meta itself has been designated an extremist organization, which entails manifold legal consequences, not just severe in themselves, but also constantly evolving, so that the Russian citizens are not aware what exact crime are they committing at the moment. So you cannot publish the symbol of an extremist organization. So the Facebook sign itself is an extremist symbol. Nor can you pay an extremist organization, send money to purchase its services, or place advertisements on this platform, because this means that you are financing an extremist organization, which is a criminal offense, from 3 to 8 years of penal colony, as the case may be. So, those people who are still using Facebook in Russia are using it through VPNs, and even in doing so, they're incurring an uncertain but non-negligible risk. Facebook is not a very popular platform in Russia. However, currently, about 11.5% of monthly digital audience of Russians within Russian Federation are visiting Facebook. Those people who have found their accounts blocked have been, surprisingly, public figures, educators,
Подожди.
Значит, давай сделаем с тобой маршрут таким образом. Сейчас сходим, купим капусту, ты мне поможешь до Жени ее донести.
Может быть, сначала на почту?
И с твоими стрелами будем тащить 3 лотка капусты. И...
А там что, там подмышку или в рюкзак закинуть и все?
И ты один без меня сходишь. Ты мне помоги донести до этой самой.
Мам, я один без тебя потом не схожу.
Ну пошли, можешь еще сделаем.
colleagues from the academia, or just private people who has been using this platform for years, in some case decades, and who have been using it also as a kind of archive, storing their memories, their notes, their essays, pictures of their families on their Facebook account. Now they are faced with a bot whom they can't address, with no possibility of human communication, and they find the work of many years, their memories, and what is perhaps even more precious, the very fabric of their connectivity with the outside world broken, without the possibility of appeal.
And report
I am, as I said, a political scientist and a public speaker. I'm believed to have something of an audience, both inside Russia and abroad. Currently on Facebook I have 180 followers, which is less than on Telegram or on YouTube, but it's a substantial audience. I have this precious blue sign that signifies that I'm meta-verified. So I can address a human. I have this precious privilege of addressing a human worker of Meta if I have any issues. But my colleagues in Russia do not have this privilege and this opportunity. They cannot purchase services from an extremist organization. So what we should request from Meta and from its leadership are, I think, a couple of simple steps. First, and here's political scientist speaking, do not ever delegate final decision-making to robots. Decision-making is the essence of power, and it should belong to humans. Second, if you have an account that has been in place for a few years and that publishes original content rather than just reposting something, then it is a real one. So there should be a meaningful change in the algorithms so that they do not confuse natural and inevitable behavior of users under authoritarian censorship with anything that is bot-like. So using VPN and changing IPs should not be punishable. I should not be the one posting conspiracy theories online. So I will not be saying that Meta is somehow working in friendly unison with Russian censorship services. But it so happens that the digital wall is being built from both sides. Internet is being daily restricted in Russia. YouTube is what they call degraded, that is, it works very slowly and also cannot be used without VPN. Millions of sites have been blocked by Roskomnadzor, Russian censorship service. Mobile internet in cities is being switched off routinely. So internet access requires an effort and a certain degree, I would say a rather high degree, of civic bravery. Connectivity is precious to those whom autocracy seeks to isolate. Those Russians who are, well, of a loyalistic turn would not be using Facebook. They are on other government-approved platforms. But I've been on Facebook since 2010, so have many of my colleagues and friends. What we come for to this platform is not user-friendliness or even convenience. Perhaps you are aware that it's not famous for this. We come there for other people. Platforms consist of people. Technology is there to serve humans, not the other way around. So I'm asking you to address this issue and to stop becoming an instrument of breaking this fragile but important bridge that connects people who still dare to speak write, and think under pressure from violent government, from military censorship, from daily increasing digital restrictions. If I have any audience in the Silicon Valley or in other famed regions that are close to
did you know I love stuff that
the
shines?
decision-making centers of these digital monsters, please help to share this message. This very morning, I've been informed that another colleague, a sociologist, found his profile blocked. It happened to political scientists, therapists, poets, and writers, to just private persons who's been on this platform for years. This is not just a matter of convenience or habit. In the current political environment, this connectivity has become vital. Do not contribute to isolation. Contribute to the unity. Contribute to communication. Connect people rather than disconnect them from each other.
Acquisition.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Who's that? Strange things are going on.
Got it, Edmin. Actually, I was just wondering what took you so long to assign me a task.
short on people here too.
My channel is sponsored by Proton Mail, which means somewhere in the middle of today's video we will hear more from them. If you aren't at least somewhat panicked about what we're talking about today, I can only conclude that you don't know that much about it, which is fair. I spoke about this in my last video, but the world has become an onslaught of information, half of it fake, and staying informed is like a full-time job. And in this particular case, boy, are the powers that be trying to project a very specific image that is required for said powers to succeed. A literal propaganda-fueled machine that must exist for the thing they're telling you is really successful to actually be successful. Welcome to the giant capitalism Ouroboros that's currently running the economy. I call it the AI Boros. To paint a picture of the AI Boros, see this wonderful chart made by Bloomberg back in November. We have Microsoft, Alphabet or Google, Amazon, and Nvidia, the video card manufacturer who's now the biggest company in the world thanks to generative AI. Also bouncing around in here is Sam Altman, the creator of OpenAI's ChatGPT and a giant loser.
Do you use ChatGPT when raising your baby?
I do. I mean, I feel kind of bad about it because we have this like genius level at everything, intelligence, sitting there like waiting to unravel the mysteries of humanity. And I'm like, why does my kid stop dropping his pizza on the floor and laughing? Like,
yeah.
You know? And so I feel like I'm not asking a good enough question, but it is, I cannot imagine having gone through the, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes.
But
every one of the circles that you see here is a company largely American and collectively very intent on beating China in the AI race. The circles reflect company size, and these incestuous arrows indicate cash flow as it relates to AI. And to be clear, I'm not talking about all kinds of AI in this video. I'm really using AI as shorthand. There are many kinds of AI that have been very beneficial to various industries. I'm specifically talking about generative AI and LLMs in this video. Now, to hone in on this beautiful picture, let's take a look at one of the lesser heard of companies that's mixed up in all of this, CoreWeave. The company started as a crypto mining firm and is now a leading provider of infrastructure to AI developers and enterprises. Reductively, they buy up all the GPUs and provide managed access to them via cloud offerings, mostly because these companies don't want to be perpetually building data centers themselves. CoreWeave claims to have generated around $5 billion revenue in 2025. That is basically nothing compared to the debt that they took on to build the data centers. 70% of the money they are making comes from Microsoft, Meta, and OpenAI, again, who are also sharing money between one another, making up most of the rest. Nvidia is, of course, also CoreWeave's primary chip supplier and one of its investors. The Atlantic, who I'm sourcing for this particular part, put this very well. CoreWeave is using Nvidia's money to buy Nvidia's chips and then renting them back to Nvidia. Nvidia is obviously very central to all of this. Unlike some of the other circles on the AI Boros, Nvidia has a lot of money and effectively negligible amount of debt considering their insanely positive cash flow. But in order to keep making said money, they also need to make sure people keep buying the hardware. This is why Nvidia has deals with pretty much everybody else. They invest in these companies with sort of handshake deals in some cases that are not legally mandated, but they're trying to make sure that said companies will continue to exclusively use Nvidia's chips. They're investing in these companies that they need to exist to fund themselves. Of course, mega corporations feed money to each other all the time, but this is a much smaller group with money on a scale we've never really seen before. An extra fun part of this is also that these companies who exist in the AI Boros are actually also actively sabotaging each other while giving each other money. But effectively, the entire US economy is right now dominated by huge streams of money, or promised money, looping at the top of a small number of AI adjacent stocks, which, because of the way the stock market functions, is of course all about expected growth. It is a function of the stock market that you are like giving money to a company in order for them to make things that will generate return for you. You are always funding something that hasn't peaked in popularity yet. It's a bet. In the case of AI, not only does the product they are selling largely not actually exist, but the product they aren't really selling that they are pouring all of this money into is losing insane amounts of money. Bloomberg Intelligence compiled data on the 5 major AI spenders. Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, and Oracle have raised a record of $108 billion in debt combined in 2025, which is more than 3 times the average over the previous 9 years. And a lot of them are using private equity firms that basically incur the debt for the AI Boros so that they can keep those negative numbers off their own sheets, making the companies look healthier than they are. Some of the AI Boros are even using their own acquired chips as collateral to get loans to buy more chips, even though the value of said chips may not hold, considering how incredibly inflated they are. But yeah, basically paying off all of this rapidly incurring debt is currently impossible because they're losing money.
At this point in today's video, hopefully you can agree that having a small few...
OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, is getting huge cash injections, regularly billions and billions and billions of dollars, but losing money anyway because they can't cover their own operational costs. Sam Altman himself admitted that the company is losing money on its 200 monthly pro subscription, which, Jesus Christ, who on earth is paying for that? Due to the costs associated with running the features that it provides. And as they attempt to make models more sophisticated, they cost more to run. Coding the software, hiring the experts to do it, testing it, physically building the facilities, powering and cooling them. It is only getting more expensive. So ChatGPT and OpenAI chase more investment money. They spend more money, they chase more money. They spend more money, they chase more money. They gain none. This is why they're shoving AI into absolutely everything. They need you to depend on it, and they need you to train it. Even Razer is jumping on the AI train, and Razer, of course, also in partnership with NVIDIA. Dude, Google used to be so useful. They genuinely ruined their own website by their absolute insistence on making AI profitable. Like, half of the time Google's AI results are wrong, and even often the sources that it links, like if you click through, don't even say what the AI synopsis said. I actually personally fully believe that Google made their own website worse on purpose so that we can no longer really easily access information across the web that would be interesting, to force us to rely on their often inaccurate AI. As somebody who works in game development, it's particularly interesting to me with that market specifically, like AI being forced into game dev. The sell, which does not yet actually exist, is that generative AI will make game development faster. This no doubt sounds great to corporate execs who translate faster to cheaper, but it doesn't actually solve any problem insofar as market need. The games industry is already making more games than anyone has time to play. Consumers do not have a games aren't coming out fast enough problem. More of them being made faster will not result in more of them being sold. My backlog is literally hundreds of games long. And as I have covered extensively in this video that is on screen right now about the economics of the games industry, the issues facing the games industry recently are not related to gamers not having enough games to buy or fast enough. Actually, AI is causing majority of the problems there too, because investors have just straight up abandoned video games in favor of the AI Boros. But surely the AI Boros is actually working on market solutions that eventually will really change the world, right? That's what we keep being told. The world is going to change forever. They swear you must buy in. They need all of this money. It's only getting better and better, and everyone is giving them billions and billions of dollars, so they must be up to something huge, right? Let's hear from our favorite, Sam Altman. I think there will be incredible other products. There will be crazy new social experiences. There will be like Google Docs style AI workflows that are just way more productive. You'll start to see, you'll have these virtual employees. But the thing I think will be most impactful in that 5 to 10 year time frame is AI will actually discover new science. Wow, what a bunch of fucking nonsense. 10 billion to OpenAI now! Investment education company Investopedia, which is genuinely considered to be one of the leading online financial education websites, has some of my favorite synopses regarding why LLMs and workplace AI agents are worthy of investing. ChatGPT has numerous potential uses. They range from relatively direct chatbot type functions to more obscure applications, and users will likely explore a host of other possible ways to use this technology in the future. Additions include the ability to upload photos for the bot to analyze and real-time language translations. One demonstration of the sophistication of ChatGPT provided by OpenAI includes a prompt that was designed to trick the bot, asking when Christopher Columbus supposedly came to the United States in 2015. ChatGPT's response easily avoided the trap, clarifying that while Columbus did not come to the US in 2015, it can posit some of the ways he may have reacted to his visit if he had. Wow, a host of possible ways to use this technology in the future. You can upload photos for the bot to analyze in real time. It answered a question about Christopher Columbus correctly-ish. Give OpenAI $10 billion right now! But we did recently find out what OpenAI is actually currently working on. A leaked Slack memo written by Sam Altman towards the end of 2025 outlined the areas of improvement he is currently seeking from ChatGPT, including more people behind personalization and improving model behavior in order to ensure people prefer ChatGPT to other LLMs. Basically, 2 points just directly related to manipulating humans into continuing to humanize it or enjoy talking to it. The other focuses were speed, improvements to image generation, and minimizing over refusals, which is basically when it refuses to answer basic questions. These are the tremendous life-changing strides that the company on the receiving end of $500 billion are focusing on. This is the life-changing, can't live without it, money printing machine. All of these tech companies keep writing headlines. The truth is they basically have to find a means to convince corporations that AI is mission critical, rather than a cool feature maybe, or in many cases just actually fucking terrible. They also have to convince the public that using and thus training AI is making their lives easier, when the reality is that in order for it to ever actually be profitable, it would have to replace labor. Like if your workplace is forcing you to use it, they are trying to get you out of it. That is what the entire profitability plan hinges on. They're hoping it will somehow in some way, currently largely banking on NVIDIA's ability to produce magic chips, this AI you're training can replace you and majority of your colleagues. This is a hard one for me to get my head around regarding the normalization of ChatGPT use. Like if you truly believe LLMs are fantastic tools, then you must also acknowledge that using it is you yourself digging your own grave. Any company that is investing in AI and is saying we won't replace humans, it just helps them. Looking at UEA is lying to your face. The only reason for them to invest is that they expect to be able to replace human costs with hopefully cheaper AI data center costs just as soon as NVIDIA produces these magic human-eating chips and things somehow get cheaper. Something I realized while editing that I should add some context for here. The reason all of these companies shifted to AI so fast and so aggressively is not because they actually believe that this will happen. The tech industry has been run by the stock market rather than by actual consumers for the last 2 decades, and the potential for exponential growth the stock market requires has dried up in every other avenue. As in, the people running these companies have run out of new and exciting ideas to convince shareholders to gamble on. Zuckerberg even wasted billions on the metaverse, which was also a ploy to convince shareholders the world is going to change if you could just get enough money for that one thing. Just come on, the money. It's the exact same thing that just happened with NFTs and Web3 coming from the exact same groups of people. None of them really believe any of this is going to work. They always just have to sell you on that it will so that they can get the investment money and they can get the interest of the stock market. The craziest thing about this to me is that even if it did work, it'd tank the economy anyway. Our economic system / society is not at all set up to be supported by a largely jobless population. So it either doesn't work and it tanks the economy, or it does work and it tanks the economy. Hilariously, an MIT study found that 95% of organizations using AI in the workforce have found zero return on their investments thus far. Stanford and Harvard found that companies using AI in the workforce or forcing AI in the workforce are actually in line for millions of dollars lost each year in productivity because the work they produce, which is known as work slop, is of significantly lesser quality than human-generated professional content. It might be the opposite of a needed service, it's slop. Again, fixing this problem is the multi-trillion-dollar issue. I mean, direct-to-consumer avenues certainly aren't working. Sora, the AI video generating app that belongs to OpenAI, made huge headlines when it released and briefly hit #1 on the App Store, touted to change the film industry forever. But these same companies decline to mention that it has already dropped below the top curve. ChatGPT is actually declining in usage too. New user growth for the ChatGPT app slowed in September 25, and average time spent on the app and average session counts declined by 20%. It still has millions of downloads to be clear, and a lot of fucking people are using it, but because stock market, if the growth is not exponential, the thing is failing. More than 440 million people pay for Microsoft 365, but at least in August 2025, only 8 million of those were actually paying for Copilot. And that's before Australia's Consumer Commission has sued Microsoft for tricking 2.7 million Australians into buying Copilot by purposely obfuscating that there was a free version. This is something you only do if you can't find a way to sell a product because it doesn't provide any actually needed service. Now, some of this investment is also, funnily enough, not actually happening. The NVIDIA agrees to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI part hasn't actually happened. It was reported across the board as though it was already a done deal, but NVIDIA's actual language was, we entered into a letter of intent with an opportunity to invest in OpenAI. This means next to nothing. A letter of intent is a real thing. I've dealt with those in business deals many times lately, but when those are drafted, I've never seen them say with opportunity to invest before. That is really specific language that gives you a hell of a means to opt out if you change your mind. I also want to add that even though this money isn't changing hands, because the financial advisement media keeps reporting on it like it's all incredibly impressive, it actually is having an impact on the stock market. Like, AI Boros stocks have jumped because they said they were building a new data center, for example, even though there was no elaboration on how or where they were getting the chips during the shortage. It's annoying the hell out of me that the media is not reporting on this more accurately as well. I had someone on New Year's Eve talk to me about Tilly Norwood, the fake AI actor. They asked a question like, isn't Hollywood trying really hard to put her in everything? And the answer is no. Completely made up. Tilly Norwood generated garbage headlines from garbage websites along the lines of, the AI actress taking over Hollywood. It's not happening. not a real thing. And I'm not making that up. The creator said this. They never intended nor imagined that Tilly Norwood, the image, would appear in films and TV. They only ever intended for the image to be used in AI-generated content. This AI-generated attempt of a human can't even stay consistent between images, let alone moving picture. No, nobody wants to have to deal with that garbage in actual Hollywood. And also, Jesus Christ, it would be so expensive and such a waste of time to have to accommodate this. Have you seen what happens when someone tries to direct AI?
Oh no, the internet is out.
Oh, what are we gonna do?
I'm scared.
Oh, yeah. Okay, before I talk about the old X-Men thing you just did, performance-wise, tone it all down and definitely don't turn into another person on this one.
Oh no, the internet is out.
Nope, no, I don't want anyone else in the scene. And then also, still huge performance. Tone it down.
Oh no, the internet is out.
Nope, Dad has the first line. Okay, let's try it again. Don't talk over each other.
Oh no, the internet is out.
What are we gonna do? I'm scared.
No body switching, smaller performances. That's really a big thing. Smaller performances. Okay, no body switching.
Oh no, the internet is out.
What are we gonna do?
God damn it.
You know, this is really obvious, but it still, like, weirds me out when it actively occurs to me. There's this really common phenomenon where, as long as something is repeated enough, even if the thing is false, people will believe it. It's known as the illusory truth effect, and it basically posits that humans will fall for the logic that if enough people are repeating something, then it must be true. AI shit is absolutely taking advantage of that. They keep telling you that it's important and powerful and going to change the world without being specific, and thus you believe it. If people keep saying it, it must be true. Now, this is where we talk about the economic bubble stuff. You may have heard about the AI bubble that I'm talking about, which is oft compared to the dot-com bubble. Back in March of 2000, companies poured money into the internet, then realized they had no concrete plans for converting those funds into sustainable financial growth. An economic bubble happens when a whole bunch of investment is pumped into one particular industry, but said industry can't deliver return on investment and is largely banking on perception of value. In the dot-com era, the money invested never found return. Giant companies shut down, but in 2025, there is far more money in AI. Investors are concerned. By 2030, AI companies will need $2 trillion in combined annual revenue to meet projected demand. They are in more debt than any industry has ever been in the history of mankind, and that's just speaking of money. It's not considering the currently seemingly impossible hardware asks. When the investors realize that their expectations are too high and the level of return that is projected is impossible, which comes from a hype cycle generated by the insane numbers that they are throwing around and the outright lies coming from these AI companies, then, and specifically because of the debt, there's recession. This is currently largely projected to happen in 2028, though I did see some investment outlets saying that they thought it might be as late as 2032, and some expect it later this year. This didn't happen with the dot-com boom because dot-com was simply not as expensive. It's how the great global recession of 2008 came about, though. Everyone loses money, unemployment rates rise, poverty lines rise. 1 in 4 households in the US lost 75% of their net worth with the last recession. Devastatingly, of course, it doesn't just impact these super rich companies. Now, to be clear, it isn't guaranteed to go bad. It's just really, 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 really likely. And the scale of this particular bad is really, really bad and somewhat worsened by the Trump administration. It would generally be the government's job to see this coming and try to prevent it. But instead, in August, Trump signed an executive order to force federal agencies to loosen some regulations. The ploy would allow anyone with a 401k to invest directly in private credit, meaning that if those SVPs I spoke about earlier go down, it would also fuck up a bunch of people's 401ks. I will say there are some big differences between the dot-com crash and this. For one, everyone seems to be aware it's happening, whereas in 2000 and 2008 they didn't see it coming. If anything, this time it's sort of like the US government is asking for it for some reason. It's also that the companies involved this time are much bigger. I don't think this has the ability to take down Microsoft. They do at least have a diversified portfolio and very strong revenue streams in other areas. We are talking trillions of dollars here, but Microsoft is worth several of those. So Nvidia's chips are useful regardless of AI. Meta has value regardless of AI. It's the data centers and the AI specific companies that are likely to be in a ton of trouble. It's also worth noting that AI isn't going to go away when the bubble bursts, just like dot-com mainstays will stay and progress in their own way. The dot-com era brought us eBay quite quickly and then eventually actually Amazon, some huge companies came out of it. Which, I do hate that I've ended this video with, maybe it won't be that bad because some of these mega corporations will still be okay. But yeah, for the rest of us, our lives really do depend on the successes and dumbass bullshit peddling failures of these mega corporations who want nothing more than, you know, infinite profits for magical products that don't exist. $10 billion to OpenAI now!
Engaging. Stay safe, team. We'll see this through. Yeah. I'll help you. I shall sweep the rest. Such is the optimal path. Here we go. The first step is always the hardest. We'll see this through. Oraline is a fragment of a shattered universe. This one traveled massive distances to be here, right before us.
Здрасте. В одном из своих прошлых видео, точнее вот в этом видео, самом первом своем по Endfield, я рассказал о всяких фишках, о том, что я узнал, как бы, пока качался до 50-го левела. Сейчас поиграл еще там определенное время, левел у меня уже вот 53-й, к примеру, и есть еще о чем поделиться, некоторые еще моментики, разные тоже фишечки. Если вы не видели вот этот видос, смотрите его, для новичков будет очень полезно. Ну а также смотрите это видео, здесь будет тоже много очень полезных фишек, которые сейчас я использую, которые всем по-хорошему бы использовать. Начнем с улучшения снаряжения, с его доработки. Большинство кликает просто так любые шмотки сюда, однако здесь есть такая вот небольшая фича, то есть отличное сочетание у шмотки. Если у нее стата больше сейчас того, который вы сюда заливаете, вот, к примеру, у этой сабстат сила шмотки, а вот если я буду это все заливать, у нее как бы тут main стат сила. У нее идет вот такой вот дополнительный баф, типа отличное сочетание, значит, что больше шанс того, что она прокнет и у вас раньше заточится, соответственно, как бы это намного выгоднее делать с отличным сочетанием, если есть такая возможность на шмоточке. К примеру, я хочу сейчас подключить вот этой амуниции себе вот эту ловкость, она у нас main статом, так что у нее стат самый высокий, Но можно найти в этих вот шмотках себе здесь ловкость где-то. Вот здесь есть ловкость. Создаем несколько наборов этого кусочка. И теперь можно уже эту ловкость поточить вот этим самым куском с дополнительным бафом. Отличное сочетание. И у нее тут больше будет шанс, что оно должно прокнуть по итогу. Но однако до гаранта дошло. Тоже это все так или иначе рандом, однако шансы все равно более приятные здесь. Возможно, у кого-то будет намного чаще заходить и кому-то прям поможет сильно. Да, эту фишку вы не поиспользуете, к примеру, там на перчатках или броне, на мейн-стате, однако можно их использовать также на саб-стате, на различных шмотках, и, соответственно, таким образом увеличивать себе шанс того, что у вас профает саб-стат быстрее, если вы точите какую-то шмотку таким образом. Что будет, в общем-то, профитнее для вашего аккаунта, можно меньше весить потратить. По поводу фарма эссенций, в прошлом ролике я показал, как сами эссенции фармить, планы нажимать и так далее. Сейчас хочу рассказать, как именно, то есть можно фармить эссенции сразу на несколько оружий и понимать, что вы получили себе какую-то эссенцию на другую пушку. Например, вы фармите себе на оружие на ГГ, но вам упала эссенция на клин, а вы там, например, об этом не знали. Узнать об этом, как не допустить того, что вы теряете эти эссенции. Еще такой моментик, можно как бы турели вам оставить, они будут очень быстро все это дело убивать, меньше времени тратите. Здесь, соответственно, мы можем при помощи наших разрешений на чеканку выбрать себе до 3 статов, то есть здесь нужно обязательно 3 стата выбрать и какой-то один вот здесь вот стат. Мы, соответственно, это дело можем проверить вот на вот этом вот сайте удобно, потому что в игре пока что это удобно у нас не представлено, но однако вот появился такой сайт, ему уже что-то больше недели или сколько ему, я точно не знаю, однако сейчас вот им большинство людей пользуются для того, чтобы отсеять эссенции, либо когда вы протачиваете эссенцию, не потерять какую-то нужную эссенцию для другой пушки. Как он работает? Вот, допустим, мне нужна пушка на ГГ в игре. У нее ловкость у нас, атака и вот поражение. Это такой баф у нас. Соответственно, мы ставим это здесь поражение, здесь ставим вот ловкость и можем еще выбрать 3 каких-то стата. Каких нам 3 стата выбрать, мы можем вот так вот покликать и посмотреть, какие нам оружия тут добавляются, если какие-то нам нужные, интересные. Получается, что если мы сюда нажимаем на интеллект и основной показатель, у нас больше всего оружий, каких-либо полезных для нас. Получается, что вот это вот мы должны фармить. Основной показатель и интеллект. Ставим здесь, получается, там интеллект, основной показатель. Когда мы будем ходить это дело фармить, теперь нам может выпасть уже эссенция идеальная и на каннибала, допустим, и вот на сигну Арделии, для ГГ, для ППшных 2 оружий, на Левотейн и на Ивону, плюс для еще одного хорошего пистолета на Ивону. Таким образом, пока я фармил себе вот этот вот меч, я себе зафармил несколько эссенций дополнительно на клин. И я сразу как бы узнал, их залочил, чтобы их не потерять с помощью вот этого вот сайтика. Вы также либо когда она вам сразу падает, либо при проточке ставите вот эти статы, например, вот воля, физурон, поражение. Здесь вы берете себе, ставите воля, физурон, вот, поражение. Это подойдет вот на вот эту вот пушку. Я ее там тоже себе залочил, не знаю зачем. Может быть, когда-нибудь поставлю на эту пушку, если она кому-нибудь нужна будет. Вот, соответственно, эта эссенция. Повторки я разобрал. Это у нас основной показатель на клин плюс криты. Здесь также ставите себе криты. И вот это поражение. Вот он, у нас клин, соответственно, появляется здесь. Вот и таким образом, когда протачиваете что-то тоже, берете, нажимаете на эту эссенцию, видите ее статы, можно ее быстро проверить, подходит ли она для чего-нибудь. Урон искусств, сумерки. Вот, к примеру, подходит вот для вот этой пушки. То есть, хорошо бы там засейвить, допустим, из этого дела, на всякий случай. Вот так вот как-то вы и рассуждаете. Дальше я хотел бы еще рассказать про вот этот магазинчик, магазин кредитов. Соответственно, здесь у нас есть валюта такая специальная. Мы ее обычно получаем, если кликаем сюда, вот нам ее дают. Раз в день 300. Здесь, соответственно, там можем обновить. А может повезти, к примеру, вот повезло, да, что-то выпало. А может здесь выпасть валюта для пушки. Также валюта для того, чтобы крутить баннер. Это дело вы тут кликаете, и вам что-то падает. Вот, к примеру, валюта еще для круток баннера выпала. Но мне там не хватает. Как можно еще, кроме того, как кликнуть здесь, заработать эту, соответственно, валюту? Во-первых, можно сделать вот эти вот заказы на доставку. Берете здесь что-то, либо ищете для улина, если вы хотите именно улина сделать заказы, и вот здесь получаете по 30 для каждого. Соответственно, это первый вариант. Вообще у нас много вариантов, как можно получить эту валюту. Можно ее получить еще за обмен, вот, соответственно, вот этими зацепками, так называемыми, кораблем. Проходите, соответственно, сюда. Здесь у нас, соответственно, вот зацепки, которые добывают наши работнички, соответственно, мы можем получить, если все соберем, тут 400, плюс за каждую там по 20, которые мы лутаем, плюс нам кто-то может тут ее подарить. Мы, соответственно, можем, если отправляем другу, также залутать плюс 40 вот этой вот валюты дополнительно. Есть еще способ, как можно получить эту валюту. Соответственно, мы заходим в свой френд-лист, нажимаем у друзей на вот эту вот кнопочку, и здесь у нас пишет, в каких отсеках там можно помочь другу. Можно этим пользоваться таким образом, если вам нужен какой-то редкий ресурс, можно искать друзей вот таким зеленым значком, значит ему нужна помощь в специальном отсеке, который дает редкий ресурс, и вы на него, когда кликаете, оно вам должно дать редкий ресурсик. Вот, соответственно, сюда нажимаете, и здесь можно покликать подругу. Вот, нажимаем ему отсек, и мне дали вот эта вот семечка, да, этого редкого ресурсика. И таким образом, вот я прокликал одного друга, у меня получилось плюс 80 этих монеток. Также можем зайти к кому-нибудь еще, допустим, к следующему кому-нибудь. У вас есть определенное количество, 5 штук в день можно таким образом накликать. Берете, помогаете другу и получаете плюс 20 здесь. Также есть, друзья, вот с таким вот желтым значком. Это у нас помощь другу в обмене зацепками. За них дополнительно дают плюс 50, когда вы кликаете это дело. Можно максимум сделать также здесь 5 обменов этой валюты. И вы получаете плюс 50 за каждую. Прокликиваете таких друзей, если они у вас есть. Повезло тем, у кого есть друзья, у кого нет, соболезную. Таким образом, то есть делаем все 5 раз, поэтому и надо забивать свой френд-лист по максимуму. Вот, все, соответственно, последний был сейчас. Все, у меня по нулям здесь. Больше нельзя получить в основном никак эти кредиты. Это основные такие способы, с которых можно прям лутать как бы большими количествами. Остальные способы это вот такие. Один из таких способов это когда у вас какие-то цены высокие в товарах с эластичным спросом, и к вам приходят, начинают у вас здесь обменивать все это дело. Вам дополнительно за это тоже дается какие-то кредиты вот эти, какая-то валюта. Но в основном это работает вот таким образом. Вот если вам кто-то из друзей, там, допустим, помог, вы потом можете также нажать «Использовать помощь» сверху, и у вас что-то там, допустим, произведется, либо ускорится производство. И вот, сделав такие вот как бы простые действия, у меня получилось здесь уже плюс 600, хотя мне не хватало даже 200, чтобы вот это вот дело выкупить. Теперь можно еще раз даже сюда кликнуть. За 200 уже можно не кликать, потому что уже ничего не останется. Можно в целом вот это вот оставить на завтра, либо забрать себе какие-то ресики отсюда, дешевые вот эти вот 75%. Но я оставлю вот это, потому что оно не сбрасывается, до 300 копится. Можно это дело таким образом оставить. Следующая фишка у нас, которую нужно использовать, у нас связана с аванпостами. Соответственно, жмякаем аванпост. Если вы качаете левел аванпоста, либо если вы обмениваетесь с ним ресурсами, или он у вас просто стоит и накапливает ресурсы, вам нужен тот или иной навык от аванпоста. Герой, который дает все вот это вот дело, он, конечно, лучше всех здесь работает. Однако этот герой есть не у всех, допустим. К примеру, вот у меня на втором аванпосте инфрастанции сейчас стоит не очень хороший оперативник для того, чтобы накапливать облигации. Возможно, я вчера его забыл поменять. С этим оперативником, к примеру, Сайхи у нас сейчас баф идет на то, чтобы мы через торговлю облигаций удваивали. С ней нужно именно обменивать. Когда вы обмениваете с этим бафом, вы получаете дополнительно себе бонус. Вот у нас такой вот бонус получается. Когда вы уже с аванпостом обменялись ресурсами, и у вас он стоит, просто накапливает уже новые ресурсы, вам лучше нажать на оперативников и выбрать того, у кого есть у нас последний баф, который увеличивает заработанные аванпостом облигации. То есть у него накапливаться будут облигации быстрее за счет вот этого последнего бафа. То есть если вы куда-то уходите, там спать и так далее, можно вот этот вот баф активировать. Потом, когда будете обмениваться, берете опять, нажимаете, к примеру, вот на втором посте, например, Сайхи, и обмениваете выстрелов, опять ставите чейн, к примеру. На третьем аванпосте у нас тут то же самое, накапливает, к примеру, у нас больше всего сейчас здесь у нас с бафом реджиметрия искусства последние. У нас вот несколько героев имеются таких. К примеру, вот у всех есть Перлика. С Перликой мы тут накапливаем этот баф. Если мы хотим обменяться, нам нужен вот этот вот второй баф. Мы смотрим, у кого есть этот второй баф. Он есть у нас, к примеру, вот у Алиша. Также вот он есть у нас у пограничника, этот второй баф. Назначаем этого героя и уже можем обменять ресурсы с аванпостом. Вам даст бонус дополнительный. Дальше обратно ставим того, кто будет у нас накапливать больше ресурсов. И все, соответственно, таким образом по-хорошему бы обменивать ресурсами с аванпостом. Есть еще один такой достаточно неочевидный момент, возможно, для некоторых. Когда вы входите в данж первый раз, у вас его игра предлагает проходить с первого уровня, если вы в него до этого не заходили. Однако, если вы уже раскачались, вам выгоднее проходить там последние уровни, которые вы можете на данный момент проходить. Для того, чтобы залутать награды с последних уровней, вам не нужно лутать награды с первых, вы просто его проходите, потом отказываетесь от наград, нажимаете «Выйти», и у вас открывается следующий уровень. Награды забирать не обязательно, и таким образом вы просто открываете все себе уровни, и потом последние вы уже лутаете. Это правило у нас работает для абсолютно разных ресурсов, и для оружия, и для оперативников, и так далее, для всех ресурсов, которые у нас есть. Еще в этом видео я уже затронул, соответственно, склад, вот эту доставку, для того, чтобы зарабатывать кредиты, облигации. Если вам, как и мне, стало уже впадло это дело все носить, то вы можете просто сейчас забирать эту доставку, и несмотря на то, что у нее там есть какой-то процент повреждения, Просто можно как бы забить фиг на нее. И берем просто тпшимся сюда поближе. Таким образом вы теряете всего 20%, однако там экономите себе кучу времени. Если вам особо сильно прям не нужны эти аппликации, можно таким образом это все делать. И уже бежите потом себе сдавать намного ближе. Не надо особо много тратить здесь времени. Ну и самое последнее и самое интересное, я считаю, это мы вот сюда вот идем в Улине. Соответственно, место это у нас находится вот здесь вот в крайней пустоши. И здесь есть вот такие вот вьюки. Соответственно, можно их потрогать, чтобы произошло чудо. Вот. Вот так вот. Очень полезно, я считаю. Не забывайте каждый день трогать здесь каждого вьюка. Это прям обязательно нужно делать. Это удобрение нам нужно для того, чтобы на ферме наши растения закидывать дополнительно. Им оно быстрее прорастало. Если вам, кстати, мало одной фермы, то в игре есть еще и вторая. Вторая, она вот находится в Улине. По поводу фермы, если что, я наполовину реально серьезно говорю. Вот эти вот цитромы можно высаживать у себя на ферме, и потом вы с них себе делаете уже расходки, вот эти вот зелененькие, которые регенят именно процентное здоровье, плюс еще дополнительно вот 100. Оно регенит у нас раз в секунду, и вот это вот дело работает 6 секунд. Соответственно, регенит оно достаточно неплохо, 30% здоровья оно регенит у нас. В целом очень приятно. Это сейчас плюс-минус одна из самых лучших расходок для того, чтобы хилиться. Вот. Если, кстати, здесь что-то одно собрать, дальше можно просто АФК встать, они все сами сделают. На этом у меня пока по основным фишкам, которые я использую в этой игре, сейчас все. Если вам еще дополнительно что-то нужно, если вы не смотрели вот это видео, можете посмотреть его. Там я рассказал о многих всяких новичковых фишках и не только. Возможно, вы что-то из них не знаете. Будет полезно, я думаю, посмотреть. Большой достаточно ролик, затронул много тем. Соответственно, вот они все. Если что-то интересного, заходите, смотрите. А на этом у меня на сегодня все. Скоро у нас будет через 3 часа уже баннер Гилберты. Всем удачи в крутках и пока.
Yes, that's beautiful. It's how much? 30k, so 60 pulls currently. Right. And the one alone times 75. $16 pulls. And of course, I'm not interested in spending all of it either way. So I'm currently not limited by ShareNet components, but by money. Что-то мы-ка надумал. Да.
Where are we headed? All operators accounted for. The team is ready for the mission.
I trust you are.
I'm in the flow. All variables within estimates. You responded like lightning. it off. And it's because we all stuck together.
Why did I want this? Uh-huh. I see.
Am I looking all right from this angle?
This. More electric boost. Tangible doubt increase. Suppression. And 16. What about this weapon? 5. Let's not. 80 out of 80 seems about right.
Operator Perlica, standing by. She's not gonna consume. She is physical, so that
It is not the correct intellect. Apply is lifted.
Wow, this is pretty sleek. But I can also use standard issue weaponry to unleash a healthy dose of whoop-ass. Prepped and ready to go. Over here, Renman! Hi. Oh, the training must continue. I must master this power. I'm so sorry. That scene was a little terrifying. Promotion? Really? For me?
For me?
I'm so sorry. That scene was a little terrifying. Do what you must, Professor.
Last week, the Department of Justice finally got around to releasing over 3 million pages of records related to their Jeffrey Epstein investigations. This massive data dump, which includes everything from emails to vacation photos, was intended to be the final word on a scandal that has lingered over the global establishment like a particularly persistent bad smell. The files read like a who's who of the people who run the world. We have 2 US presidents, a rotating cast of British and European royals, and almost every significant name in business, law, and high finance. Many people who claimed that they only had tangential relationships with Epstein were shown to be a lot closer than they had admitted. It would appear that the tech elites had to invent AI chatbots to replace Epstein. But while he was alive, he seems to have been the person they turned to get their questions answered. The release of these documents was once again a total mess. It's worth noting that unlike Jeffrey Epstein's pardon, to open the file you had to confirm that you were over the age of 18. On the first day of the release, the DOJ website featured a convenient download all button that allowed journalists to grab the entire data set all at once. Once the department realized that people were actually using it, that button was removed and replaced by a system that required you to download files one by one. Files have been appearing and disappearing. If you read a document and didn't save it, there was a good chance that when you went back later, it would be gone. A document known as EFTA 0166067, which contained a list of unverified FBI tips about the US president, briefly became the most famous PDF on the internet before it was scrubbed from the site the next morning. As of this recording, it has not been re-uploaded. The DOJ later explained that they were rectifying redaction errors, so maybe it'll reappear soon. The first big
blink or I
scandal
might
to
just
break was
disappear
about
on
Bill
you.
Gates, where we learned about a more practical side to his relationship with Epstein. In 2 frantic typo-ridden emails that Epstein sent to his own inbox in 2013, he appeared to suggest that Mr. Gates contracted an STD from Russian girls and asked Jeffrey to get him antibiotics so that he could secretly give them to his then wife Melinda. Epstein also claimed to have provided Adderall to Gates for his bridge tournament. Gates has denied this, saying that they're the work of a disgruntled liar who was upset at being cut off. If it's true, though, it's a damning indictment of the way the American healthcare system works, where even one of the wealthiest men in the world couldn't get a doctor's appointment and had to go to a convicted sex offender for his basic healthcare. I wonder if Warren Buffett, Gates' bridge partner, found it frustrating having to listen in talking at a mile a minute all hopped up on speed. We'll never know. Despite all of the headlines, this wasn't by any means full release. The DOJ said that they had over 6 million pages of records, but they've only handed over about 3.5 million. The missing records include bank and brokerage records, along with communications with foreign governments, and basically the things that people were actually looking for. Lawmakers have pointed out that the law forbids redacting files just to avoid reputational harm or due to political sensitivity. The DOJ seems to have treated those guidelines as a real suggestion. The redactions themselves are frankly bizarre. In many cases, the same document has been uploaded multiple times with completely different redactions each time. We've seen instances where a case number is blacked out in one version but visible in another, and the only thing that was supposed to be redacted was victim names. My personal favorite was the decision in one file to redact the JP from JP Morgan, presumably to protect the privacy of a multi-billion-dollar investment bank that has been a household name for over a century. On top of that, there's the sheer sloppiness of the work. The New York Times and the AP found that the Department of Justice had accidentally released unredacted photos of victims, including some who had never come forward publicly. Once they were informed about their mistake, they pulled those files, but it's a bit rich to hear the government talk about protecting victims.
One weapon to T4, one operated to E4, niche innocence, one tag.
Where are we headed?
Will intellect attacked. Strong collective suppressions. Try. Suppression. Hmm. 1-0. High. Okay, so it is about suppression, which is pretty hard to get, I think.
While they're busy publishing their private photos to a global audience, while blacking out the names of Epstein's suspected co-conspirators. The law also stated that every redaction had to come with a written justification. So far, those explanations are nowhere to be found. Instead, we still have entire 100-page files that are just solid black blocks. Even for documents held back for national security purposes, the DOJ was supposed to provide unclassified summaries, another requirement that appears to have been filed in the same place they keep the download all button. This doesn't actually feel like a true effort at transparency. As a comment on one of my earlier videos said, "Oh no, they're finding needles, quick, add more hay." Sometimes it can be a struggle to find time to learn new things, but today's sponsor, Brilliant. The Epstein files began with the work of Marie Villafana, the original lead prosecutor, who, unlike her superiors, actually seemed interested in doing her job. By May 2007, Villafana had put together an 82-page prosecution memo and a 53-page draft indictment that would likely have ended Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and abuse. Villafana didn't just focus on the abuse, she followed the money, broadening the investigation to include money laundering and the operation of an unlicensed money transmitting business. She subpoenaed Epstein's banks for records about his financial activity and even contacted his most important client, the billionaire Les Wexner, to ask about their business arrangements. Bloomberg reports that this sent Epstein into a total tailspin. He fired off a series of typo-laden emails to his lawyers, who began a campaign to have Villafana removed from the case. They argued that her tactics were unduly invasive, that she was pursuing baseless claims to pressure their client into a plea deal, and pressured her supervisors to remove her and others from the case, or throw the case out altogether. The most remarkable part of this story isn't that Epstein tried to stop her, it's that it worked. Despite the prosecutor warning her superiors that Epstein was a continuing threat, she was ordered to stop her investigation and begin plea negotiations. The result was the infamous sweetheart deal overseen by Alex Acosta, which not only gave Epstein a few months in a county jail, but also provided blanket immunity to any potential co-conspirators, essentially turning the US Justice Department into a private security firm for Epstein's entire social network. You might look at this deal and think, well, I guess this happened because he was really politically connected. He was good friends with Bill Clinton at this point in time. He had visited Clinton in the White House, and they'd been jet-setting around the world for close to a decade by then. That doesn't really add up, however. As connected as Epstein was, he wouldn't have been nearly as connected as Dennis Hastert was. Hastert had been a congressman for 20 years and was the 6th longest serving Speaker of the House in history. By the time FBI discovered that he was a serial child molester, the statute of limitations had run out on his actual crimes. But rather than giving him a sweetheart deal, the DOJ used financial technicalities to put him behind bars in 2015, convicting him for the way he structured his hush money payments to his victims. Political connections don't explain Epstein's sweetheart deal. There had to be something more. If political connections don't explain how Epstein remained untouchable, maybe we should look at his more hands-on approach to reputation management. One of the most famous stories about Epstein involves Vanity Fair editor-in-chief Grayton Carter. In 2003, while reporter Vicky Ward was working on a profile of Epstein and interviewing the Farmer sisters, who had first reported Epstein to the FBI in 1996, Epstein decided to take the editorial process into his own hands. Early one morning, Carter arrived at his office to find Epstein already there, standing alone in the reception area. Epstein reportedly spent that morning and many subsequent phone calls torturing and berating Carter, demanding that he publish nothing about Epstein's involvement with teenage girls. When the verbal abuse didn't work, the threats became more physical. A live bullet was left on Carter's doorstep in Manhattan, and shortly after, the severed head of a dead cat was found in the yard of his country home. While there was no evidence that this was done by Epstein, the message was apparently clear enough that Vanity Fair decided to scrub the abuse allegations from the final article. While this mob-style intimidation might have worked on a journalist, it's not reasonable to believe that it would have intimidated the FBI, who around the same time were busy conducting the largest mafia takedown in the agency's history. They rounded up 127 members of the 5 mob families in New York. They were hunting down Whitey Bulger, who they believed had been involved in 19 murders. It's hard to believe that the same federal agents who were unfazed by violent killers were somehow terrified of a creepy pedo whose primary method of intimidation was showing up early for a meeting and leaving a dead house pet on a porch. It's not exactly The Godfather. This leads us to another popular theory that people have discussed for years, that Epstein wasn't just a well-connected predator, but an intelligence asset. A journalist named Vicky Ward wrote an article for the Daily Beast in 2019, which said that Alex Acosta told investigators that the case was above his pay grade because Epstein belonged to intelligence, a claim that he has since denied. A newly released document, file EFTA 000900314, gives us a look at why that theory might have had some weight within the FBI. This is an FD 1023, a form that the FBI uses to record information from a confidential human source. According to the Attorney General's guidelines, a CHS is someone believed to be providing useful and credible information, though the FBI notes that these reports are often unverified raw intelligence. This particular source makes some staggering claims. They allege that Alan Dershowitz specifically told Acosta that Epstein belonged to both US and Allied intelligence services. The document goes even further, claiming that Epstein had trained as a spy under former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. The document doesn't just implicate Epstein either. The source claims that Dershowitz himself was co-opted by Mossad and that Mossad would call Dershowitz to debrief him after his phone calls with Epstein. The document even manages to implicate the White House, alleging that Donald Trump had been compromised by Israel and that Jared Kushner, a former student of Dershowitz's, was the real brains behind the operation. Now, we have to take these claims with a massive grain of salt. One of the strange things about this document is that it refers to previous reports which don't appear to be included in the files. Based on what I can find online, a confidential source can range from a highly placed operative to someone who just enjoys sharing gossip on encrypted messaging apps. But the fact that the FBI was recording these allegations of foreign influence on US officials by Israel, Russia, and the UAE as late as October 2020 shows that the intelligence angle may not have been just a conspiracy theory, but without more information, it's impossible to know. If you're looking for a reason to appreciate your own neighbors, even the ones who practice the drums at 2 a.m, you might want to take a look at Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's block on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Jeffrey Epstein lived right next door to him in a massive 7-story townhouse, and Bill Cosby lived right across the road. Woody Allen lived just 1 street away and was constantly dropping by Epstein's house with his wife/daughter to visit. I imagine that living on a street like that, you'd hire armed guards to bring your kids back and forth to school. Lutnick recently gave an interview on a podcast called Podforce One, describing how he and his wife once visited Epstein's home for a tour around the time he moved into the neighborhood, only to be shown a massage room and hear a comment so revolting that they decided, in the 6 to 8 steps it took to get back to their own house, that they would never be in a room with Epstein again. Lutnick forgot to mention in that interview that the prior owner of his house had been Jeffrey Epstein, and that the real estate records show that the transfer was listed for $10 and other valuable consideration. Now, this was back in 1998 when house prices were a lot lower than they are today, and it might have been cheap because of the dodgy neighbors, but it's still a remarkably good deal for a Manhattan townhouse. Howard tells a very compelling story on the podcast of his moral clarity, but the files suggest that this wasn't his last run-in with Epstein. The new documents include emails from 2012 showing Lutnick and his family planning a visit to Epstein's private island on their yacht. Epstein's assistant even sent a follow-up email on Christmas Eve that year saying, "Nice seeing you." This was 4 years after Epstein's guilty plea, meaning that Lutnick, who lived right next door, would have received the mandatory notification that a registered sex offender was his neighbor under New York law. Now, in that neighborhood, those notifications possibly pile up on your doorstep like takeout menus, but it's quite a challenge to maintain the "I barely knew the guy" defense when you're sharing a wall, getting killer real estate deals, and visiting his island on vacation. Another piece of neighborhood gossip that I haven't seen much news about is found in an FBI email summary, document EFTA 016-48951, which contains the allegation that Lutnick made his money through Ponzi schemes and money laundering, and says that Epstein sold Lutnick a home for $10 that was worth millions. I googled the name of the man who made that allegation and didn't find anything. Now, Woody Allen does show up a lot in the Epstein files, and it seems that he and Epstein were good friends and hung out a lot together. There's no evidence in there that Allen cheated on his daughter or anything like that, so I suppose that that's good. It shouldn't necessarily come as a surprise that Jeffrey Epstein's social Ponzi scheme, as his network is described by the FT, eventually found its way into the world of cryptocurrency. This brings us right back to Jeff's neighbor, Howard Lutnick. Aside from being the current U.S. Commerce Secretary, Lutnick's firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, acts as the primary custodian for the reserves of Tether, the world's largest crypto stablecoin. Tether was co-founded by Brock Pierce, a former child actor from the Mighty Ducks. Don't worry though, he's not a child anymore. And he successfully transitioned into a career as a crypto mogul. The newly released files show that Pierce and Epstein were in regular contact for years, exchanging emails that jumped between high-level investment advice and more social invitations. In one email from 2018, Pierce reportedly invited Epstein to Antigua for a boat trip, featuring what he described as Ukraine's finest. Now, not wanting to jump to conclusions, I did a quick Google search, and it seems that Ukraine is most famous for borscht, so that's probably what Brock was talking about. I won't lie, it seems like a terrible idea to eat beetroot soup on a boat, but it's not illegal, especially in international water. It appears that through Pierce, Epstein managed to secure a $3 million stake in the crypto exchange Coinbase back in 2014. This turned out to be one of the few times Epstein's financial genius actually resulted in a profit. He sold half of that stake in 2018 for $15 million, and the remaining half of that position will have doubled in value again by the time of Coinbase's IPO. While the world of crypto was busy out at sea eating soup, the traditional banking sector was having a much harder time explaining its own paperwork. One of the more interesting parts of this release is the inclusion of suspicious activity reports, or SARs. These documents are pretty much never revealed to the public. I can't think of a prior example. They aren't entered into evidence in court, and you can't even access them through a FOIA request. They are submitted by financial institutions to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, a bureau of the Department of the Treasury, to report suspected money laundering, fraud, or violations of the Bank Secrecy Act. It's illegal to disclose to the customer that an SAR has been filed, a concept known as tipping off. The files reveal that major financial institutions were flagging Epstein's accounts for suspected human trafficking and money laundering long before his 2019 arrest. Last year, a British court heard that Jess Staley, then a top executive at JP Morgan, had lobbied for the bank to keep Epstein as a client in 2011, when other executives considered debanking him over their human trafficking concerns. The FT points out that while they were worried about having him as a client, it wasn't until 2019 that they finally filed a suspicious activity report over their concerns. The 2019 SAR flagged transactions with leading Wall Street figures, including Leon Black, the co-founder of the private equity group Apollo Global Management. People have pointed to an email that Epstein sent to himself about Bill Gates, the one I mentioned earlier, as possible evidence of him bribing his wealthy friends. But the best example of using information to leverage a client that I could see in the files relates to Leon Black. In 2013, when Black seemed reluctant to pay an inexplicably large fee to Epstein reminded him, "Leon, as you're well aware, there's little I won't do for you, and a great deal that I've already done, both known and some things that will need to remain unknown." Black went on to pay Epstein over $150 million for tax advice that a congressional committee later described as being information that was already in the public.
Тут на днях произошло событие, поставившее крест на нашей цивилизации. Мир завис буквально в считанных минутах от конца света. Две ядерные державы сделали решающий, окончательный и бесповоротный шаг к тому, чтобы нажать заветную красную кнопку. Человечество еще никогда не было так близко к тотальному уничтожению. Мы все вот-вот умрем. Примерно так многие люди реагируют на недавнюю новость. 5 февраля истек договор СНВ между Россией и Америкой, который защищал нас от ядерной войны. Вот только дело в том, что договор этот был не единственной преградой к тому, чтобы полетели ракеты. Просто теперь США и Россия никак не ограничены в том, сколько могут производить ядерных бомб и боеголовок. Сегодня поговорим о том, действительно ли мы приблизились к ядерной войне.
Uh-huh. Yeah! Yeah! Don't blink! Cha! Ha! Cha! Hey! Unlike the Blight and Rifts, Orleans aren't that dangerous. Hey. Hey. Ha. Hey. Hm.
Okay, something's fucking. Let's see. Okay. Everything works now.
Do for you, and a great deal that I've already done, both known and some things that will need to remain unknown. Black went on to pay Epstein over $150 million for tax advice that a congressional committee later described as being information that was already in the public domain or already provided by Black's lawyers. Black has told the press through his lawyers that there's absolutely no truth to any allegations of misconduct against him. The latest files show that in the years following his Florida plea deal, Jeffrey Epstein and his celebrity friends went to extraordinary lengths to launder his reputation. This wasn't just a matter of hiring a publicist. It was a multi-million-dollar high-tech effort to convince the world that Jeffrey was actually a misunderstood Wall Street Renaissance man. The man leading the digital scrub was a bizarre character called Al Seckel, who described himself as a popularizer of visual illusions and a cognitive scientist. In truth, he had no real qualifications, but he somehow managed to marry Isabel Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister and the daughter of the press baron Robert Maxwell. Seckel was given the job by Epstein of burying articles that used pesky words like pedophile and replacing them with headlines about Epstein's philanthropic work and his promotion of scientists. He wrote to Epstein about how he had hacked Epstein's Wikipedia page to swap his arrest mugshot for a more dignified photograph, a move his team described as an important victory. Seckel organized an event called the Mindshift Conference, which was supposed to be a highbrow gathering of Nobel laureates on Epstein's Island in 2011. If you could get enough famous scientists to eat soup on your boat, people might eventually forget about the 82-page prosecution memo sitting in a drawer in Florida. In a story full of mysterious endings, Seckel's is one of the strangest. He seems to have died in France in 2015 after falling or jumping from a cliff near his home. Because his death remained unconfirmed by authorities for some time, rumors have persisted that he may have faked his own death, which, for a man who made a career out of visual illusions and cleaning up inconvenient online footprints, would have been the perfect ending. The scrubbing didn't stop with Google searches. Steve Bannon, the former Trump strategist, worked with Epstein, strategizing and filming a sympathetic documentary around 2019. The Department of Justice released about 2 hours of this footage in the files, footage which was intended to portray Epstein as a financial genius who had simply made one understandable mistake. According to the files, Bannon even suggested that Woody Allen could help edit the film. Epstein's calendar shows nearly 100 scheduled meetings with Allen, including trips to a film center specifically to watch Allen edit. It's a touching vision of an artistic collaboration, a populist media firebrand and a legendary director teaming up to help a convicted sex offender polish his public image. Amusingly, some people seem to be falling for this propaganda. You can see quite a few positive comments under the videos posted on YouTube. Epstein also received a lot of helpful advice from his famous friends about how to deal with his PR problems. The linguist Noam Chomsky, who described his weekends with Epstein as wonderful, advised him in 2019 to simply ignore the growing press scrutiny. He characterized the reporting as a form of hysteria, a take so tone-deaf it suggests that even the world's most famous intellectual can lose the plot when billionaire-funded dinners are on the line. Even the legal advice was specialized. A protege of Alan Dershowitz is named Mitch Weber, who later worked in the Trump administration, emailed Epstein to go over the legality of transporting a minor for the purposes of sex to jurisdictions where the age of consent was below 18. Catherine Ruemmler, a former White House attorney, gave Epstein advice on what Trump should say if he was ever asked about his associations with Epstein. And for the final touch of PR polish, Sir Richard Branson reportedly suggested a strategy where Bill Gates would vouch for Epstein as a brilliant advisor. The idea was that if enough people like Gates and Branson were willing to look past the slip-up, the rest of the world would eventually do the same. It seems that in Epstein's circle, due diligence didn't mean checking for crime, it meant checking if your friends were famous enough to make the crimes disappear. Now, while everyone has been busy talking about the files, it's worth keeping in mind that the official position of the US government is unchanged. The FBI are saying that their systematic review revealed no incriminating client list and that they didn't uncover any evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. It is a remarkably strong statement, especially since the Metropolitan Police in London seem to have looked at the exact same data but with redactions and reached a very different conclusion. Earlier this week, the Met launched a criminal investigation into Peter Mandelson for misconduct in public office, a charge that in the UK can carry a sentence of life imprisonment. Mandelson, who was once the business secretary and a key architect of the Labour Party, has long been known as the Prince of Darkness for his ability to survive political scandal, but even for him, this might be the end of the road. The files revealed that while Mandelson was a serving government minister, he was providing Epstein with real-time insight into market-sensitive UK policy. He sent emails to Epstein containing confidential briefings on the 2008 financial crisis, including early confirmation of a €500 billion bailout and discussions on how the UK's bankers' bonus tax would be designed. This sort of information could have been used for insider trading by Epstein. In one email, Mandelson even suggested that the head of JP Morgan should mildly threaten the UK Chancellor over those rules. The Mandelson-Epstein relationship had a more personal financial side to it too. Bank records show that Epstein wired £10,000 to Mandelson's then-partner, now husband, to pay for an osteopathy course. For those of you outside the UK, an osteopath is some sort of a witch doctor. In an email from 2009, Mandelson even reminded Epstein to label the transfer as a loan to avoid a gift tax filing. The fallout from these witch doctor tuition fees has been total. Mandelson has already resigned from the Labour Party and the House of Lords. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who appointed Mandelson as the UK's ambassador to Washington, despite knowing about the Epstein links, is now fighting for his political life. This week, Starmer was forced to apologise to Epstein's victims, admitting that Mandelson had repeatedly lied about the depth of his relationship with the financier. The fallout isn't limited to the UK. In Slovakia, a former foreign minister and advisor to the Prime Minister was forced to resign this week after files showed him joking with Epstein about gorgeous girls in Kiev. In Norway, police have opened an aggravated corruption investigation into a former prime minister, looking into whether he received improper gifts and loans from Epstein. Even in Turkey, prosecutors have launched an inquiry into allegations that children were trafficked into Epstein's network from Turkey. It's a striking contrast. In Europe and Asia, homes are being raided and senior officials are resigning over the contents of the files. Meanwhile, in Washington, law enforcement authorities are still insisting that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing. One might conclude that in the business of political accountability, the Atlantic Ocean acts as a very effective filter. Elon Musk spent years denying any relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, while using Epstein's name to attack others. He claimed that the photo of him with Ghislaine Maxwell was because she had photobombed him at a party. He even used his Everything app, which can also be used for tweets, to claim that Epstein tried repeatedly to get him to visit the island, but that Musk had always refused. The new files tell a very different story, where Elon's name is mentioned more than 1,000 times, and instead of turning down invitations, he's begging for them. One of the funniest entries has Elon emailing Epstein on Christmas morning, I imagine as his kids are opening their gifts, to say that he wanted to hit the party scene and let loose, specifically noting that a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what he was looking for. Epstein, ever the attentive host, warned that the ratio on the island might make Musk's then-wife uncomfortable, to which Musk replied, "Ratio is not a problem." While Musk has since acknowledged the emails are genuine, he maintains that they were misinterpreted and that he ultimately never set foot on the island due to logistics. In another email, Musk seems angry to have been invited to an event in New York where diplomats would be present. Epstein calms him down by saying that there would be no one at his party over the age of 25 and all are very cute. After that, we have the artist formerly known as Prince Andrew, who at this point King Charles must be booking in for a car tour of Paris's tunnels. The files reveal that Epstein was aggressively lobbying his favorite neighbor, Howard Lutnick, to give Andrew a job or a lucrative role, providing introductions at Cantor Fitzgerald. It's quite a look at the unseen mechanics of power, a royal prince using a convicted sex offender as a headhunter to get a job at a grubby Wall Street brokerage. While Andrew's brother, King Charles, recently stripped him of his royal titles and evicted him from his home at Royal Lodge, the files still suggest that the rot went deep. Amusingly, Andrew and Sarah Ferguson seem to have invited Epstein along with Harvey Weinstein and Ghislaine Maxwell to their daughter's 18th birthday. The only thing I can say about that is that maybe once girls are over the age of 18, they're safe around that crew. We've already seen emails from Andrew asking for inappropriate friends, and photos that the Department of Justice has finally released show the Duke in various compromising positions. It seems that whether you're a tech billionaire or a member of the British royal family, Jeffrey Epstein was the man who you turned to when you wanted to find a party, a job, or a way to make the rules of normal society simply disappear. While Jeffrey Epstein was busy trying to convince the world that he was a philanthropist, the latest files suggest that he was also pursuing a much darker, almost sci-fi obsession, seeding the world with his own DNA. A bombshell email from September 2011, sent by Sarah Ferguson, appears to confirm that Epstein may have actually succeeded in fathering at least one child. Ferguson wrote to Epstein saying that she had heard from the Duke, presumably Prince Andrew, that Jeffrey had a baby boy. She even expressed hurt in another email that he had disappeared and hadn't told her he was having a baby. The most horrific piece of evidence is found in a document with the serial number EFTA 027-31361. It reads like a private diary of a trauma written by a young victim who describes being treated not as a person, but as a biological asset. The writer describes being under the constant control of Ghislaine Maxwell. The document is filled with confusion and fear. It's really the stuff of nightmares. I would strongly advise against reading it. The victim describes being made to feel like a human incubator and mentions Epstein's obsession with a superior gene pool. Most chillingly, she describes giving birth and having a child immediately taken away by a man she refers to as Mr. M. I only got 10 to 15 minutes to hold and feed her before they took her, she writes. She is mine and I want her back. This diary, if that's what it is, includes clippings about child trafficking and 21st century slavery. It paints a picture of these people, Epstein, Maxwell, and whoever else was involved, who viewed other human beings as mere property to be exploited for their own insane ends. It's a stark and horrifying reminder of the misery these people inflicted on others. I'm really not sure what to make of that terrible document, and once again, there's no evidence in there that I can find showing that law enforcement investigated any of its claims. It's worth adding that Virginia Giuffre, in her posthumous memoir, told the story of Epstein and Maxwell pitching a plan for her to have a baby for them while on Epstein Island. I've discussed in my prior videos how a lot of people either don't want to admit or just can't believe how awful the people in these documents are. This seems to be especially the case when their favorite politician, celebrity, or tech billionaire was involved. As I've said before, this isn't about politics. It's not about the right and the left. It's about monstrous people who have done terrible things. Joe Rogan had a guy on his show a few days ago called Mike Benz. I've never heard of him before and had to Google him, but it seems that he's big on Twitter and worked for the US Department of State. Here's a quick clip about what he had to say.
I don't think that the majority or anything close to it of the women were technically, I think it was largely young, very young, barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
most of it was just
very, very young, but not like
20-year-old,
not like 13 type thing. And then, remember, because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like, in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals.
Now, I don't have much time to dig into this. There's a very good video on a channel called Too Lazy to Try that breaks it down, but it's a massive mischaracterization of what you'll find with even a casual glance at the Epstein files. I'm not sure why someone would want to go on the biggest podcast in the world to gloss over the horrors of what Epstein and his co-conspirators got up to. It's truly revolting. The comments section of that Joe Rogan podcast tears this guy apart, but it's really wild at this point to try and sanitize Epstein and his accomplices. Children were horribly abused, and some of the documents that I've seen were absolutely nightmarish, and this guy seems to explain it with the phrase,
girls juice deals.
As I get near the end of this video, it's worth reminding you of what an absolute monster Ghislaine Maxwell is, especially when we know that after her meeting with Todd Blanche, her prison accommodations were upgraded, and there's even talks of her possibly being pardoned. While she might look like a nice lady, smiling in all of the photos, her victims describe how she personally joined in their abuse and how she inflicted violence upon them. One survivor described Maxwell as the person who opened the door to hell. Just because someone looks nice and is well-spoken doesn't mean that they're a good person. I'll wrap up by telling you about a very similar but grubbier story from Belgium, the Marc Dutroux story. Marc was an unemployed electrician who abducted, abused, and murdered his victims. Like Epstein, he was arrested for sex crimes early on, and like Epstein, he was let off easy, serving just 3 years of a 13-year sentence. He continued on with his terrible crimes as soon as he was released. The second time he was arrested in 1996, he claimed to be a small part of a much bigger organization. One of his accomplices claimed that they had been providing girls to government officials. Like Epstein, Marc had unexplained wealth too. As an unemployed electrician, he somehow owned 10 properties and had a net worth of around 6 million Belgian francs. The case was notoriously poorly investigated. At one point, after being tipped off, the police searched his home while 2 kidnapped girls were locked in the basement. The girls' voices were even heard by the police officers, but they didn't follow up to work out where they were coming from. One of the officers who dropped the ball on these early leads was later promoted, which did little to quiet the rumors of a cover-up. Perhaps most inexplicably, DNA evidence from the crime scenes went unanalyzed for years, and when the original prosecutor began making waves and actually following the leads, he was pulled from the case and replaced by a prosecutor with next to no experience. The public anger in Belgium, where 300,000 people turned out to protest the mishandling of the case, led to the complete reorganization of Belgium's law enforcement agencies. So what have we actually learned from 3.5 million pages of raw intelligence, flight logs, and high society gossip released in the Epstein files? Well, depending on who you ask, the answer is either everything or nothing at all. The Department of Justice is saying that this data dump marks the end of the Epstein scandal and that there's nothing more to see. Critics and survivor advocates point out that only about half of the 6 million files have actually been released and that the redactions still need to be explained. When reading through the victim statements, I'm somewhat reminded of the famous line from The Great Gatsby. They were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness or whatever it was that kept them together and let other people clean up the mess they had made. It's a poetic sentiment, but looking through these documents, carelessness is a bit too generous. The people implicated in this case might not have cared about the victims, but it wasn't carelessness that built up this vast crime network that was used to inflict misery on its victims and defend the perpetrators. It's a terrible mistake, too, to confuse the recent government claims of transparency for real justice. While the government points to the volume of documents released as proof of their openness, these files weren't given. They were forced from their grasp by a mounting surge of public anger. Now the people implicated seem to be losing their patience with the questions they're being asked. Just this week, a reporter in the Oval Office asked President Trump about the survivors' concerns that the redactions are being used to cover up key names. A valid question. Instead of addressing it, the president tore into the journalist.
What did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman.
I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile
Well,
on your
I'm
face.
asking you about survivors.
You know why?
of Jeffrey
You know why you're not
Epstein.
smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
Ultimately, the Epstein files aren't just a collection of names and stories. They're a map of a world where accountability is a luxury that only applies to people without a yacht or a $10 real estate deal on the Upper East Side. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on how even typing the word Epstein was being blocked on TikTok next.
Did everything, note, weapon 24.
Welcome to The Rest is Science. This is Field Notes, a kind of expedition diary where Hannah and I track the discoveries, curiosities, riddles, and questions that have excited our minds recently. Now, what have you got for me today, Hannah?
Okay, today I want to talk to you about, and I don't think this is an exaggeration, one of the most important pieces of paper in the history of mathematics.
Oh, good.
It's a big deal. I got to go and see it. I haven't got it with me today because I think it's locked behind about 15 doors under continual armed guard. I'm joking, but I'm going to get to what it is in a moment and why it ends up being so important.
He stopped sharing them with me. Actually,
this episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
Imagine this. Inside all of us, billions of cells follow millions of instructions written in microscopic code. And when a new cell grows, it copies those instructions, but the smallest error can lead cancer to develop.
Right, and this is the reason why there isn't a single cure for cancer, because there are more than 200 different types. Each of them have got different distinct characteristics, different challenges, different mysteries, and that means that trying to cure cancer isn't like following a single path. It's like trying to map out an entire forest.
That's right. And Cancer Research UK is the world's largest charitable funder of cancer research. I mean, their work spans more than 20 countries. With over 4,000 scientists, doctors, and nurses pushing knowledge forward to save and improve lives worldwide.
Over the last 50 years, the work that this charity has done has helped to double cancer survival in the UK. And you have to think about that is more parents at the dinner table, right? That is more friends at their birthday parties. That is more people who are living longer, better lives.
For more information about Cancer Research UK, their research, breakthroughs, and how you can support them, visit cancerresearchuk.org/Rest is Science.
The first thing I want to ask you about is, have you heard of a guy called Ramanujan?
Yes, mathematician. Indian.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, he is the character that Good Will Hunting is based on, right? I mean, Good Will Hunting is like this modern version of the story, but essentially, the kind of the essence of that story is there's truth to it. We're talking just after 1900 here, okay? And at the time, there are these great titans of mathematics who are at Trinity College in Cambridge. One of them is called Hardy, and the other is his kind of co-collaborator, a guy called Littlewood. And as lots of mathematicians do, even to this day, they get all of these letters from people coming in and saying, oh, I've like discovered something absolutely extraordinary. I've come up with a new formula for infinity, etc. Anyway, one day, Hardy opens these letters and he sees this letter that's come through in the post, and it's just a total load of absolute gibberish, right? Like complete load of nonsense. The notation is all over the place. It's like pages and pages of formula. And he's like, this is absolute junk. So he immediately just throws it in the bin and leaves it. And then he leaves, he kind of goes off for lunch and goes for a walk. And then later that evening, he finds himself sitting with his longtime collaborator, Littlewood. And he's like, I just can't get this thing out of my head, because there was a couple of things in it, even though the like notation of it was absolute nonsense. There were like a couple of bits in it that sort of, I feel like I've been struggling to understand myself for a number of years. So him and Littlewood go back into the waste paper basket, and they get this letter out of the bin and they start to go through it. And line by line, I mean, it is full of the absolute biggest load of junk in a lot of ways, in terms of the notation, in terms of there are no proofs anywhere, it's not rigorous at all, it's like a mess. However, contained within it are these like little ideas, these little like mathematical secrets, some of which Hardy knew that the rest of the world didn't know, and some of which were even beyond what Hardy himself thought that was possible. And him and Littlewood were like looking at this and being like, okay, you know what? Either this person is crazy, either this is a letter that has come in from a madman, or, as is more likely, this has come in from a genius. And they decided that on the balance of probability, that if someone was a madman to send this letter, they wouldn't possibly have the imagination to come up with something quite so crazy. And so the only possible explanation was that this must be the real deal. And I should tell you, some of the like crazy things that appear in this letter are that if you add up 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 all the way to infinity, you get -1/12.
Is that where that comes from?
That's where that comes. Well, yes, that's one of the places that comes from. Yes, absolutely. I mean, can you imagine? I like trying to. I get letters like this now, right? So I am now a professor at Cambridge University. I get letters like this all the time. I open them and think they are nonsense. And there's a little bit of me that's like, oh no, hang on a second. Maybe I could be missing out on an actual genius here. Maybe there could be a real genius. But can you imagine getting a letter from someone saying, if you add 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to infinity, it equals -1/12? You would just dismiss it out of hand, surely.
Yeah, you would think it was a joke, and you'd be concerned for the person. But you're right. To have the imagination to come up with that, but then also the confidence to send it to leading mathematicians would make me take a closer look.
Right, absolutely. So that's exactly what Hardy does. He finds a way to contact the person who wrote him the letter, a person called Ramanujan, and he organises for him to come over from India and become a resident in Trinity College in Cambridge. And when he does so, he realises that the person in front of him, who is untrained, this kind of rough diamond, as it were, has the most extraordinary natural ability of basically any mathematician who has ever walked this earth. Not only that, with his only training being this textbook that's used for high school students, right? Like there's no advanced mathematical ideas in it at all. He had managed by himself to advance the field of number theory further than the best, most well-funded minds across Cambridge and the rest of the world, right? On his own, he had managed to do things that had evaded other people. So the thing that I got to see when I was first talking to Cambridge about moving over there as a professor, they organised this day for me where I got to go and see all of the really exciting things around Cambridge, right? Got to go meet the Vice Chancellor, got to go and, see the like fancy halls and stuff. And there was one day, one afternoon, there was one bit where we got to go into the library and dig out their treasures, and they had the original Newton copy of Principia Mathematica, the textbook that he wrote, his handwritten annotations in it. Absolutely amazing. That's sort of the gem of their collection that everyone gets really excited about, and of course they found that exciting. But then they were like, oh, and there's some stuff by some other mathematicians that we've dug out over there in the corner. And we went over, had no idea that this is what we were going to find, but there was a folder with the original letter, the one that had been thrown in the bin by Hardy, and the subsequent follow-ups. And I basically, I've never been more excited by anything in my entire life.
What kind of mathematics was it? What was being argued or shown?
So it's number theory, essentially. So you are looking at different ways that you can partition series of numbers. So I have sent over a couple of pictures that I took on the day.
Ooh, for today from Hannah Fry.
There you go.
Oh, wow, okay.
Right, so for starters, look how nice his handwriting is. Absolutely.
That's the first thing I was going to say. This is not a madman. This is an artist. It's so readable.
It's so readable.
Dear sir, I am very much qualified on perusing your letter of the 8th February. I mean, I'm not good at reading cursive, but I love this.
This is readable, right? But this is someone who notices actually how crazy he sounds, because there's a section here where it says, I told him that the sum of an infinite number of terms of the series 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus equals minus 1 over 12 under my theory. If I tell you this, you will at once point out to me the lunatic asylum as my goal. Right? Like, he knew it sounded crazy.
Yeah.
He knew it sounded crazy. And yet it turns out it's not crazy, it's absolutely correct. And not only that, but it turns out to be phenomenally useful in the field of string theory.
Yep.
It's an actual result that actually gets used by actual physicists.
Yeah, and Numberphile has a fantastic video on it. It sounds like a joke, and yet there are ways of looking at the sum of all the integers, and you go, well, how can it not be negative 1/12?
Yeah. That proof from Numberphile is, I think it's pretty controversial. I think that's probably fair to say.
Well, it's controversial, but it really forces you to say, well, what is mathematics and what are we doing here? Because there are different kinds of intuitions and different sorts of, behaviors and things to focus on that really can make something like this true.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing about this Ramanujan story is that I should add is that actually the winter in Cambridge, it really didn't suit him, right? This is also 1914, 1915, so right at the very beginning of the First World War. He was vegetarian, and it was almost impossible for him to get the nourishment that he needed while there were rations and so on in place. There was nowhere in Cambridge that sold vegetarian food around that time, I believe. But he really didn't do very well, and around 3 years later he ended up passing away. He contracted tuberculosis and passed away. And there's this really beautiful story about Hardy, who I have to tell you, right, Hardy is like, he's sort of the most upright of people, right? If you imagine a really traditional English gentleman, that's Hardy all over. I mean, this is a man who had 5 things that he was most proud of in the world, and number 5 was that he didn't have any children. He used to boast about how happy he was that none of his maths was any use whatsoever to anybody, which is a bit of a shame because it ended up being the foundation of modern cryptography. But he's like this very, very upright man, loves cricket and mathematics and nothing else, not interested in another single thing. But he described his encounter with Ramanujan as the most romantic encounter of his life. Or the only romantic encounter of his life.
Oh.
Yeah, which is quite sad, really, in a lot of ways. But he really thought that this man was absolutely extraordinary, like had been sent by God. And when Ramanujan was in the hospital, when he was extremely sick and about to pass away, Hardy got a taxi down. He was in Putney, in a hospital in Putney. So Hardy got a taxi all the way over to go and see him and sit with his friend. And he didn't know what to say, right? He was rubbish at small talk, sort of like a very awkward guy. And he sat there and said, oh, the number of the taxi that I got here was 1729, like an extremely unremarkable number. And 1729 has now become a sort of inside joke for mathematicians because Ramanujan, without even pausing, this is a man who's on his deathbed, right? Like one of the most gifted mathematicians to have ever lived, immediately responds, 1729 isn't uninteresting at all. It's the smallest number that can be comprised of two cube numbers added together in two different ways. Which, I mean, I don't know about you, Michael, but that would take me about an afternoon to work that out.
Yeah, and on my deathbed, I'll probably say something like,
Got it, Endman. Actually, I was just wondering what took
nothing
you so long
that
to
becomes a
assign me task.
mathematical meme for the centuries.
No, absolutely not. It's just a really lovely story. And I mean, I think it's sort of like, I think the idea of there being these geniuses who walk the earth is, there's something so appealing about it. There's something like really magnetic about it. I also think it's sort of problematic because almost all science and maths and advancing of humanity is not done by, you know, the absolute like one in a squillions. It's done by big teams of people who just are normal people who work really hard, right?
Yeah, right.
Here too.
Yeah, I mean, the great man theory of history and culture and discovery, it forgets the fact that like there needed to be doctors to help Ramanujan. There needed to be like literally the messengers who would send the correspondences back and forth so that these mathematical conversations could happen. Like you need everything, everyone.
There's also, I think, this idea that, you know, not everyone is Usain Bolt, but that doesn't mean that you can't have extreme value in, you know, sort of going for a jog around your park on a Sunday afternoon, you know? You sort of don't have to be a genius.
And we all stand on the shoulders of giants. For every Ramanujan, there's a high school math textbook that set him on that path.
Yeah, absolutely. You do get these things popping up though in maths sometimes. You do get people coming from nowhere with like no formal training, no connection.
First of all, I'll say that not only do they just kind of pop up, they're often quite young.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard a lot about this like sweet spot for mathematicians and their productivity, and it's like in the early 20s. What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like you've got some mathematical discovery that you're gonna stumble upon in the next couple of decades and you're gonna throw the average off?
Oh no, I'm way too old, Michael.
Way too old, yeah.
Way too old. Also, I'm just enjoying my time spent with you far too much to be thinking deeply about mathematical truths and reality.
Oh, so now you're blaming me for keeping you from changing the world mathematically. I'll take it. I'll take that responsibility.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, it is. It does seem to be a young person's game. I mean, actually, they always used to say it was a young man's game, and I think sort of real emphasis there. Only one woman has ever won the Fields Medal. This is a bit like the Nobel Prize for Mathematics, except it's way harder because you can only receive it if you're under 40, and they only give it out every 4 years.
Wow.
But yeah, only one woman ever has won it. So, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I've got 2 months left to win that.
Uh-oh. Come on, let's do this.
Do you have to be under 40, or does your discovery just have to have been made before you were 40?
No, you receive the medal before you're 40.
When's this next ceremony?
2026, that's the next Fields Medal.
But what month?
When's your birthday?
January 23rd. It's really soon in the year. But it only happens every 4 years? 2030, 2034, 2038. Let's see, my daughter is going to be, she won't be 40 until 2059.
She's got time.
She's got a chance. All right, so I'm looking at these photos. I still have them up on my computer, and there's one where you're actually standing next to a bound book, a hardcover bound book. And is that what contains these letters?
No, so that is Newton's original copy of Principia Mathematica.
Oh, no kidding. I love that it's on a pillow.
I know.
It just needs to be tucked in.
It's so precious. The thing is that even though it's on a pillow, if you like flick through these, there's one point clearly where it's got moldy. So
no.
It's like these pages are just covered in black mold.
I love that. You know, Richard Feynman once said something like, if you think about something for a really long time, you can write down all of your thoughts in a book and then put it in on a shelf in a library full of basically what happens when people think about things. And it was just such a humbling reminder that, like, The mole doesn't care what's on the page.
No, absolutely not. Or whose hand had like turned the pages.
Yeah.
There are some nice things in there though. There's like a couple of bits where Newton has done a couple of little doodles. So there's like, I mean, he's got much messier handwriting than Ramanujan. That's what I will say. But there's like a few little graphs that he's drawn there, like little tangents and stuff. There's a bit where he's sort of correcting the print, being like, no, I don't like this at all. I want to change it completely. I mean, my Latin's not great, so I'm assuming that's what it says. But there's one bit which I quite like, little Newton doodle.
A Newtonian emoji.
You know, in the Royal Society, where they elect fellows, like really great people from science and mathematics, they elect them as fellows. And it was the institution, it's sort of the longest running scientific institution in kind of continuous existence in the entire world, been going since the 1600s. Newton was like a very prominent early president of this place. Anyway, when you are elected as a fellow, which is very, very hard to do, you get one black ball and you're out. When you get elected, you get to sign your name in this original book, which has everybody in it, all the way back to the 1600s. And the thing that's really nice is that obviously Newton's signature is in there, but the person underneath Newton's signature is completely rubbed out because for centuries, people have flicked backwards, put their finger on the page and gone, oh, look, it's Newton.
And they've pointed at Newton's, smudging the name below him. Oh, I love that.
Literally erased from history. This does happen every now and then. Someone pops up from nowhere who is sort of outside of the like usual institutions, but has done something really extraordinary. This happened a few years ago. There was a guy called Grigory Perlman. I don't know if you've come across this guy.
Yes, I've seen like photos on Reddit of him like taken candidly from his back while he's waiting at an intersection, and they're like, we found him. And it's just such a mystery.
He is so fascinating. Okay, so in the year 2000, the Clay Maths Institute, they decided that they would write down the 7 most important unsolved problems in mathematics, right? Like the biggest mysteries. And they were like, we'll give $1 million to anyone who could solve one of these. And all of them almost have stood unsolved for a quarter of a century. But from nowhere, a few years ago, this proof landed on the internet by Grigory Perlman, a Russian mathematician. I mean, I'm sort of saying that, but like he wasn't associated with anywhere else. He solved this like very important theorem called the Poincare conjecture. And people initially were like very skeptical. Where's this guy come from? You know, you don't just sort of, I mean, you may as well put it up on Twitter, you know, like you don't expect sort of a random Twitter poster to have solved it. But people very carefully went through and checked, and it was absolutely correct. Like this whole thing was totally $spot on. And so, you know, people were like, well, well done you. Have all of these prizes, have the medal, have the
$1 million.
$1 million, right? But the thing is the $1 million prize, it was a ceremony that was going to be held in Spain. And Grigory Perlman, he replied that to go to Spain would mean 1 day traveling, 1 day to collect the prize, 1 day to return home, and that would be 3 days when he wouldn't be able to do mathematics. So he turned it down.
Wow.
Says something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hides from everybody. He's like, he doesn't want to give talks. He doesn't want to be invited to things. He just wants to do his own thing. So yeah, hence people stalking him and putting photos of him on the internet.
Living his best life, alone. Well, we don't know if he's alone. He might have like a bunch of friends.
So he did live with his mum in an apartment in Moscow for when the prize was suggested.
Okay.
Which is like, you know, actually I think $1 million in Moscow is like, it's enough money to like be noticed, but not enough money to protect yourself. So I think that might be one of the reasons.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Or maybe he just doesn't want his mom to know he's a nerd.
I think it might have leaked out on the side.
She's like, "What's that letter you received?" And he's like, "Oh, junk mail. I gotta go lift some weights."
Is that what you were like in your teenage years, Michael?
No, I was very proud to be as nerdy as possible.
Me too, absolutely. Should we go to a break?
This episode is brought to you by NordVPN.
VPNs are an incredible invention. Short for virtual private network, a VPN, it works to shield your IP address. It virtually connects you to any network in the world and protects your information from prying eyes.
Yeah, no more worrying that public network you joined that didn't even require a password will end in disaster. No, just fire up NordVPN and its encryption software will keep your data safe.
And NordVPN's unique Threat Protection Pro, it blocks malicious links, it scans downloads for viruses for up to 10 devices for your whole house when attached to your router.
NordVPN even protects
podcast episode description box.
Welcome back from the break. We are refueled and we are ready for some questions.
You survived! Congratulations!
We've got people who desperately need answers. For example, Becky asks, why do I sneeze when I first have a mint or a piece of chewing gum?
Well, okay, first things first, Becky. I think you need a lozenge for that sore throat.
That's what I was thinking. It's ridiculous, Becky.
Chewing gum is not the thing that you should be consuming right now. Okay, basically, there are these nerves in your face, right? There's one called the trigeminal nerve, it's a monster. It's like an absolute beast sitting behind your face. And it's responsible for all of the sensation that you get and also the movement of your main muscles, your sort of chewing muscles. And that nerve essentially holds the power to hit the sneeze button, right? So that's the nerve that gets triggered if a little bit of dust or a microbe or something ends up in your nose and you're like, okay, need to eject this immediately, let's sneeze. But what can happen is when you eat something like mint, or for some people when you look at a bright light, right? This is also happening. It's sort of like that nerve, it gets a slight sensation that it gets confused by and it just hits the eject button instead of being like, it's cool, don't worry about it, it's a bit of mint.
Yeah.
The looking at bright light one is because the optic nerve runs really close to the other nerve, and the sort of insulation between the two of them can be a bit dodgy. And so you can get sort of a mixed message, quite literally a faulty wiring of looking at a bright light and this nerve being like, oh, something, sneeze.
How cool. Yeah, the optic nerve, any nerve near the trigeminal nerve, overstimulated, it can leak in, and then the trigeminal nerve says, there's something that needs to get out of here. Sneeze.
Have a sneezing fit. I mean, it'd be quite bad if you worked in a mint factory, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I've never had that kind of effect. I don't sneeze when I see bright lights, but I've heard people talk about it, and I've been like, wow, you've got leaky nerves, dude.
You are miswired. Yeah. The only way actually that I can make myself sneeze is, which everyone can do, right, is to get something really small. Don't do this. But like a feather and tickle the inside of your nose. That will work. If you ever want to sneeze. Some people quite like sneezing, I think, don't they?
Oh yeah, some people really like it. Like it's their bag, baby.
What, in a kinky way?
Yeah, because it represents a moment where you lose control.
Oh.
It's surrendering yourself to the sneeze.
Well, you better believe I'm going to be searching some of the dark corners of Reddit later.
Oh yeah, I can show you my friends in the forums. No, but that's a good time to move on to Harry B.
It probably is. Wait, let me ask you this one. What is your favorite and least favorite element, and why?
My favorite and least favorite element. My favorite element is sulfur, because my father was a sulfur engineer. He was a chemical engineer who worked especially in sulfur recovery from refineries. They've got a lot of sulfur that they don't need. And he loved sulfur. He had jars of sulfur around the house as decoration, and he always wanted to get a tattoo of a sulfur molecule. My least favorite, I don't know, it seems so mean to be all judgmental about just a way matter can be arranged. I guess, should I go with something that's dangerous? Let me think.
Yeah, go on. What's the most dangerous?
The most dangerous, I'd say some enriched plutonium would be really bad.
Yeah.
And yet plutonium, I think, can also do a lot of good when used in the right way.
What about Is it thallium that's like really poisonous? Some of them are very bad for you.
Yeah, but they've got to have redeeming qualities. There's a whole part of the periodic table that's full of like the forgettable elements where their properties are all like, yeah, it's a silvery metal that is sometimes used in optics. And you look at its name and the name is like phlebobium and you're like, oh, is that really an element? And you have to look it up and you're like, yep, it's got a Wikipedia page. Wow, I never hear about that. But I don't want to be mean to them either. Is there an overrated element? I sometimes think carbon gets talked about a lot.
It does. It's also, don't know if you know this, quite a big deal.
You're one of those carbon heads. I see. I see. Maybe it's just that I love sulfur too much. But what about you? What's your least and most favorite element?
You're right, having a least favorite is really difficult. I was going to go for argon as my least favorite just because it's like, wow, boring, doesn't do anything.
It does so much. Ever heard of an incandescent light bulb?
I know. But then also the other thing I was thinking about was, because the thing about argon is it doesn't react with anything, right? It's like it just happily runs around on its own. It's like the ultimate loner, basically. But the thing about argon is that actually they use it to detect neutrinos. So there was one point where I got to go to CERN and I just so happened to be there when they were building this like giant neutrino detector. You know, these sort of like particles that are incredibly difficult to sense, that leave almost no discernible imprint on the world around them. But if you have a giant tank of liquid argon, then you can like slightly detect these little trails that are left by these neutrinos as they go through. Anyway, this tank, right, that they had was like lined with gold on the inside. That was pretty cool. But the liquid argon that they had in it, I was like, that's an absolute beast. How on earth did you get the funding for that? Liquid argon is apparently cheaper than Coca-Cola by the litre.
No kidding. How cold is it?
I actually don't know.
We got a question from Michael S. How cold is liquid argon?
How cold is liquid argon?
So I guess argon condensing temp, that is negative 302 Fahrenheit, negative 185 Celsius.
Not that cold. I mean, cold, but not like insane cold.
Basically, the point is it sounds like argon might be your favorite element.
I think it might be. You know, I was going to go for gold, just because I think like actually, I mean, it's a bit of an easy one, isn't it? A bit of an easy one.
No. Gold has a lot going for it. I think if you're gonna say argon is bad for just hanging around and not reacting with stuff, how can you then say gold is great? Gold famously doesn't react with stuff. It's precious. It doesn't tarnish. The only thing that gets rid of it is aqua regia.
We seem to have
dissolves it at least.
Yeah, which is actually the famous story about the Nobel Prize winner who during the Second World War, because when you get a Nobel Prize, it's like the medallion that they give you is.
Why would anyone lock a long ear up in this place? Could it be poachers? Don't panic, little one. We'll get you out right now. Hey.
Huh? Who are you? In my cage. Why is my cage open? Have you seen Woolsey? She's a long ear. Took me ages to get her inside a cage. Oh, how did she escape again?
What? That long ear is yours?
Yeah, I'm Atu, a Tianshi disciple of Wuling. Woolsey is my graduation research project. If she goes missing, I'll have to put off my graduation for the 4th year.
Oh.
Of course I am. With its natural setting and barely any human interference, I figured it'd be the ideal spot to raise Woolsey. My project is definitely going to work this year. Why do you look so nervous? Oh, by Talos, did the Starkey Dweller steal my Woolsey?
No, we saw her running that way. Let's chase her down for you.
Woolsey, doesn't like moving around when she's full. I think she should be nearby.
Let's scan the place, Inman. Check the ground for paw prints.
Another day of beautiful. I'm in the flow. We'll see this through.
Great! Hey! Here's our chance!
I shall sweep the rest.
We'll spot an opening! Don't blink! Forget about play it by ear! Hey! Talk's cheap, mate. Gotta put in the hard yakka. That's right. Hold on to that spirit.
Watch your step, people.
I'll leave that side to you.
More stockade. Oh dear, it's giving me the creeps. But I've got to be brave. For Lucy.
Hey.
Furball. Tried kicking me back then. Guess you can't do anything behind the cage, eh?
Lucy! Hey, you! Give me back my Lucy!
Oh, hold up. A Wooling girl. Here. Now that's interesting. I thought Wooling has everything. But someone's here demanding a share of this fine long ear we caught. What? Does the wildlife belong to people now? Since when did anyone own the earth, the skies, or the rivers?
Lucy is different. You just want her for yourself.
Hey, 大将, this one right here looks like the Endfield chief.
Oh, you're right. The heroes who had our backs. And were approved by the Supreme Chief herself. So, is this Wooling girl part of your crew?
Uh-huh. Atu is under our protection.
Great. Talking's easier when it's fam to fam.
So, how much are you asking for her? I'll pay.
Money? Nah, we don't need stupid pieces of paper. Lunch, that's what the fam wants right now. But you came without invitation and got in the way. We caught this furball with our own hands. Tell you what, bring us something else to chew on, and we'll trade.
Hey. Ha. Ha.
Only by walking upon the land can we truly appreciate every breath and pulse of life. And this is what Endfield is fighting for.
Hey. Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations. Ha.
Hunter like this tend to attract wild beasts, especially when they're bolting. Be careful.
Hey. Hey. Here's our chance. Gotta treat myself first. Forget about me. I shall sweep. I spot an opening. Gotta treat myself sometimes, sweep the rest. Hey! Forget about eyes on the prize! Hey! Egan's will turn! Hey! Lead spot active! No worries, it's all part of our job.
I pray that the land accepts you all.
A definitive outcome. We found plenty of edible stuff. Let's take them to Dajong and get Woolsey back. Atu, you sound really knowledgeable about everything. Are you a biology major?
I majored in that for a bit, but I don't think I'll make a qualified biologist. My mom is a Tianshi of biology at HAS. If we stack all the stuff she has published, that pile will be taller than me. I'll never be as good as Mom.
Oh, you don't necessarily need to be as good as Mom to be pretty good. First item. Okay.
Took you quite a while. Thought you ran away. Took you quite a while.
Here, things you can eat. Give my Woolsey back to me.
Gal, you call this edible? Do you think we're fools?
Of course they're edible. You just need to cook them. I'll show you.
Wow, you're pretty good at cooking, Atu. Ever thought about being a chef?
I thought about a culinary career and looked into it for a bit. Even collected all sorts of ingredients and tried them out. But there are just too many chefs around. I'll end up being really mid, and that's something I want to avoid.
City gal, say what you want, but you're actually pretty good at being funny. Guess we'll honor our promise and give your Woolsey back to you. City gal, that really a long ear? Hell of a kick. How do you keep her under control?
Hey, I once applied to a watchguard internship. Don't underestimate me.
Wow, I didn't know you could fight, Atu.
Just a bit. Unfortunately, I overslept and missed the third round of trials. Woolsey! Gotta cut the chit-chat or she'll be too far away.
Enman, Woolsey went over there. Time to leg it.
sense danger. This one won't go down easily.
Engaging. Stay safe, team.
Lucy is always running off to the worst spots. My senior is going to be pissed again. Why would Lucy come this far? Wouldn't she be afraid?
Perhaps Woolsey belongs to good old nature.
But I think Woolsey must be afraid. She was born and raised at a tiny place. The world outside is huge. Where could she be hiding?
I'm totally finished. My instructor is gonna get really mad at this.
Yuning, are you in trouble too?
Atu? Why are you here? I thought you switched majors, and your project too. Wasn't that like 2 months ago? Let's talk about something urgent right now. I was eating lunch. Then, on the camera feeds, I saw a long ear running into the testing area. That critter's stomping all over the place, and she won't stop munching. She's ruining everything.
Lucy! Oh, I'm so sorry, people. I go look for my Lucy.
Woolsey. Did Atu name her Longear?
She did. Are you Atu's classmate?
Atu, the major changer? She's got classmates all over Wuling City. Studying at Wuling is tuition-free, but no one does it like Atu. She's literally dabbled in every major. I think even Viceroy Zhuang's wallet is feeling the pain from that nonsense. Yeah, whenever she starts a new major, hopelessness will soon catch up and she'll switch to another. And that's why she's never graduating. I actually get along with Atu. She's pretty nice. Quite an idealist, and super smart, too. Gotta tell you something. Atu keeps saying that she's not good at anything, but her GPA? It's way above passing for every major she's taken. I don't think anyone else could do it. If you ask me, she's a genius, of sorts.
Oh yeah! We hardly spent any time with Atu, but that girl managed to show us 3 different professional skill sets.
Well, I don't think she realizes just how smart she is. She dabbles in this and then that, but never manages to get anything done. What a shame.
We better find Woolsey to make sure that Atu graduates this year. Whoa! Woolsey sure is destructive.
Well, I personally bred Woolsey myself. She's a hyper-evolved long-ear variant.
Atu! Where were you back then?
I'm so sorry. I was cleaning up Woolsey's mess. Can't let her disrupt people's work.
Let's help you with that.
Did we just replant stuff?
The air.
Atu, come here, please. About that project progress report you submitted yesterday.
Mr. Lu, I gotta find Lucy.
Lol.
Oh.
Listen, Atu looks confused and lost. Is there anything we can do to help her? You're probably gonna say, everyone's got a useful talent. And you're right. But even I had a major episode of not knowing what I really wanted. I totally get it.
I mean, we should find the Woolsey. This asshole.
Hey, hey. Hey, ha. Something dangerous is up ahead. We better be fully prepared. Oh, by Talos! Did you roast Woolsey already? Atu, have you given up again?
Oh, Atu, this poor fella you caught is Woolsey? Speaking of which, you're pretty good at roasting. Smells great, and just the right amount of fat.
What? Oh wait. Okay.
Wow, you're awesome.
Just then, Woolsey sat in Chimbo's stockade and stared at me for a while. And then she ran off. I know there's a limestone cave nearby. Woolsey loves running around in these caves. Ha!
Where is Ryan?
Hey.
Or Woolsey?
Hey.
Only by walking upon the land can we
Ha! Hey.
Wait, no. Oh.
Hey.
To go from here.
Hey. Ha. Hey. Ha.
No.
Ha. Hey. Ha. Ooh. Hey.
To go there from the other side.
Woolsey become friends with the Pantails? I guess that explains why Woolsey kept running around. She was looking for her true home. Looking at this got me thinking about home. Our Wuling trip is, bringing back memories. Hey! Woolsey ran off again. Wasn't making friends with Pantail beasts what she was after?
I got it! I know what Woolsey wants! Woolsey just wants around!
Atu! Aren't you chasing after Woolsey?
I'm going to talk to my instructor!
How about just...
Hey.
What about Woolsey?
Wow, you're awesome!
Over here, Ant-Man! Come on!
Hey.
What? Look, there's only one issue for me. What good is you running for society?
I want to offer you this gift. I was packing my bag when I saw this photo. Wanted to take it along, but I realized it's kinda useless to me. Here, please take it.
Okay, well...
Hey! It's a photo of Woolsey and the Pantails. Oh, it's so pretty. You're an amazing photographer, Atu.
I want to, but people who want to keep moving forward should never look back.
No, it's fine.
One more thing. Thank you for sticking with me all day and running around like this. Awesome! I guess we all like running. So, this is it. I'm heading to my next project. Next, I'm applying to the most desolate and uninhabited realms of Talos 2. There, I shall find the most wondrous mineral of them all.
Or
Seems
not.
like our unexpected mistake became a life-changing event for Atu.
Mistake? What a mistake?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Okay then, I'm off, people. I hope to see you again.
What an asshole.
The air is dry, and the skies look good. I shall rest well tonight.
Why are they on the rooftops? Oh, they're not unique at least. Or patrols. Wishes. So he knows we're the Endwin, and he's fine with us helping him. Neat. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Hey. Ha. Hey. Ha.
Agricultural test site. Since it's agricultural test site, that means it's probably for agriculture.
Entering core AIC area.
Looks like I'm out of resources already. Wow, let's go to the gym first. Want to see.
Got it, Enmin. Actually, I was just wondering what took you so long to assign me a task.
Short on people here, too.
Literal gold, right?
Yeah.
Like actual full-on gold. And they were concerned about the Nazis coming in and being like, give us that solid gold medallion you've got over there. And so he dissolved it, right? He kind of put it into a solution.
Is it a solution or a colloid? I don't know.
It's a colloid, yeah.
But the point is, you look at it, it's just a beaker of gross stuff.
Reddish fluid, so you've just got no idea what it is.
Great way to hide gold.
Great way to hide gold, yeah. I think I'm going gold. Also, I just love the idea that it's sort of like created in the, you know, in like the collision of neutron stars and came here on an asteroid, which is admittedly true for almost every heavy element. But
yeah, but you know, gold was probably also one of the first elements ever discovered, since it can exist in its elemental form.
Yeah, you can spot it in the rocks.
I think sulfur would have been really early because you also can just find sulfur nuggets, veins of sulfur, whereas carbon, oxygen, it's hard to like see those things if you're just a prehistoric person poking around.
Also, I think it's really entangled with human history, right? Like we valued it from time immemorial. Like, you know, the first idea of money was like that you would exchange this nugget of gold, you know, even before coins were really a thing. So, okay, there you go, listeners of The Rest is Science. You want to send in gifts to either me or Michael. Michael, I'll take as much gold as you want to give me, and Michael will take sulfur.
I really will. But we'll be back next Thursday with another edition of Field Notes. And until then, keep your eyes open, your pencils sharp, and your minds a little bit wild.
And if you have anything you want to send us in, including alternative outros that we can use next week, then please do send them in. The Rest is Science at goalhanger.com.
Or join our newsletter.
This is crazy, guys. Like, I have looked at a lot of endgames in my life, and this one, the funny thing is, this was not in the book. The author didn't see this. Capablanca didn't see this. This was just like Stockfish was like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a random draw here, and actually it could be a win if Black plays King G7, and nobody saw it, but here it is. This is crazy. In this position, Black's pawn is dangerously close to becoming a queen, 2 squares away, and it does have support from the queen and possibly the bishop. White is trying to hang on, and there is one move and only one move. This is crazy, guys. Like, I have looked at a lot of endgames in my life, and this one. The funny thing is, this was not in the book. The author didn't see this. Capablanca didn't see this. This was just like Stockfish was like,
What about batteries? What's of them left?
like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a random draw here, and actually it could be a win if Black plays King G7, and nobody saw it, but here it is. This is crazy. In this position, Black's pawn is dangerously close to becoming a queen, 2 squares away, and it does have support from the queen and possibly the bishop. White is trying to hang on, and there is one move and only one move that saves the game for White. If you want to pause and try to find it, you can, but I'm going to go ahead and warn you, the author of this book didn't see it, and Capablanca himself, probably the greatest endgame player of all time, didn't see it. The only reason I know about it is because the chess engine told me what the move is, and when I saw it, I was like, no, you got to be kidding me. So we're going to look at this game. This is game number 11 in the series. We're going through this book, Capablanca's Best Chess Endings. It is crazy to me how one simple move, if you see it, saves the game, and if you don't, you lose. You think at the end of the game there's a little bit more leeway. No, you have to pay attention to every detail, just like every other phase in a chess game. But this one is pretty crazy. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Let's take a look. All right, so here we go. So this time I'm actually showing you the game from not Capablanca's perspective, just because I really liked the end game from White's perspective, and I want you to get the flow of the game from White's perspective. So Capablanca is playing with the black pieces, okay? And he's going to win the game, but that's only because White missed the draw that I'm going to show you when we get there. Okay, so they played this really weird opening. Like, I don't know what's going on. This is kind of like a London from White, and Black is kind of doing a King's Indian setup. Then he goes for c6. The queen goes to c2. I mean, very strange opening, but they're playing, you know, back hundreds of years ago. Like, openings weren't as big of a deal. Okay, so they're developing the pieces. That's what matters, right? Knight comes out, rook comes to the center, both sides castle. Okay, great. So we get some back and forth. They're both trying to reroute their knights all over the place. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Bishop h4, he trades. The knight goes back, and here, by the way, White starts playing very defensively, like very defensively. Knight e1, like this is not a move that you guys want to make unless it's absolutely your last option, right? And so he just immediately starts going on the defensive. He plays g3. This knight now gets to jump into h3, which is kind of annoying. h5, Capablanca's being very aggressive here. f3. So, and I said, you know, White's playing defensively, but they are at least doing a pretty good job of defending and not making it easy for Capablanca to invade into the position, okay? So knight here, h4, g4. So he just tries to totally lock up the position. The problem when you push your pawns forward like this, which hopefully you guys can notice, is you create these squares in the position that now the knights can just have a party on, right? When your pawn was on g3, the knights couldn't really do anything. Yes, you have to worry about other things, like this might happen, but as soon as you push by, I just really don't like this from White. Okay, now you could say, well, maybe they were thinking about the f5 square and they wanted to solidify that for their knight. I think the way I would look at it is you can already go there. You already have it supported enough if you want to go there. You don't really need another pawn, and by pushing forward, now you've given Black the f4 square. So, you know, I don't know, but that's just kind of what and Stockfish, yeah, Stockfish says, no, this is a bad move. You can see the bar pushing in Capablanca's favor. Okay, so what does he do? He brings the knight there. I mean, why not? Rook f2, we get a trade. Bishop comes out finally. Rook to the open file, rook to the open file, b3. The knight jumps in that square again. He trades, he brings the rook over. Oh, by the way, I should mention something here. It almost looks like there's a tactic for Capablanca. Bishop takes g4, and there's a pin. I want to ask you guys, if Capablanca would have done this, what could White have played? What could White have played? All right, if you had a chance to look at that. So whenever pieces are lined up with a king or a queen in chess, that should be a clue to you that, like, you know what, there could be some kind of a tactic here. Say, Nelson, what are you talking about? There's a bishop and a king on the same file. Okay. What does that mean? Well, maybe there's a tactic, and sure enough, there actually is. You can actually sacrifice your knight on h4. The idea is that if they take back, you can now pin the bishop to the king. That's why I was saying when they're in a line or a diagonal or something, you want to pay attention. And now, of course, Black can't do this. You just take it. Remember, the bishop's pinned, right? And now you're going to take this back. Let's say they do something. Big here with check. And the game goes on, but now White actually has a much better position. You have some pressure on the king, and you didn't actually lose a pawn.
Hey.
Buying stuff from the ads. Jade Jensen.
Hi.
Entering core AIC area.
So doesn't go wrong like that.
Hey.
Carbon. Let's go for the cow. Megatron for a couple of minutes. Actually, no. No, for how much? But that's let's get 2 of them. I can just... It's not necessary for me to... But hey, just powering them up seems like a reliable way to do things. Okay, how am I? So there should be a quest about...
Hi.
Oh. This channel.
Entering core AIC area.
Man, it's so late already. Oh.
Entering core AIC area.
Power pylons. Where are they?
Hey. Hey.
Only by walking upon a...
I'm not sure if I will ever need that amount. Okay, so 4 rows, so that's 4. No, wait, 5 rows of 2 each, right? Then total, and I have all placed already, so it's going to be mix powder. Version. So let's go craft version.
Entering core AIC area.
need to rotate everything. You just go for it. Okay, so the question is everything but now. Looks like yes. But it took a while. Maybe. There needs to be fluid reservoir everywhere on the boat. Like this row should be fluid reservoirs.
Entering core AIC area.
Only by walking upon the land can we truly appreciate every breath and pulse of life. And this is what Endfield is fighting for.
Fucking great. Okay. Let's hide Endfield for now. And maybe also mute it. And do some other stuff. And we'll see how much this works out. Start there.
Say no more.
I got this stage is mine. Here we go. Clean it up. I am ready. Yep. Are you ready for this? Don't worry, one swing will do.
Realized I was so close to.
Wait. Let me grab my field mic before we bounce.
Isn't already?
Heading out for inspiration? Let's go! Wait. Let me grab my field mic before we bounce. Heading out for inspiration? Let's go! Wait. Let me grab my field mic before we bounce.
So damage on these. Too many things.
Heading out for inspiration? Let's go!
Understood.
As for shadow. Yep. Are you ready for this? That's as far as you go. Noise, be gone. Huh? Don't worry, one swing will do. You asked for it. Rest in peace. Huh? Here we go.
That thing. Not realizing that this is the problem. Let's go around.
Are you ready for this?
In position.
It's showtime! As for shadow. Don't worry, one swing will do.
Mm-hmm. Two chips. Mm-hmm. Scratch card. Hey. That's okay.
The system sucks, this job sucks. Sometimes I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so I could get a full 24 hours of sleep. Now, you could pay me $1 billion and I still would never say that to a judge. But when a federal judge asked why ICE was ignoring court orders, government lawyer Julie Lee snapped. And that exchange went viral. And fellow lawyers immediately split into two camps. Julie Lee is a hero or Julie Lee is a villain. And the answer is probably both. But this moment happened inside a federal courtroom after ICE illegally detained 5 people who were lawfully in the United States. And after you scratch the surface, there's a lot more going on here than a lawyer meltdown. One lawyer's breakdown inadvertently shined a light on a government that breaks the law with impunity, ignores court orders, and breaks the soul of even the people trying to do their best. Now, we've all seen it. ICE agents box in someone's car, draw their weapons, drag the person out of the vehicle, and then haul them away in handcuffs. And then they're immediately flown to a detention camp near El Paso, Texas, to make sure they don't have an opportunity to object. But what happens next? Well, attorneys file emergency habeas petitions in federal court showing proof that the person is here legally. DHS is required to respond, and if the judge orders release, the government must comply immediately. And that's where Julie Lee enters the story. Miss Lee was a lawyer for the Department of Homeland Security who volunteered to temporarily work as a special assistant U.S. attorney for the Department of Justice, handling immigration cases during Operation Metro Surge, often representing ICE. Now, Judge Jerry Blackwell called Miss Lee into court to answer for DHS's failure to comply with court orders requiring the immediate release of 5 people who were illegally confined. All 5 of them spent extra days and nights in prison after the court ordered them free. But Judge Blackwell didn't mince words. Quote, "A court order is not advisory and it's not conditional. It's not something that any agency can treat as optional while it decides how or whether to comply." He emphasized that the government's obligation to follow court orders matters most when, quote, liberty is at stake. Detention without lawful authority isn't a technical mistake. Quote, "It is a constitutional injury that unfairly falls on the heads of those who have done nothing wrong to justify it. The individuals affected are people. The overwhelming majority of the hundreds seen by this court have been found to be lawfully present as of now in the country." And critically, he noted that the overwhelming majority of detainees appearing before his court had been found to be lawfully present in the United States. And I think that point hasn't gotten nearly enough attention. ICE isn't just occasionally sweeping up someone who's here legally, which would already be bad enough. In reality, these cases involved thousands of people who never should have been stopped in the first place. And the worst part? Even after a federal judge ordered their release, the government still held them. So the purpose of this hearing was simple. The government's lawyers, Julie Lee and Anna Voss, had to explain themselves. So hours before the hearing, the lawyers filed a notice saying that the attorneys were under extraordinary strain. But Blackwell did not want to hear it. Now, side note, we're talking about the transcript of the hearing, and although a court reporter is always present, they don't always release the transcript unless someone orders that transcript and pays for it. And we have this because lawyer Daniel Suter immediately paid for the transcript. He also skeeted out the original money quote because he was covering the trial in person. And in January, Dan trained hundreds of Minnesota lawyers on how to support resistance to ICE in Minnesota, including preparing them to file habeas petitions like the ones that were the subject of this hearing. He's a big reason why so many people have been able to challenge their deportations before it's too late. So thanks to Dan for shedding light on this. But back to what Blackwell said, quote, "If the government undertakes an enforcement operation of this scale, one that results in the detention of large numbers of people, including individuals who are lawfully present in the United States, then the government assumes a corresponding obligation to ensure that each detention complies with the Constitution and with the court orders governing release. Volume, that is the volume of cases and matters, is not a justification for diluting constitutional rights, and it never can be." And then he delivered the line that cut to the heart of it. "What you cannot do is detain first and then sort out lawful authority later." Now, this might as well have been a shot at Justice Brett Kavanaugh's widely reviled concurrence that allowed ICE to stop people based on personal characteristics. Kavanaugh hypothesized that these stops would be some kind of constitutional catch and release where the immigrants would provide their papers and would be over in a few minutes. Now, as a concept, catch and release is a terrible idea. The idea that you can stop someone without probable cause or reasonable suspicion to even ask for their ID is, I don't know, antithetical to democracy. But in practice, it's even worse because DHS turned Kavanaugh stops into what are effectively catch and holds. The 5 people detained by the government in these cases all had proof that they were in the country legally, and all 5 of them wound up in a Texas prison camp. And when Blackwell ordered them released, the government simply didn't comply. So detain first, sort it out later is exactly what ICE had been doing in Minnesota. And ICE's lawyers had been virtually unresponsive to the court. Judge Blackwell had to issue follow-up orders, sometimes 7 or 8 times, just to get basic information about releases that should have already happened. And it left him mystified, quote, "And why that is so difficult, I cannot understand. Because there's obviously a person associated with the government who is going to the detainee to release him or her. You have their name. You can carry with you a form. The name is on it. Just write the time on it and send it to the DOJ. That cannot be a reason, a source for this problem of noncompliance, because that's too easy to fix. And I don't even work for the executive branch." If the government lawyers could have more time to focus on their jobs and, get people out of prison who were illegally detained, if they didn't have to cook for themselves, which they can do with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. And the meals are completely ready to eat in just 2 minutes. You can eliminate the hours it would take to shop, meal prep, and cook, so you can spend your day doing the things that you actually want to do. Plus, you'll never get bored with what you're eating. Enjoy 100+ rotating weekly options from meals and salads to breakfast, shakes, and more, all crafted to great taste and nutrition. And compared with the offerings from last year, there's now double the seafood and double the protein options to choose from. Plus, there's now now 20 ready-to-eat salads and grain bowls inspired by Sakura that are worth checking out. Because factory meals arrive at your door pre-prepared and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. At the same time that I could even think about going to the grocery store, my factory meal is already done. Because sometimes I just want a good healthy meal without having to cook. And it's the perfect workday dinner. And it's surprisingly affordable, way less expensive than takeout or those pricey delivery apps. Plus it tastes way better. And you can rarely get enough protein with the delivery apps anyway. But with Factor, most of the meals deliver 30 grams or more of complete protein to support muscle repair and recovery, which has been perfect for me personally meeting my nutrition goals of over 100 grams of protein a day as I get back into golf and tennis. And plus I've been really into fish lately and I love their surf and surf option, shrimp and salmon. It's always a bright spot in my day. And Factor is flexible. You can pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. And now that Factor is owned by HelloFresh, there's a much wider array of meals to choose from. There really is something for everyone, and that's good because I'm already getting hungry. So Legal Eaglets can enjoy both brands at a discount. So click on the link below or the QR code on screen and use the code LegalEagleFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box plus a free breakfast for 1 year. Again, that's code LegalEagleFB50 at checkout to get 50% off plus a free breakfast for 1 year. So click on those codes or I'll see you in court. When Miss Lee finally spoke, she asked the judge for understanding. Quote, I was put on the special mission to help with the U.S. Attorney's Office with all the habeas claims that they have received. They are overwhelmed and they need help. So I have to say, stupidly enough to volunteer, I started with the agency on January the 5th. Now, it's easy to feel sympathy for Miss Lee. She was new, untrained, and immediately signed to at least 88 cases. Lee graduated law school in 2019 and spent several years in private practice handling workers' compensation claims. According to her LinkedIn, she remained in private practice through at least September 2024, and sometime after Trump won re-election in November, she joined the Department of Homeland Security. Then in January 2026, she volunteered to help work immigration enforcement in Minneapolis during Operation Metro Surge. Now, if you take a job with ICE after Trump is re-elected, then you don't get to claim total naivete about what you're signing up for. Though in fairness, I don't think anyone expected the full scope of the monstrosity of what is going on right now. Though, as I think you'll see from the transcript, it's clear that she is trying to get the government to comply with the court orders, and maybe in her mind, she is trying to get the people released who the judge has ordered to be released. And it's extremely clear that she's not the one responsible for the non-compliance and the policies at issue here. But Judge Blackwell grilled Lee about 3 cases. The first case involved a man named Segundo. Lee was assigned his case on January 26th. The court ordered DHS to release him by January 27th. So on the 26th, DHS moved Segundo 3 times, from Texas to a Minnesota detention center, then to a local jail. Now, it should have been easy to release him the next day, but 4 days passed and he was still locked up. Judge Blackwell issued multiple orders, but Lee didn't respond. Eventually, the court learned, not from Lee, but from filings in another case, that DHS had quietly released Segundo on February 2nd at 10 p.m. And Lee blamed her inbox. Quote, I'm not defending all the mishap on the case, but what I can tell you too is, Judge, what most of the email was sent to my DOJ email, and I did not receive it until it was too late. And I still am having trouble accessing my DOJ email. So everything, if it was in my ICE email, then yes, I receive and I will respond. If it's sent to a DOJ one, I don't have a way to access the system. Now, believe me, no judge wants to hear about your problems with email. And Judge Blackwell was not amused. He said, quote, so you're telling the court that you were brought in brand new, a shiny brand new penny into this role, and you received no proper orientation or training on what you were supposed to do. And Lee said, I had to say yes to that question, Your Honor. But inexperience isn't a defense here. Lee didn't need to research constitutional law to get this done. Her job was simple. Make sure a man who had been ordered released actually walked out the door and tell the court when it happened. And then the judge turned to the second case, which involved a man named Oscar. On January 15th, Blackwell ordered his release within 48 hours, and there was no update provided. 9 days later, Oscar was still in custody. As the court put it, apparently he was being flown from El Paso to Albuquerque, while DHS claimed they would release him on January 27th. Finally, on January 27th, Lee told the court that Oscar was being flown back to Minnesota, but she needed an extension of time because of mysterious safety concerns. What safety concerns? Well, Lee didn't answer despite multiple requests by the court. Now, during the hearing, she finally came up with an answer. Because of the mass protests in Minneapolis, someone from ICE said a protester might show up at the airport and put her in danger and all the agents in danger, and she, quote, took that to heart. Now, that is not acceptable. The government had no authority to keep Oscar locked up, and ICE didn't release him until January 28th, 13 days later. Now, while this may look like a bureaucratic snafu to some, for Oscar, it was hell. His attorney, Kira Kelly, told the court that during this time, quote, he was without food, he was without clean clothes, he was subject to physical danger, watching people screaming in pain with medical neglect, being exposed to COVID, and all this was happening while he had a court order for his release. And while all of this is happening, ICE agents are telling him to self-deport because because he's got no chance to get out of there other than self-deport. And meanwhile, he's sleeping on the floor, if he gets to sleep at all, and he's being lied to, denied access to phone calls to call his loved ones or his attorneys. Now, not to belabor the point, but this is someone who should not have been stopped, let alone imprisoned for 1 day, let alone for 13 days. Now, Blackwell also revealed that DHS was imposing release conditions on people who were supposed to be freed unconditionally. When asked why, Lee said she couldn't control her clients, that it was like pulling teeth to get them to do anything, but she had an explanation for their intransigence. Quote, "For a long time, the ICE agency has worked under the immigration court, and they have their own policy and procedures. To get my back home colleagues up to date that federal court is not the same as how immigration court operates, it took a long time and many orders to show cause to explain and let them know that, come on guys, if you don't fix it, I'm going to quit and you're going to be dragging yourself into court. I have to say that too in front of that in order to get it fixed." And to hear her tell the story, she did offer to resign, but her higher-ups begged her to stay on because they couldn't find anyone else to replace her. But these admissions are staggering. Lee admitted that ICE doesn't think it has to follow federal court orders because they're used to their home court advantage, playing in courts where immigration judges are referees. And I'll remind you, that's entirely within the executive branch. Immigration judges are not actual Article 3 judges. And that is extremely telling. It's not that ICE didn't understand federal courts. She was saying they didn't respect them. Lee tried to resign, but they couldn't find a replacement. And so she was still on the job as, quote, a bridge and a liaison between ICE and the jail. And then Lee said something truly shocking. She said, quote, "Sometimes I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so that I can get a full 24 hours of sleep. And yes, procedure in place right now sucks. I'm trying to fix it. What do you want me to do? The system sucks, this job sucks, and I'm trying every breath that I have so that I can get you what you need." She said she sent emails with big, bold font to her boss, Anna Voss, as well as others. She CC'd supervisors. She threatened ICE officials with contempt, but in the end, she had no real leverage. And obviously, Lee felt like she was in a no-win situation because she was in a no-win situation. And in some ways, we, the public, greatly benefit because we get a window into why DHS and ICE are simply not complying with court orders and what they think of the judicial system and the rule of law. But that only makes it more complicated. Well, telling the judge that the system ICE has in place sucks may have won her some fans on the internet. It probably wasn't the right thing for a lawyer who represents the government to do. Like it or not, she had obligations to her client, the government here, and she has a duty to answer the court's questions truthfully, but without throwing her client under the bus. And of course, she also had the option to quit before answering those questions. And she probably should have formally moved to withdraw. Under the rules of professional conduct, lawyers must withdraw from representation when continuing would violate the ethical standards that lawyers must follow. And if continuing representation would mean that you are assisting in fraud or crime, or that your client persists in illegal actions, you generally have to withdraw. And you can't keep representing a client if your work would materially help them break the law. And of course, lawyers are bound by confidentiality. So normally you can't stand up in open court and announce my client is committing crimes. That's the reason that I have to withdraw. And of course, this is even more complicated when you're a government lawyer because you can't fire the client, you just have to walk away. And I'm sure Miss Lee obviously felt great pressure not to walk away, to try to get these things done. And so she got stuck in this impossible middle position. And then Miss Lee said something else that's worth sitting with. She said to Judge Jerry Blackwell, who is not only black, but is one of the prosecutors who prosecuted Derek Chauvin in the killing of George Floyd, she said, quote, "I am not white, and my family's at risk as any other people that might get picked up too, so I share that same concern, and I took that concern to heart. But again, fixing a system, a broken system, I would love to undo all this stuff because no one wants to be in jail. And actually, honestly, being in jail a day to catch up with sleep is not bad right now with all the hours that I put into this job." I mean, it's clear. Julie Lee is a victim in this situation. She's not a victim in the same way that Oscar or Segundo were victims and had to spend weeks in jail when they should not have. But she's a victim nonetheless. But I think here's the reality for every government lawyer in moments like this. Eventually, you will be asked to violate your oath or your conscience. And no matter how much you debase yourself to make it work, it'll never be enough. And to prove the point, after this hearing, Lee was fired. And DHS's spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, who sucks, railed at Lee for not defending the indefensible. Quote, "This conduct is unprofessional and unbecoming of an ICE attorney in abandoning her obligation to act with commitment, dedication, and zeal to the interests of the United States government. It doesn't matter how much you beclown yourself, they will always want more." And next, Judge Blackwell turned to Anna Voss, the civil chief of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. She's the one in charge. So Blackwell asked the obvious question: who specifically is responsible for carrying out judicial release orders? Voss tried to dodge it and wouldn't name names, so the judge rephrased: where does the buck stop? And Voss said it stopped with her and other DOJ leadership. I mean, yes, that's the correct thing to say, but it wasn't the answer Blackwell was looking for. Quote, "This feels like some opaque shield that I can't really see behind to figure out why the orders aren't being complied with. And the answer cannot be that we called ICE and then a shoulder shrug." And Voss tried to pass the responsibility up the ladder, mentioning Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem. Judge Blackwell shut that down immediately. "Are you telling me these orders go to Pam Bondi?" And of course, they don't go directly to Pamela Jo Bondi. Voss admitted that they go to the St. Paul ICE field office at Fort Snelling, but Blackwell seized on that as evasive. Quote, "The orders don't get served on a building. They're addressed to a person. Who is it?" Voss said everything goes to agency counsel, which prompted Blackwell to ask the next logical question: should he have agency counsel appear at a hearing? And I can answer that one. Yes, Judge. The answer is yes. You need to start hauling in everyone under oath so that they can feel the pain of the policies that they're implementing and their failure to implement the orders that the court is ordering. And when pressed about who adds conditions to court orders for unconditional release, Voss again hesitated. Eventually, she conceded that the field office leadership was responsible, specifically David Easterwood and Aaron Rich. Now, those names might sound familiar if you watched our videos about the church protest that led to Don Lemon's arrest. David Easterwood's name in particular should sound familiar. He's the part-time pastor at City's Church, and he was the person activists were targeting when they protested that church. It seems like Pastor David Easterwood is responsible for imprisoning people who should not have been imprisoned, and then also responsible for not releasing them when the court orders them to be released. Seems like he was a pretty good person to protest. Following this confrontation, Ms. Voss later resigned. Now, the hearing ended without Blackwell getting a straight answer out of why DHS kept ignoring court orders, but obviously this goes beyond incompetence. From this transcript, we can surmise that it's deliberate non-compliance, and everyone in that room knew it. ICE simply does not believe that it is bound by federal courts. And afterward, DOJ basically confirmed it. A spokesperson for AG Bondi blamed rogue judges, saying that if courts respected the government's need to properly prepare cases, there wouldn't be an overwhelming habeas caseload or concern over DHS following orders. In other words, if judges would just stop enforcing constitutional rights, none of this would be a problem. Obviously, this situation is untenable. As Judge Blackwell observed, quote, "If you don't comply with the court's orders, you've essentially painted the court into a corner because what are we supposed to do?" Well, here's the answer. You have to start hauling in the supervisors. You need to use your contempt powers. You need to find them. You need to remove any presumption of regularity by the government. And if necessary, you need to lock these people up. Because if there aren't consequences, they won't stop. Attorney Kira.
All right. That's nice. Successful. Whatever, I don't care to do anything else here today. Let's just say, let's go to the gym.
This is my setup for my 100% safe, 0 damage taken, infinite EXP and stock bill farm, but mainly for the EXP. The reason why this is the best place is because it spawns the most enemies, which equals more XP, so 30 XP per enemy, which also equals to longer AFK times, so you have to come to your computer less to restart. And also because there's a hidden god spot in this location where the enemies can never hit you. So this location is the energy alluvium in the origin load spring location, the bottom left area. For my setup, I like having a marsh gas to slow any enemies right when they spawn, then a HE grenade tower for some AoE damage, and the rest is full sentry towers because they have the longest range and they have the second highest single DPS. I have a helper over here, but if I didn't have it, I'd just move this one to this location. And the reason why you want to put everything closer to this location is because this is where we're going to hide. And sometimes some enemies may be able to make it towards this fence, and having all those long range sentry towers being able to cover this location is nice. So let me show you what a run would look like. First of all, you should have a team of under level 60s because operators can't get any more XP after level 60. And also, this is my starting XP to show you how much you get, 1950 here. So let's get started. And once you start, you should immediately run for the gate. And you can just tuck into like the corner right here, doesn't really matter, you can just AFK here. And watch the towers kill the enemies. So you can see here that there's the dot from the grenade tower, and the green one's the dot from the HE marsh. So we can just chill here and AFK until it's done.
Good. Teamwork is what we need. We did it as a team.
And that's done. So let's have a look at our XP now.
Am I looking alright from this?
So I gained 990 XP from all that, which is basically 1,000 on all my teammates. So basically you can farm 4,000 XP per run, and it's very, very nice for AFK.
Okay, so there's a lot more to this video than most of my videos. There's enough required reading that it is beyond my ability to even succinctly reference it. For a head start, just search up the phrase, "Why is my life tangibly worse than my parents?" or "How much stress can person have before die?" Our story begins where many videos have. Here, with a Bloomberg graphic depicting the convoluted and seemingly circular funding structure of many companies deeply entrenched in the AI sector. This alone is not proof of an economic bubble, or any wrongdoing in general. Most complex and interconnected systems can be represented with something similar. This is basically how the contracting for Victoria's public transport looks. The parts that matter the most in the graphic are the ones that are least represented. The actual amount of money and the services provided. Because sure, a CEO can say that doesn't prove it's a bubble, and like sure dude, whatever, but when you dwarf entire sectors of the economy in a single transaction, I think the onus is on them. The purpose of this video is to answer, what's a bubble? Is this a bubble? What's going to happen? And do I have to care? We should start with the most important one. What's a bubble? It's a round thing made of soap and water that, like all pure forms of joy, explodes upon human interaction. It's not a physics thing, it's because we're born with tarnished souls. More importantly, an economic bubble is similar metaphorically. It's how it gets the name. It expands outward rapidly but lacks any kind of fortitude, popping at the slightest touch. And having tarnished souls is a pretty good way to describe people that make them. They're difficult to describe unanimously, and no two are the exact same, but the rundown is this. An economic bubble is a period where the current prices for an asset greatly exceeds what we should believe their actual value to be, which is known as an asset's intrinsic value. That sounds fine, but that kind of describes a lot of the economy, if not capitalism as a whole. A bubble needs it to be that, but to an excessive extent, and usually gets there very quickly. Ironically, despite only being able to be called a bubble retroactively, the mechanics are somewhat easy to understand at the time, because the value is made up, but their scale is impossible to gauge until after it's popped and an asset's price returns to its actual value. All bubbles form from a collective misread, if not complete mania. It is obvious in retrospect to say that Beanie Babies are just pieces of fluff because I'm judging them for what they are and I'm a mean person. Yet, they were able to be resold for 10, if not 100 times their MSRP based off a feeling, vibes, and to a small extent, propaganda that I can no longer experience. Perhaps the most famous case for an economic bubble is a period referred to as tulip mania. It is such a bizarre example of the phenomenon that its name has become a term to describe speculative bubbles of any kind. In the last video, I said that OpenAI would need to become the most profitable company in the last 200 years, and that is because I was accounting for this. There are some conflicting and dubiously verified reports that valued the Dutch East India Company at multi-trillions off the stems of these photosynthesizing dorks. These things were seriously expensive, reportedly more than the yearly wage of an entire worker, built entirely off the fact that they look nice. It is a resilient example because of that. Gigantic valuation based off nothing but aesthetics, and while it's useful as an example, it is by no means encompassing. Speculative bubbles can be built of anything. Homes, physical goods, securities, an entire country's assets somehow. You can even speculate on the debt that originated from a different speculative bubble. All bubbles end slightly differently, but they all begin because of a complicated series of events and market factors that dramatically increase the likelihood of mass overvaluation. The rise of the dot-com bubble is broadly attributed to the increase in internet usage over the period, which makes sense as online storefronts only work if people can use them, but it also aligned with legislation that increased company spending in the sector and kind of monopolized the industry. Thank God that never ended up being an issue. Whew. Along with changes to tax law that incentivized longer, higher cost, and in turn, higher risk investments, these factors accelerated corporate investment, allowing small startups with dubious business models to receive irresponsible amounts of funding that they wouldn't have gotten just 2 years before. It's generally considered to have burst between January and March of 2000 before slowly bleeding out, with the bankruptcy of Pets.com being the biggest flood bell. It would take 2 more years before the sector finally bottomed out, and it's equally attributed to multiple factors. The Microsoft lawsuit, scathing analytical criticism,
Dude, like... really bad juju. Well, gotta go sleep first. So I'll have to deal with it later.
Where are we headed? Hey.
Alright. That's going to be it for this stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching.